Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Round 2. Han E, having successfully won the first pistol round, felt a wave of relief. The score was 1-0. Around him, the old veterans of Dignitas began to rally. Come on, brothers, Blast is waiting for us. We've come this far, just one step away from the world stage. They aren't that good. It's time for the world to remember who we are. F0 rest. Han E continued, trying to pump up his teammate. When you started, Stavn was still in diapers. Facing a rookie like that, how could we possibly lose? F0 rest's expression was a mix of pride and confusion. The compliment felt good, but something about the comparison seemed off. He was lost in thought, while the two other older players seemed to be genuinely motivated. Han Yi's systemated strategy was working. In the second round, he used Dignitas' signature double smoke tactic in mid, leading a rapid attack on the B site and securing it in just over 20 seconds. Heroic's defense crumbled. The third round saw Heroic try to change things up with a few unconventional FN57 rushes, but Han Yi's call to rush B gave them no chance. The score quickly became 3-0. A change in command. Finally, the first rifle round began, with KDN picking up an AWP. He had already figured out the problem from the first 3 losses. His dynamic defense strategy was struggling against Han Yi's aggressive, almost reckless style of command. Han Yi wasn't playing the information game. His approach was brutally simple. Gather everyone and attack a single point. This kind of strategy shouldn't work, but Han Yi always seemed to find and exploit their weakest points. It was like they were a team with a bad leg, and he was relentlessly targeting it. KDN's dynamic defense was still new. He'd practically developed it overnight, and Han Yi was using his foresight to dismantle it before it could even get started. He saw his opponent's strategy as a protagonist with a newly found power, and he had to take them down before they could become a threat. Realizing his current tactics were useless, KDN passed the leadership back to Snappy. My strategy isn't working. It needs more work. Let's just play a standard game. Snappy nodded silently, not blaming him. He knew KDN had done his best. The fault lay in his own lack of strategic depth, which had led to Heroic's recent struggles. He decided to stick to a default, tried-and-true formation, a 1-2-2 setup with a stronger presence in mid to counter Han Yi's double smoke trick. The push and a loss. Han Yi, however, wasn't going to make it easy. He knew his team was at a disadvantage with their subpar guns. Even with his mind-reading ability, his teammates' marksmanship hadn't improved enough to take on Heroic's M4A4S. He could read their thoughts, but he couldn't enhance their skills beyond the initial system boost. He had to rely on radical tactics. Knowing this was a clear, head-on fight, Han Yi decided to go for an all-in B rush instead of the typical mid-to-B split. If we get in, we get in. If not, it's just the next round, he thought. The Dignitas players charged toward B2. Freeberg, in front, was fully focused on the entry. Ginnikorite, right behind him, had a smoke ready to extinguish any fire. A Molotov from B gate blocked their path, but Ginnikorite instantly doused it with a smoke grenade. They pushed through the smoke. The B defender, Stavn, seeing his fire go out, quickly called for backup before realizing it was too late. He jumped into the bomb site, taking a defensive position and opening fire. Freeberg was instantly killed. Ginnikorite was next, but not before he gave a crucial call-out. He's in the B bomb site. Han E and F0 rest. Right behind him, jumped in and fired on Stav's position. Stavn, in a tough 2v1, managed to kill Han E with his last few bullets before F0 rest took him down. But the fight wasn't over. B0 RUP and KDN had returned to defend. They cut off the last player, Halzerk, at the B tunnel, and then used a flash to kill F0 rest. The score was now 3-1. Han, he felt a sense of relief. Losing this round wasn't a defeat, it was a release. The restrictive eco round was over. Now, with rifles in hand, he could finally unleash his boldest strategies. Get it right, you go and check a site alone. I'll smoke off Xbox for you. Everyone else, come with me and go to a short. Got it, Get it right replied. On the other side, Snappy was feeling much better after their round win. He decided to stick to his current strategy. It had worked once, and it effectively countered Han Yi's key move. For now, it was enough. A timely timeout. Just as the round was about to begin, the referee called a technical timeout. Han Yi heard the explanation through his headset. There's an issue with the broadcast feed. The director is fixing it. Please be patient for a few minutes. A wave of frustration washed over Han Yi. They had momentum, and this timeout was exactly what Heroic needed to regroup. But technical issues were a part of CSGO, so he accepted it. He used the free time to check his question points. He was over 500 again. His ritual was a 5-draw streak for every 500 points, so he immediately went for it. The roulette spun and landed on a new talent and several attribute boosts. Lucky. Description: prevents becoming an unlucky player in the game. Rifle pre-aim, +1. SMG crosshair placement, +2. SMG pre-aim, +2. Sniper rifle positioning, +1. The lucky talent and its description immediately brought a famous CSGO player to mind, Brother Dienzi, Electronic Brother. As S1 Empel's legendary teammate, his skill was undeniable, but his luck was famously, tragically bad. Han Yi recalled the endless list of unlucky events, getting flashed and instantly killed, catching grenades with his head, dying to a random knife swing from a teammate, and even getting killed by a firebomb he wasn't in. The most famous was when he was hit by a smoke grenade while jumping from VIP on Mirage and fell to his death, an incident that made G2 stop throwing smokes there for an entire match. He wondered what this talent would do for him, since he wasn't particularly unlucky to begin with. The game was about to resume, so he couldn't test it out. All he could do was speculate. The unstoppable run boost. A few minutes later, the referee's voice returned. It's fixed. The game countdown is resuming. As the clock hit 0, Han Yi immediately threw a smoke at Xbox to cover his teammates, leading the rush to a short. His teammate, Get_right, peeled off to a long alone to control the map. With CTs unable to contest mid, Dignitas easily pushed up to the A site. The 4 Dignitas players moved stealthily. Once they reached the stairs near short, they looked at each other, bobbing their heads. After a moment, Han Yi and Freeberg reluctantly took positions on the heads of the other 2 players. On the live broadcast, the commentators knew what was coming. Are they going for a double jump run boost? ES3 tag is holding the A slope. Can he catch it? With the commentators' words echoing, Han Yi and Freeberg launched forward, each in a different direction. Freeberg soared through the air with a spin jump, landing near the police house. Han Yi flew straight to the ninja spot, gaining a perfect view of the entire site. He instantly spotted ES3 tag behind the A slope. ES3 tag saw Han Yi flying through the air and immediately opened fire, but the speed from the run boost was too much. His bullets flew wide. Han Yi landed, calmly aimed, and with a single shot, took ES3 tag's head. Just as he secured the site, Freeberg in the police house also made a play. Kadian, who was rotating back from mid, was planning to throw a grenade to delay the rush when he saw a player spin jumping toward him. By the time he reacted, it was too late. Freeberg gunned him down. Unfortunately, Freeberg didn't survive, falling to be 0 RUP, who had rotated from B. The game devolved into chaos, with players from both teams scattered. A flawless play. To Han Yi, the round was already won. He peeked from the platform and saw the remaining CTs holding their positions. He gave a single, 2-word command, go. Suddenly, Get_right appeared behind Snappy at a long. He had been waiting there the entire time, an invisible threat. Get_right mowed down the defenseless Snappy. The 2 remaining CTs saw their last hope disappear and retreated from mid, saving their rifles. Han Yi let them go. The team's economy was still building, and an easy win was better than a risky chase. With a final bomb detonation, Dignitas took another round. The commentators were in awe. That Dust 2 coordination is something only Dignitas could pull off. Freeberg and Get_Right were incredible. This is all about veteran experience. It's not that Han Yi's calls were bad. It's just that these veterans are so smart. If Get_Right had gone first and been killed at a long, the guys as short would have been pinched. And Freeberg not going for the ninja jump with Han E, but instead jumping to the police position, that's pure experience right there. Honestly, if KDN hadn't been killed by that, this round would have been a lot tougher to call. It's truly a shame. It's not like the device isn't here. In the next few games, the heroic team could only use eco, and their morale was a little low for a while. On the other hand, Han E was so excited that he started shouting and brainwashing the old man. That was such a cool play. Is this the top 1 and top 2 combination? You two seem to have become 20 years younger with your marksmanship. No, Freeberg, you killed everyone. What do you want a nurse to do? You can even hit the target with this shot. Halzerk, you're so handsome. I even thought there was a simple sitting next to me. Amidst such noises, the Dignitas players were full of energy and the score became wider and wider. In the end, they easily won the first map with a score of 16-8. This score was reasonable, yet unexpected. Ever since KDN realized that his immature dynamic defense could not cope with Han Yi's bombardment, Heroic's failure was doomed. Snappy's tactical style is somewhat incompatible with today's Heroic. He looked at the big failure prompt on the screen, sighed, and turned to look at KDN beside him. I'll take charge later. KDN was stunned when he heard this. He thought he was not trusted again, so he tried to persuade Snappy. Why, this small town map is very suitable for dynamic defense. Let me try again. Snappy shook his head. It wasn't that he didn't trust KDN. Although his relationship with KDN was not good, and they had even had some friction, those were all within the game. Since KDN was willing to help him, he had let go of those things in the past, and he also realized that perhaps KDN was right. If this kind of dynamic defense can be applied well, it may really be the future of CS tactics. But it's too late. Perhaps if he had opened up to KDN earlier and learned dynamic defense earlier, they would have had a chance to defeat Dignitas today. Thinking of this, Snappy felt a little depressed. It's too late. We can't win, but I can see that your dynamic defense has great potential. After losing this game, I think you'll be demoted immediately. The management will probably choose you as the caller. After hearing this, KDN did not say anything but fell into silence. Soon the next game started. On the small town map, Han E chose to be the defender. In the first round, the heroic team chose to attack B with 2 smoke and 2 flashes, but Han E led the Dignitas team to set up a 4B, 1A formation. The heroic team rushed into the police station and their heads were bleeding. In the subsequent spear round, they wanted to control the middle lane and banana lane, but Han did not play according to the routine at all. He chose to use Get_Right as ROPS, allowing Get_Right to continuously invade the opponent's side lane. This made it very difficult for Snappy to play. As long as he wanted to set up a formation to control the center and banana lane, the side lane would definitely be sneaked out by the gnolls without anyone noticing. But if someone is sent to control the side lane, the strength of the middle lane and the banana lane will be a little weaker. As a result, Han E can always use some routines they have never seen in the midterm to control the middle lane or the banana lane. Gradually, as they fought, they discovered a problem. Han Yi's midterm anti-cheating tactics seemed somewhat familiar. Then they all looked at KDN at the same time, and KDN also looked confused. That's what I thought, but I never told anyone else. After hearing him say this, everyone's doubts were dispelled. They thought it was just a coincidence that the two people had similar understanding of the game. The heroic team had a hard time fighting, and since they were not commanded by KDN, they could not display dynamic defense. Naturally, they were defeated by Han Yi's various tactics. In just over 30 minutes, the game was over. The score in this round was even bigger than the previous round, with Heroic being beaten 7-16. Looking at the settlement interface in front of him, Han E breathed a sigh of relief. This way, he had successfully advanced to Blast. The next opponents they meet will no longer be second-tier teams, such as Heroic and Northern Lions, but those truly first-tier teams, such as FaZe, Na'Vi, G2, etc. Even Han E, who already had some competition experience, couldn't help but feel nervous when he thought of this. It had been almost half a year since his rebirth, and he had played in so many games, but apart from FNC, he had never encountered any first-line team. When playing against FNC, they were defeated quickly like fallen leaves swept by the autumn wind, and it was difficult for them to resist. This left Han E with a psychological trauma. Sometimes he couldn't help but ask himself, if he met the first-tier team again, would he lose so badly? After all, both he and Dignitas have made considerable progress during this period, and Hani has always wanted to try and challenge strong teams. Now the opportunity has finally come. As a world-class competition, Blast has attracted far more attention than previous minors. This is also a stage for Han E to prove himself. As long as he can achieve some good results on Blast, some first-tier clubs that are short of players will definitely give him priority. Hani knew that Dignitas was indeed a good club, and everyone treated him sincerely, but everyone's strength was limited, and it was impossible for him to win some S-level championships with everyone. He still has dreams and doesn't want to play second-tier games for the rest of his life. If given the opportunity, he will transfer to a first-tier club without hesitation. His idea did not deceive the other four. Halzerk was reluctant to let go of Han E, while the other three old men told him to make a bold transfer, and everyone, including the club, could understand his decision. To celebrate. At this moment, someone patted Han Yi's shoulder, interrupting his thoughts. He turned his head and saw that the old men were changing their clothes, and the manager looked very generous. I just told the boss I'd ask for €1,000 so we can go have a nice meal to celebrate advancing to Blast. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, we're going to design stickers. We've already found a designer. When the time comes, tell him what you want. Then I'll prepare for Blast and try to advance again. This time the opponents are very strong. Listening to the words in his ears, Han E fell into memories again. Blast during this period was full of strong teams, and 4 of them looked a little desperate. The strongest team is undoubtedly Team A. At this time, Team A's dynasty is already crumbling, but a lean camel is bigger than a horse. When the IDs of the 5 people are put together, it makes people feel that this team is terrifyingly strong. In addition, there is Na'Vi, which is known for its inferior first team, equal second team, and easy wins with third and fourth team. Although B1T had not joined at that time, the combination of Simple, Electronic Brother, Fat Ball, and Perfecto already had the shadow of the peak Na'Vi. The other 2 teams are G2, led by Kenny's. With the addition of their cousin, their strength has obviously improved significantly. The last one is the Galaxy Battleship FaZe, led by Nico. As for Moose and FNC, although they are also very strong, they missed the Blast Spring Tournament for various reasons. After dinner, everyone, including Han, was drunk and had to be helped back to the club. Compared to alcohol, Han E prefers high-sugar drinks like cola and milk tea, but the atmosphere has become so tense, and he doesn't want to be the one to ruin it. Since Han E joined Dignitas, everyone has been living a very happy life. They first broke in a major and then entered Blast, and they were showing signs of becoming a top-tier team. Although it cannot be compared with Dignitas in its peak period, there is no doubt that this is the peak of the Big I team in recent years. The team has also gained a lot of fans, from the original 10,000 to now 40,000 to 50,000, many of whom are living people. The club also opened a personal account for High, and the number of fans has reached 30,000, but usually the club finds someone to help him manage it, so Hani never logs into that account, just like some celebrities' Weibo. When he woke up the next day, he felt extremely energetic and had no hangover feeling at all. After thinking about it carefully, he felt that it was because the system gave him a strong body. His body would feel drunk, but he only needed to sleep for a while to recover with full blood. He walked out of the house, washed up briefly, glanced at the time, and found that it was already late, so he called everyone else. But compared to him, the complexions of the others were obviously much worse. Let's go design stickers today, so cheer up. After hearing Han Yi's words, everyone showed a look of regret on their faces. I should have drunk less yesterday. I feel dizzy today. I hope it doesn't affect my design later. It's okay. If you're not satisfied today, there's always tomorrow. We had so much fun yesterday. Hi, I have to say you have amazing physical fitness. As everyone chatted, they looked at Han Yi with a hint of envy. They couldn't understand why Han Yi had such a good physique when he played games with them every day and didn't exercise. In response, Han Yi had no choice but to lie and say that he was born with a different physique from ordinary people. Everyone was skeptical when they heard this, but because they had no other evidence, they had to believe it reluctantly. As one of the few companies in the world that can make money without doing anything, Valve naturally cannot design stickers itself. Instead, each team has to find someone to design them, and then have the players write them on paper with pen before the major starts, so as to circumvent the issue of font copyright. So they packed up their things and got in a car to a local design company. The signature cannot be too ugly, and it is better to have some artistic elements so that the sticker can be remembered. This is also the main concept that Han Yi requires in the design. The design company was not far away, and it took about an hour to drive to the destination. The weather in March was not so cold anymore, giving people a cool feeling. Han Yi got out of the car and looked around. There was only a 4-story building in front of him. Lights were on inside, and on the first floor was a sign advertising Yam's advertising company. The manager took out a cloth bag filled with various materials from the trunk of the car and let everyone inside. Seeing this, Han Yi followed closely and entered the advertising company. He was surprised to find that there were quite a lot of people here. They were received by the front desk and taken to a small room. Not long after, a young man in a suit came up to the group. He first introduced himself and said a lot of strange words, all about directors and awards. Unfortunately, I couldn't understand a word Han Yi said. The only thing I remembered was that this person was very awesome. So Han Yi tried to look at others for help. But when he looked, he found that it was not just him. The other Dignitas members also had confused looks in their eyes. It was the manager who reacted first. He took out various materials from a cloth bag and handed them to the designer. The materials included the price of the design and the contract. After reading it, the other party said there was no problem, so he picked up a notebook and began to write down everyone's requests. After everyone finished speaking one by one, he nodded and told everyone to come back tomorrow. When everyone walked out of the design company, no one could believe that everything was so simple. The manager also noticed everyone's concerns and patted everyone on the shoulders. Don't worry, we designed the stickers here a long time ago, and they're pretty good. Besides, if you're not satisfied, you can still give us your feedback tomorrow. Hearing him say this, everyone felt relieved. They didn't know the designer, but they knew the Big Eye sticker. As a product that could be on par with the holographic Titan, expensive was only one aspect of it, and the other aspect was that it was indeed good-looking. It could be ranked in the top 5 or even top 3 among all the stickers in the entire game. With the manager's assurance, they all felt relieved. After another hour's drive, they returned to the club. Han Yi looked at the time and saw that it was only 2 o'clock in the afternoon. After thinking for a while, he sat in front of the computer, ready to continue his FPL journey. At this time, a pop-up window in the lower right corner attracted his attention. He clicked it and saw only one line of text. ZYW, together? Hi line. Faced with Zywu's invitation, he agreed without any hesitation. As soon as he entered the room, the two of them began their duo road journey on the ladder. Because Zywu's score was very high, Han Yi still went to Bilibili to find an anime. After more than 10 minutes, the system prompted that the match was successful. Team 1. Hi. ZYW. M0 Nisi. Hooksy. Refresh. Team 2. Nico. Olafmeister. Twists. JKS. Stewie 2K. Looking at the IDs of both sides, Han Yi, who hadn't played such a top-level game for almost a month, seemed to be pulled back to the ladder game more than a month ago. He sighed helplessly, thinking that it was indeed not easy to rely on a big player, as all the players he met were masters. Unlike last time, this time Nico was matched to the opposite side, and besides him being their weakness, they also had Hooksy. Hooksey's shooting skills were criticized during the G2 period, but few people know that when he was in Copenhagen Fire, he was even worse. He was probably only a second or third-tier player, not much different from Hani. As for the map this time, ZYWU did not ask him what map he wanted to play before the game. He was too lazy to type because it was a ladder, so he was matched with a map that he was not so familiar with. Train. However, it could be considered a blessing in disguise, as there happens to be a Hooksey at his home, and he can learn from Hooksey how to command the train on this map. When he was thinking this, a voice sounded in his ears. Do you want to take command? He looked down at the ID and found that the voice came from Hooksey. Obviously, he has gained some fame after several months of professional competitions, and everyone knows that he is a caller. But he definitely cannot command this game. If he starts to command, how can he learn some tactics from Hooksey? However, he did not directly say that he could not do it, but adopted a more humble statement. You take charge. I'm a little tired today. I'll play as the libero. Hooksey nodded without any doubt after hearing this. Good. Soon 10 people entered the game, and the knife fight began. During this time, Nico also sent greetings to Hani. You played well. I watched this match. Thanks. He chose a very formulaic answer. The two were not familiar with each other, so there was no further communication. After a round of knife fighting, he was forced to start the game on the offensive side. Looking at the familiar Glock, he couldn't help but doubt himself. Is he really that bad at knife fighting? However, he soon stopped reflecting because the game countdown ended. The game began, and Hooksey's voice came from his headphones the first time. We're going to attack B in this round. Hi. You go to the green channel to control the map, and see if you can touch the police's house and steal their butts. We'll prepare to attack from the low slope and high platform. I'll give you a 3-smoke shot. Listening to Hooksey's speech, he was a little dazed. He had forgotten when was the last time he listened to instructions. He had an indescribable feeling, but his hands did not slow down. As he put on his armor, the character started running towards the green channel. However, he did not enter the green channel directly. Instead, he stopped when he was close to the green channel and chose to set up a gun near the bandit corridor to ensure that the green channel CT could not push forward and, at the same time, he would not be discovered by the green channel CT. Then he began to use his mind-reading skills to determine who among the 5 opponents was the CT guarding the corridor. Soon, he found someone. Stewie 2K. There's no one here. I recently came to Europe to play Blast. These Europeans are really boring when it comes to gaming. It feels even more boring than playing professionally in America. There's no passion at all. While Stewie 2K was complaining, he heard the sound of Hooksey ordering an attack through his headphones. As a smoke bomb exploded near the 3rd lane, Hooksey officially launched an attack on Area B. At the same time, Stewie 2K's thoughts also changed. They're hitting B. Should I go back on defense? Forget it. Let's first make sure there's no one on the green channel. I'll go out and take a look and have Twist throw a flash for me. Once I'm sure there's no one, I'll go back to Area B. Listening to Stewie 2K's complete voice, he couldn't help but sigh that the other party was worthy of being a member of the first-line team. Even though it was just a ladder match, their thoughts were meticulous to a terrifying degree, completely different from the second-tier teams he usually encountered. Moreover, Team Liquid is an American team, and the details of the team can only be considered average or even a bit bad. If it were players from a top European team, they would probably think more. However, the more Stewie 2K thought about it, the stronger he became as he listened to the footsteps getting closer and closer in his headphones. Who already knew the other party's intentions in advance, decisively chose to hide himself and hid himself in the groove of the bandit corridor. With the sound of a flashbang exploding, Stewie 2K was pulled out from the green channel. He glanced in the direction of the bandit's house, but failed to find hiding in the groove. Mistakenly thinking that there was no one there, he decisively turned around and left, returning to defend Area B. Hearing the footsteps gradually fading away, breathed a sigh of relief and began to follow the two of them stealthily. If he had pulled out just now, he might have been able to kill 2K, But there was no doubt that facing the director who threw the flash behind him, he would definitely use up all his talents to complete this double kill. And if he chooses to go around the back, perhaps he can keep the second aim talent until the second round. As for their front battlefield, with the monster Zydavu holding them back, he had no need to worry and naturally had to maximize his benefits. Even if ZYW died, there was still the young M0 Nisi. Although M0 Nisi was not very good at playing in competitions at that time, he was definitely a top-notch player in the ladder. He passed the baseline all the way and arrived at the police house. At this time, he could already hear the dense gunfire from the third tail. At the same time, our side had suffered casualties in the long-range gunfight. Hooksy and Refresh had been killed one after another, and the casualties they paid were just the exchange of one JKS. It can be said that the two sides are now in a 2-on-4 situation on the front battlefield. However, as he came from the police house to the connection platform, everything became different. He looked at the 4 people with their backs to the basket in front of him, picked the one who looked the most pleasing to the eye, and shot him decisively. With the help of his hot hands, he shot Olafmeister on the head, who was at the back. This really scared Olafmeister. He never thought that there was an enemy behind him. He did not give him the chance to turn around and shoot. The second bullet arrived immediately and took him down with one shot. Then he aimed the muzzle of his gun at Nico, who was exchanging gunfire with ZYW, and fired another bullet. This time, without his talent and with his back to the opponent, it was difficult to hit the headshot, and Nico was only hit by a bullet in the body. The incident happened suddenly, and Olafmeister had no time to communicate with Nico about the people behind him. So facing the shot, Nico was completely unprepared and scared, but his reaction was much faster than Olafmeister's. Nico turned back immediately, intending to get rid of Han-Yi. But at this time, Han-Yi's second bullet had arrived. After a slight adjustment of the crosshairs and Nico's turning back, this time the bullet did not disappoint Han-Yi. It hit Nico accurately and killed him near the tail. As for the remaining Twists and Stewie 2K, although they were not ambushed by Han-Yi, their situation became precarious with the arrival of Han-Yi. Now one of them is near the tanker truck and the other is on the third road. Confronting them are ZYW and M0 Nisi respectively. Like the Dead Phase duo, they also look confused. They couldn't figure out why Han-Yi appeared behind them. Green Channel had seen it, but Fiku hadn't seen it. But could the bandits from Fiku find out so quickly? But Han-Yi wouldn't let them keep thinking about it. He pushed forward decisively while communicating with M0 Nisi and ZYW through his headphones. I'm going to press forward. Pay attention to my position. Kill 3 first and then attack the tanker. After hearing this, M0 Nisi and ZYW understood what Han-Yi meant. ZYW, who was fighting with the tanker truck, hid directly in the front of the truck at the B bomb site and no longer exposed himself. On the other hand, M0 Nisi, who was near the low slope, chose to increase his strength and continuously put pressure on the director near the third road. The director was forced not to look back to observe Han-Yi's position, and Han-Yi took this opportunity to rush straight to the director from the third bottom. By the time the director realized that he had to turn back to deal with Han-Yi first, it was too late. M0 Nisi rushed out from the low slope, and Han-Yi came from behind the 3 paths. The two of them attacked from the front and the back, forcing the director to be unable to take care of both ends. In the end, he was shot in the head by Han-Yi and killed in the middle of the 3 paths. For a while, in a short time, only Stewie 2K in the tanker was left alive in the CT, and it was obvious that he would not live long. Han-Yi picked up the director's USP from the ground and rushed towards Stewie 2K. ZYW and M0 Nisi wanted to go forward to help, but just as they got close, they were stopped by Han-Yi. I could do it myself. After hearing this, the 2 men didn't say much, stopped, and chose to surround the tanker truck from the front and the back. On the other side, Stewie 2K had no idea how the bandits were communicating, and his attention was still on ZYW, who had just had a gunfight with him. When he found that ZYW had not come out for a long time, a trace of confusion flashed across his face. However, This confusion soon disappeared with the sound of Han Yi's footsteps getting closer and closer. He immediately turned around and tried to use the tanker as a cover to peek at Han Yi, but Han Yi didn't bite at all. He moved horizontally from the third bottom to the first bottom, and his crosshairs were always aimed at the exit of the tanker. Since Han Yi was sure that the opponent was inside the tanker and could not move freely, his shot naturally could not miss. After a gunshot, he successfully killed Stewie 2K inside the tanker. Looking at Stewie 2K's slowly falling figure, Han Yi was not done yet. He kept shooting at Stewie 2K's body and began to request interaction. If Han Yi felt a burden when whipping other players, he didn't feel any burden at all. He has always been a very double-standard person, and he never had a good impression of those professional players who would start with the map. ZYW on the other side saw this scene. Although he didn't know why Han Yi did this, he followed and fired several shots at Stewie 2K's body. He didn't ask until the round ended and the second game began. Do you have a grudge against him? Han Yi's answer was also simple, and he answered casually. No, he doesn't seem to be feeling well. While the two of them were communicating, Stewie 2K also sent him a message on the public screen. Stewie 2K, hi, it's okay. I did well in the pistol round just now, so I'll use your corpse to get some practice. By the way, I'm typing in Huxia, so you should be able to understand, right? Seeing Han Yi's blatant humiliation, Stewie 2K's face darkened. After confirming that Han Yi did it on purpose, he thought for a moment and continued typing. Stewie 2K, then you better not die by my hand. At the same time, as Stewie 2K's teammate, the director naturally couldn't remain indifferent and join in the support. Twists. Wait, we will whip back. Looking at the words on the screen, Han Yi said something that temporarily confused the director. Hi, Twists, I feel like you really want to fit in with this team. The director looked at the line of words typed by Hai, and his heart suddenly trembled for some reason. He felt very uncomfortable. The words seemed to have no lethality, but they made him remember them firmly in his heart. He also had a premonition that he would say this sentence himself in the near future. The three people's literary fight came to an abrupt end here. It was not because they were magnanimous and unwilling to continue, but because the next round had begun. This time, Huxi thought about it and chose a three-pronged attack tactic: the bandit entrance, the green channel, and the red staircase to encircle Area A. Han Yi was naturally assigned to face 2K near the green channel again. This time, Han Yi picked up a hairdryer, a full armor, and some props. As soon as he arrived at green channel, he listened attentively to his inner voice, but then he frowned slightly and found that there was more than one inner voice threatening him, and the other one came from Twists. If he's killed this time, the first thing he'll do is whip his corpse. Although I don't understand what he's saying, this Hai must be playing tricks on me. It makes me feel a little uncomfortable. Just wait for us to whip him back. Listening to the two men's eager words for revenge, Han Yi was not in a hurry anymore. He chose a more cautious position than the previous round and came to the back alley to protect his gun. There was an alley behind the corner. Twists and Stewie 2K, who were preparing for revenge, were still very cautious in this round. They advanced step by step tentatively. When they were approaching the green channel exit, Twist still fired a flash. Stewie 2K pulled out to check, but the result was the same as last time. No enemy was seen. This time, Stewie 2K used his brain. After such a long time of reaction, he also realized that Han Yi in the previous round might be hiding in the corner of the bandit corridor. So this time, after he came out from the green pass, he chose to go straight to the corner, and also fired a preemptive shot and quickly swept down with the bullets of the MP9 in his hand. But after firing more than a dozen bullets, he noticed that there was no trace of Han Yi at the corner. Stewie 2K looked towards the bandit's house again with a puzzled look on his face, but still didn't see any trace of the bandits. Puzzled, he turned around and went back to Green Channel, still communicating with the director. You're saying he ran all the way from the gang entrance to the bottom line. He didn't come through the green tunnel at all. I didn't see him at all. It's possible. You've already seen it so clearly. There's no way he wouldn't move at all. Twist nodded in agreement. After picking up Stewie 2K from Green Pass, he returned to Area A. After Stewie 2K was sure that no one from Green Pass would come in the short term, he turned his attention to the Bandit's mouth. Because Hooksy at the Bandit's mouth and ZYW at the Red Stairs were already in position and launched an attack. However, what Zhao Zhao and the director could never have imagined was that the moment they turned around, Han Yi walked out from the gun protection position, passed the corner, slowly came into the green channel, and now stood quietly behind Stewie 2K. Looking at Stewie 2K's back, Han Yi raised his sword and slashed, and a kill prompt popped up in the upper right corner. Hai killed Stewie 2K with a knife. When Stewie 2K found out that he was suddenly dead, he was so scared that he trembled all over, but he was a professional player, and he reacted immediately. He's behind. Here he comes again. Hearing Stewie 2K's reminder, Twist quickly turned around, but it was too late. Han, he had already cut out the main weapon in his hand. He fired a volley of bullets in the direction of Twist's. After completing the double kill, Han Yi did not go to the front battlefield to cooperate with his teammates in the attack, but lowered his head and continued to whip Stewie 2K. Winning or not is not important to Han Yi. What is important to him is that he can beat the Banana Man Stewie 2K. As a professional player whose ancestral home is in Huaxia, Hong Kong, he returned to Huaxia to play a game. When he checked into the hotel, his bag was missing. Without any evidence, he said that the bag must have been stolen by Huaxia people, and took the lead in using this kind of discriminatory remarks against Huaxia people. The most important thing is that the bag was found later, and, after verification from all parties, it was found that he actually lost it himself. For such a person, Han Yi would not feel satisfied even if he whipped his corpse dozens of times. After Stewie 2K died, he watched his teammates from their perspectives and listened to the continuous gunshots coming from the six bottoms in his headphones. His face became more and more gloomy. On the front battlefield, the combination of Nico, Olafmeister, and JKS had a hard time resisting Han Yi's four teammates, so they naturally didn't care about Han Yi, who was whipping the corpse. The gunfire lasted for more than 20 seconds before it stopped. It's not that Han Yi didn't whip anymore, but that he had run out of bullets. Firing the Glock one shot at a time was too tiring. In the end, the CT's front line of defense was unable to hold on, and under Hooksy's command, the bandits successfully exchanged 2 for 3. After the new game started, the other 3 CT players also started joking. Nico, this is too hateful. Olafmeister, don't whip me. I have a good relationship with F0 Rest. JKS, the sound keeps ringing in my ears. Naturally, their words were just teasing, and they didn't really think that Han Yi would whip their corpses. As players who often come to Huaxia to play games, they naturally know that Stewie 2K is very disliked by Huaxia people, so they have no intention of participating in this fight. Even though Nico knows Stewie 2K, he still does not intend to help. Moreover, taking a step back, if you want to help someone if you know them, Nico now has a friend named Hai, and the two of them could be considered to be acquaintances. I can't help it. I just want to keep the feel of it. I think Zhao Zhao won't mind. Looking at the words that kept popping up on the screen, Stewie 2K finally lost his temper. He clenched his right fist and slammed it hard on the table, with a ferocious expression on his face. This time, I must make you die. Russell, this time we're going to push directly through the green channel. He's always on the green channel. Help me throw a flash. I'm going to kill him. Twist listened to Stewie 2K's angry voice. After 2 failures, he didn't want to continue to be entangled with Han Yi in green channel, but he couldn't say no in the end. Okay, I'll throw the dodge for you. While the two of them were discussing the green pass tactics, Han Yi, who had already killed Stewie 2K twice, understood that he had completely D off Stewie 2K, and this time the opponent might completely clear out the entire bandit corridor. However, a plan was born in Han Yi's mind. He glanced at Hooksy. After all, it was he who gave up the command, so out of respect he asked, "Can ZYW follow me this time? Help me throw a flash." Okay, then we'll let 2 of you go through the green pass this time. We'll just default on this and see if you can get anything out of it. After getting permission from Hooksy, Han Yi first bought a stun gun, and when the game started, he and ZYW went straight to the green channel. Along the way, he naturally did not forget to discuss the battle plan with ZYW. Later, you'll make a flash explosion that explodes near the green passage. If I tell you to, you could throw it. Good. 10 seconds later, the two took their positions. This time, Han-E did not stand at the back point, but took out the stun gun and stood on the side of the green channel close to the bandit's house. He was waiting for Stewie 2K to come to him. In fact, Stewie 2K did not disappoint Han-E. The green channel soon heard his footsteps. As they got closer, Han-E gave the order, "Throw it away." As Zaiwa's flash bomb exploded at the green channel entrance, Han-E took out the stun gun and pulled it out at the same time, preparing to press the left mouse button to electrocute Jiao Jiao. But he soon found that he was still a little far away from Stewie 2K, and he couldn't electrocute him at all from this distance. Stewie 2K on the other side reacted quickly. The moment he was completely white, he retreated and shot while running. Han-E gritted his teeth and chose to follow, but he was hit by a bullet fired randomly by 2K before he ran 2 steps, and his speed slowed down. Seeing that he was getting further and further away from 2K, Han-E had no choice but to try his luck and press the left mouse button. As expected, the shot missed because the distance was not enough. The next second, a bullet hit Han-E, taking away his last bit of blood. Han-E sighed helplessly. It seemed that the plan to electrocute Stewie 2K would be shelved. Just when he was feeling sad, he suddenly realized that he was standing on the side of the green channel exit again without knowing when. The sound of Stewie 2K's footsteps pressing forward was still in his ears. An idea came into his mind. It turns out to be a stun gun. Also a gun. Given the chance to do it again, Han-Yi's eyes showed a rare seriousness. This time, he was a full second later than last time, making sure that Stewie 2K was close enough before giving the order. Dod, Dod. 2 voices rang in the ears of Twists and ZYW respectively. The two reacted extremely quickly. 2 flash bombs arrived at the green channel almost at the same time, creating a 360-degree all-white scene with no blind spots. Han-E and Stewie 2K both covered their eyes. But the only difference was that Han-E knew Stewie 2K's location clearly, while Stewie 2K was completely unaware of Han-Yi's location. ZYBU and Twists, who were left behind, witnessed the whole process. Twist didn't even have time to take out his weapon to save Stewie 2K. He saw Han-E, dressed in all white, covering his eyes with one hand and holding a stun gun in the other, running straight towards Stewie 2K, followed by a somewhat funny "aw" sound. Everyone present knew that unless Stewie 2K could shock Han-E back in this round, he was doomed to be trampled under Han-Yi's feet. After electrocuting Stewie 2K, Twist finally realized what was happening and took out his MP9 to fire at Han-E. However, Han-E, who was wearing all white, was unable to resist and fell beside Stewie 2K. Although dead, Han-Yi's face was filled with smiles. He seemed to have seen Jiao Jiao's frustrated look through the screen. In fact, Stewie 2K was much more angry than Han-E thought. His eyes were bloodshot. He was stabbed once and electrocuted once in 3 games. Even as a professional player, he could not bear this humiliation. When he saw Han-E die, his voice became hoarse and exhausted. Quick whip back. Twist was about to step forward upon seeing this, but he did not immediately attack Han-Yi's corpse. He knew clearly that there was a bandit behind him who was dodging, and he planned to kill him before whipping his corpse. On the other side, ZYW also realized the seriousness of the matter. His battle with Twist will determine who will own Han-Yi's body. He took a deep breath and faced Twist, who was rushing out instead of dodging. At the same time, he aimed the crosshairs at the green channel exit, and the moment he saw the CT, bullets poured out. The director's reaction was not slow either, and he also fired at ZYW, but because of the previous losing streak and the fact that he wanted to get props, he had no idea how to win this round. As the two sides fought, the director was shot in the head by ZYW and lost his ability to resist. In the end, he fell to the ground unwillingly, carrying Jiao Jiao's hope. After winning the green pass, ZYW quickly started to fight his way out of the green pass, while Hooksy directed the bandits at the red stairs and bandit mouth to coordinate and once again captured Area A. Han-Yi's team won consecutive battles, while Stewie 2K's team looked worse and worse, and his touch was also affected, and his shooting skills were extremely unstable. Even in the subsequent gun battles, he was unable to defeat him several times, let alone regain the electricity. The whole game was won thanks to Nico's performance, which saved us from being beaten too badly. But at the end of the game, the score of 16-5 still slapped Stewie 2K in the face. Stewie 2K didn't say a word, but simply quit the game as soon as it ended. Stewie 2K quits the game. Looking at the line of words on the screen, he made a tisk sound. He was really fast. After exiting the game interface, ZYWU was planning to continue playing in Duo Q when Nico sent a message to Han-E. Nico, together? Han-E asked ZYWU for his opinion, and after receiving the other party's reply that it was no problem, he replied to Nico, "Hi, good." After a lot of discussion and communication, a 5-man team was born. In addition to the commander Han-E, there were ZYWU, Nico, Olafmeister, and F-Zero Rest. As for why F-Zero Rest showed up, it was of course Han-E who called him over. F-Zero Rest didn't really want to come, but after hearing about the lineup, he got up from the bed without saying a word and sat next to Han-E. After the 5 people gathered together, they talked about their recent interesting things, and the relationship between them improved significantly. With this lineup, they naturally matched up with a lot of professional players. But these people could not withstand the reckless charge of their convoy. Under the command of Han-E, it can be said that ZYW and Nico were like 2 sharp blades, accurately piercing the enemy's defense. Naturally, Han-E's command ability was also praised by several people. As time went by, it gradually became late at night. Everyone reluctantly said goodbye and made an appointment to get together next time. Han-E and F-Zero Rest looked at each other and saw sleepiness in each other's eyes. He said hello to F-Zero Rest and went upstairs to rest. The next morning, they drove to the design company again. When they arrived downstairs, they were received by the front desk and taken to the same room as before. After a while, they met yesterday's designer, who handed them 5 pieces of paper, each with a signature. Han-E took his signature and looked at it, and found that the signature design was much better than he had imagined. Some artistic elements that he requested were added to the name. The last letter I looked like a little man, and the front I looked like a spear. He nodded in satisfaction and looked at the others. They all basically met their requirements, except for Halzerk, who felt it was a bit too bland and asked for some changes. Seeing this, the manager readily paid the remaining balance and asked Hai and the other 3 to go upstairs and learn how to sign from the design company's employees. Learning to sign is a painful thing in itself, and it is even more painful when Han-Yi's handwriting is not good looking. In the next 1 or 2 hours, Han-Yi spent his time thinking about a little longer here and a little shorter here until Han-Yi's mentality was on the verge of collapse, and then he came up with a design draft that looked like 9 points. Han-Yi looked at the signed words and nodded with satisfaction. This hurdle should be passed. After leaving the design company, everyone drove back to the club to prepare for the upcoming London Blast. The competition will start in 7 days. So, except for Halzerk, who needs to go to the design company again to learn how to sign tomorrow, everyone else needs to hurry up and train. Han-Yi assigned tasks to the remaining 3 people, explained a lot of tactics, and discussed putting the practice of the Death Amusement Park map on the agenda. Finally, Han-Yi unlocked a new idea from the previous train battle against 2K in the ladder. He looked at Get_Right and spoke. "I won't ban train. Banning a building already puts our ban pick at a disadvantage. If we ban train, it's like we're exposing our weaknesses. We're not a strong team to begin with. If other teams learn that we don't know how to play buildings and train, we'll have virtually no chance of winning above 3. So, I have an idea. Once the opponent actively chooses the train, you will be in charge of this map, and I will be the free man." Get_Right pointed at himself after hearing this, as if wondering if Han-Yi had said something wrong just now. Han-Yi nodded heavily and confirmed with him again. "You F-Zero Rest and Freeberg are all veterans. You're more familiar with the train map than I am. Besides, to be honest, I'm a little unsure about my commanding abilities on this map." Get_Right did not agree immediately after hearing this, but fell into thought. After a long time, he nodded. Good. He firmly believes that a good team cannot put all the pressure on one person. Now that he says he can't command the train map, it's time for him to step up. After completing the arrangement of the train map, he began to lead the others to run the remaining maps and practice the Death Amusement Park as planned, raising his understanding of the Death Amusement Park map to 30 points. As for Train, he became familiar with various tactics under the leadership of Get_Right, and his understanding of the map reached 27 points unknowingly. Just like that, 7 days passed quickly, and the Blast Spring Tournament was officially held in London. The Dignitous team also arrived the night before, and Han Yi's follow-up gun was increased to 64 points by the rewards he obtained from daily tasks during this period. He looked at his panel. It can be said that with his current strength, he has surpassed most of the third-tier professional players and is infinitely close to the second tier. Of course, this strength is only compared to those gunmen. If Han Yi's personal ability is put into command, his current personal strength is enough to make it to the first team. After all, players like the OG commander Leonardo DiCaprio, whom he had met before, and Hooksy, who will join G2 in the future, their strength is almost at the same level as Han Yi's current level. Then Han Yi opened his panel. Hostname, Han Yi. Age, 18. Rifle, pre-aiming, 81, second-tier professional player. Positioning, 71. Reaction, 89. Follow gun, 64. Sniper rifle. Preview, 61. Positioning, 35. Reaction, 94. Follow gun, 60. Submachine gun. Preview, 48. Position, 43. Reaction, 83. Follow gun, 53. Map understanding. Dust 2, 76 points. Nuke, 35 points. Rice garbage, 47 points. Town, 48 points. Death Amusement Park, 30 points. Train, 27 points. Building, 19 points. Question value, 214. Extract talent. Consumption, 100 question points. Daily tasks. Kill 5,000 bots and gain 2 attribute points. Current, 0/5,000. Talents. Mind reading, Coldzera's awareness, physical strength, hot hands, second aim, encouragement, luck. The next morning, the Dignitous team set off for the venue for the offline group session. As soon as he entered the venue, he saw many familiar faces, including Nico, ZYWU, and others. Even Stewie2K, who had a conflict with him not long ago, was there. Feeling the other party's cold gaze, he was not willing to be outdone and glared back. After all, when the fight really starts, he can confidently say, "I'm going to beat 10 of them," relying on his natural talent of physical strength and the physique of Stewie2K. The smell of gunpowder in the air became more and more intense. In the end, what Yi imagined, Stewie2K rushing up to fight with him, did not happen. The opponent was pulled away by the liquid staff. Yi then withdrew his gaze. After a few minutes, the team gathered and the drawing ceremony officially began. This competition is divided into 3 groups, B and C. Each group has 4 teams, and the top 2 teams advance. To put it more simply, you only need to defeat 2 teams in the same group to advance to the Blast Spring Finals, which is what everyone knows as the offline competition. By then, they will step onto the stage amid the cheers of countless audiences and enjoy the attention of tens of thousands of spectators. Soon, as everyone was eagerly waiting, the host took out the first ball from a sealed box. After opening it, a note fell out. The host slowly spread out the note, and the team on it came into view. Clan Phases. Seeing this result, all the teams present began to pray silently to avoid encountering FaZe. If all the teams in the world are added together, FaZe may not be the strongest one, but it is definitely the one with the most luxurious lineup. Even Team A, currently ranked number 1 in the world, cannot guarantee victory against the current FaZe when all the opponents have returned. Then, under everyone's gaze, the host took out the second ball and took out the note inside. Everyone became even more pessimistic about Group A's situation, because the second team in Group A is Liquid, which is currently ranked 6th in the world commonly known as Liquid, and is also the team that Stewie 2K and Twiss are in. When everyone was exclaiming that group, it was really the group of death. The third draw had quietly taken place, and it was MIBR, currently ranked 24th in the world. After losing Lingshin, this MIBR team's ranking has been declining, and now its overall strength has fallen to the lower middle level of the second tier. However, there are still some strong players in the team, such as the Brazilian Godfather Fallen, Fair, Taco, and so on. This draw undoubtedly made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Now there's only one spot left in Group A. Let's see who will be the unlucky one who ends up in the death group. In the tense atmosphere, the referee slowly took out the last ball from the box. When the ball was slowly opened, everyone's heart slowed down for a moment until they could clearly see the name on the paper. For a moment, cheers rang out in the venue, and the name on the paper is Dignitas. At this point, the 4 teams in Group A have all been confirmed: FaZe, Liquid, MIBR, and Dignitas. Hani looked at this grouping and felt quite helpless. What he feared was coming true. He glanced at the crowd and immediately saw Stewie 2K's smug and slightly provocative face. He was never polite to Jiao Jiao. He just raised an international friendly gesture, then turned around and followed the Dignitas team out of the draw site. On the way back, he was not as relaxed as he was in the stadium just now. He knew that with Dignitas' current overall strength, their chances of winning against FaZe and Liquid were not high. Thinking of this, Hani couldn't help but feel helpless, but he really didn't have any better solution. When everyone returned to the hotel, he locked himself in the room and pondered over a solution. Finally, he thought of a solution that was not a solution. He gathered everyone together and told them his plan. We need to bet on the charts. Betting on a chart? A hint of confusion flashed across everyone's face. They obviously didn't quite understand what Hani meant. That's right. We should use the remaining time to practice a specific map and develop more strategies. We must ensure that we can definitely win that map. That way, we have a chance of survival. Put yourself in their shoes. If you were a member of Team Liquid, which map would you play on? After listening to Han Yi's words, everyone began to think seriously, and soon they came up with an answer. Rice garbage. Hearing this answer, Han Yi nodded with satisfaction. It was exactly what he thought. Liquid's strongest map, right now, is undoubtedly Midgard. In the last 5 games, they chose this map first in 4 games, but they have one map that they don't play, which is Train. This is equivalent to helping Han Yi ban a map he is not good at, and it is also equivalent to Dignitas having 2 ban positions in the Bampic stage, further narrowing the strength of the 2 sides. If Liquid really doesn't change their strategy and still chooses the Midgard map first, it would be equivalent to helping Dignitas choose their strongest map. If Dignitas wins this map, next, Dignitas just needs to choose another map from the remaining maps where they can beat Liquid. By this calculation, they are not without a chance of defeating the Liquid. This is why Han Yi said that they have a glimmer of hope. The key to defeating Liquid lies in the Me-Garbled map. They must use the remaining time to practice tactics on the Me-Garbled map with all their strength. In this map, they can only win and not lose. That's what we say, but how easy is it to implement it? To be on the safe side, Han Yi planned 6 strategies in a row, which basically emptied half of his tactical reserves, including Blad 3, Navi Coach, as default mid-lane map control, G2's a 1 quick pick and sewer double rack, etc. However, as long as they can beat Liquid, all of this is acceptable to Han Yi. In the half year since his rebirth, he has never played an offline game with an audience, nor has he ever experienced the feeling of the whole audience shouting hi. He really needs a large offline event to prove himself. More importantly, if Jiao Jiao really wins, Han Yi will probably be so angry that he won't be able to sleep at night. During the rest of the time, as Han Yi explained the tactics one by one, the way people looked at him gradually changed from shock to looking at him as if he were a monster. F-Zero Rest was speechless. Normally, he had the best relationship with Han Yi, but he had no idea that Han Yi had so many tactics hidden in his mind. But soon, a hint of sadness appeared in his eyes. He believed that if he had met Hani earlier, within 5 years or even less than 10 years, the combination of him, Han E, and get_right would definitely be the strongest combination in the world. But now, the decline in his and get_right's strength has become more and more serious. The only one in the entire team who is visibly growing is Han E. Even Halzer's changes are not that big. It can be said that as time goes by, their team will only become weaker and weaker. Even if everyone doesn't say it explicitly, they can all feel that they are not worthy of Han E as the commander. Han E had no idea what F-Zero Rest was thinking. After he finished explaining the 6 tactics, he looked at everyone and asked, "Do you understand?" They were all professional players, so they naturally had a very good understanding of the map. Even if they just listened to him roughly once, they would remember most of it. Hani nodded in satisfaction, but considering that there were a lot of tactics this time, he asked the manager to buy a notebook for the 4 of them and asked them to write down all the tactics so that they could check them during the game. The rest of the time was spent confirming tactics with everyone again and again. Although he knew how to play the tactics, he didn't know some of the details. For example, how to throw flash bombs and smoke bombs and when to throw them. All these need to be tried one by everyone. This is why Han needs to lead everyone in tactical practice again and again. Time passed quickly, and it was late at night. Everyone's eyes revealed a hint of fatigue and a little excitement, and from time to time someone said, "This tactic will definitely shock everyone." Team A's map, Control, seems to be a little worse than ours. I can't wait to see how our opponents react after we use this tactic. Think about these tactics in your mind before going to bed. Don't forget them when you wake up. New. Hani glanced at the time and found that it was almost 12 o'clock in the morning. After a little thought, he asked everyone to go back to sleep and practice again after waking up tomorrow. After all, the war is imminent, and the first thing to do is to ensure that everyone gets enough rest. The next morning, he was woken up by F-Zero Rest beside him to prepare for breakfast. He had heard of the fame of British cuisine a long time ago, so he honestly chose a hamburger. As expected, this scene was ridiculed by F-Zero Rest. "Hi, why do you always eat hamburgers? Be a little more adventurous like me and try some of the local specialties." Hani glanced at F-Zero Rest and didn't say much. He just silently recommended a famous dish called Looking Up at the Stars to him and asked him to enjoy it. Having just said that, F-Zero Rest naturally would not refuse. After searching, he found that there was a restaurant in London that made this dish, so he placed an order for one. After the hamburger and the stargazing arrived, F-Zero Rest looked at the fish head in front of him and didn't say anything for a long time. He didn't speak until he finished his hamburger. "Do you still have the phone number for the burger shop? Please give me the same set meal as yours." After the two of them had eaten and drunk their fill, he called everyone together again for the final pre-war mobilization to boost morale and help everyone recall the tactics and deepen their impressions. After everything was done, everyone drove to the venue to prepare for their first blast match. Their first opponent was not Liquid, but MIBR led by the Brazilian Godfather Fallen. As for the match between Liquid and FaZe, it will start after theirs. He didn't know much about MIBR. He seldom paid attention to these South American teams. The only impression he had was that the team had been silent for a long time after Longshin left, and it was even difficult for them to enter the major. He didn't care about MIBR's current strength at all. He just did some simple research before the game. The opponent played well on the building and train maps, and rarely played on the 2 maps of MIBR Garbage and Dust 2. In the map pool, they and Dignitas were restrained by each other. The hotel where Dignitas stayed was not far from the competition venue. They arrived at the venue after more than 10 minutes, and everyone walked in one after another. This time the venue was much larger than before, with a long corridor and a room on each side. The letters A and B are hung on the doors of the rooms, and there's a sign next to the door with the team name and game time written on it. Hani walked over and took a look. As expected, the Dignitas team's competition room was still the secondary stage with fewer spectators. He sighed helplessly. There was nothing he could do about it. In terms of the number of fans, they might not be bad, but the fans of F-Zero Rest and get_right were generally older and struggled for a living all day. In addition, F-Zero Rest and Ginnerscorite have been playing in various second-tier competitions for a long time, which led to a further decrease in their original fans, and new audiences naturally preferred players like S1 Impel, ZYW, and Nico. The combination of various reasons has resulted in Dignita's performance improving slightly, but the number of fans growing extremely slowly, so it is no surprise that they are always assigned to the secondary stage. When everyone pushed open the door and walked in, they saw 3 rows of chairs. In front of the 3 rows of chairs was a huge screen, about 50 inches in size, which was playing the game footage. There were 2 separate small cubicles on both sides of the screen. Hani guessed that the contestants should be in the cubicles, but this time the sound insulation was obviously much better, and they could not hear the conversation and shouting in the cubicles at all. Han led the Dignita's team to find a seat near the corner, and then they watched the game seriously. If there was an exciting kill, they would discuss it enthusiastically. This scene made Han a little dazed. He remembered that a long time ago, he and Chu Hao had discussed the game in the same way, talking about who performed well today or who was the war criminal today. The MIBR team arrived a little later, about 10 minutes later. After entering the venue, they found a seat near the front. The 2 sides did not speak the same language, so there was no reminiscing and no conflicts. They just looked at their own things and did not interfere with each other. As time passed and the game gradually came to an end, the host asked the commanders and coaches of both teams to come forward. Dignitas couldn't afford a coach, but considering that their momentum couldn't be weakened, Han dragged the manager up. There are 2 players on each side, but in fact Han still has the final say on Dignita's side, and the choice of side is still decided by tossing a coin. Han was very polite this time and made a gesture of invitation. Fallen said in his broken English, "I want to face it head on." After hearing this, the referee looked to Han. Seeing Han nodded in agreement, he did not delay any longer. He tossed the coin with one hand, and the coin spun in the air. And he caught it steadily and opened his palm. It was the front side. Fallen couldn't make the decision on his own when it came to choosing a side. He looked at his coach behind him. The 2 of them were discussing in a language that Han couldn't understand. Han did not rush the process. After about 10 seconds, the 2 of them came to a conclusion. "I choose the backhand." The referee nodded after hearing this and took out a whiteboard from the side with 7 maps arranged on it. He handed Han a black pen and signaled him to ban it first. The match was in BO3 format, so Han could only ban 1 map at the beginning. Without hesitation, he decisively drew a cross on the map of the building. Then it was Mibra's turn. After a brief thought, they chose to ban Dignita's Sand 2 and release the Garbage Me. Looking at the remaining 5 maps, Han did not choose Nuke. He had no intention of playing this map again before meeting Liquid, so he thought about it and put a check mark on Nuke, while MIBR chose Train. In the last round of bans, Han banned Death Amusement Park, while MIBR banned Me Trash and placed the town on map 3. When everything was over, Han took the initiative to reach out and shake hands with Fallen. Deep down, he still admires this veteran very much. The other party is willing to use the money he earns to open a community server and host CS competitions in Brazil to promote the development of CSGO in Brazil. Just based on this love, he deserves Han Yi's respect. Han Yi returned to the audience and told everyone the results of his map selection. After listening, everyone began to recall the tactics of these 3 maps to avoid making mistakes. After the 2 teams on the field finished fighting, it was the turn of the Dignita's team to take the stage. They entered the room, sat down one by one, and began to debug the equipment. 10 minutes later, Figure 1 Nuke officially began. Because Dignitas chose the map, MIBR got the priority to choose the side. Needless to say, MIBR chose to start as CT. At the beginning of the game, Han sensed his opponent's thoughts and learned that in this round, Fallen had issued a very risky tactic with 2 outside courts and 3 inside courts, choosing to leave the iron plate empty. As for why he did this, it was because Fallen had watched a lot of Dignita's videos before and found that Big Eyes had a very high win rate in pistol rounds. In addition, Han had abnormal explosive power in pistol rounds and liked to play in the interior. so he simply chose a gambling style of play in this round. Han originally wanted to directly use 5 iron plates to break the opponent's defense, but after thinking about it, he chose to attack the inner court. He planned to see how their current strength would compare to a second-tier mid to low-level team in a head-on battle, so that he would be mentally prepared when playing against Liquid. When playing infield, the tactic is still double yellow room, double yellow gate, and single outfield to pinch the A zone. Everyone nodded after hearing this. As the countdown for the game ended, everyone began a charge, but except for F0 Rest, the other 4 chose to walk quietly when approaching the Bandit Hall, waiting for F0 Rest to take position in the outfield. But F0 Rest was not Han, who had all the talents after all. He had just jumped above the main gate when he was discovered by Fallen, who was guarding the outside field. When King V heard Fallen's report, he helped immediately, forming a 2-on-1 situation. Even though F0 Rest tried his best, he only hit Fallen's head with his gun, and then he fell on the main gate. After Han found that the attack on the main gate had failed, he did not hesitate at all and decisively launched an attack, while Fallen and King V in the outfield had not returned yet. He still rushed out of the yellow room. This time, knowing how powerful Han was, Mayern chose to stand on the 3rd floor. But he still couldn't escape Han Yi's shooting skills. Under the attention of all the audience, Han pulled out of the yellow room, quickly swept the entire 3rd floor with his crosshairs, and finally stopped at Mayern's head. A gunshot rang out, and the crisp sound of a headshot reached the ears of every audience member. Mayern on the other side reacted extremely quickly. He squatted down in an instant, causing Han Yi's second bullet to fail to kill him. Han frowned slightly. It seems that next time he should ask the nurse to give him a P250 to avoid this situation from happening again. Although Mayern was not dead, he did not dare to continue the fight. This was really tough for Fair, who was sitting on the top floor of the yellow room. He couldn't see both sides at the same time. Without the cover of the 3rd floor, Han could easily rush out of the yellow room and beat him to death on top of it. While Huang Fong won a great victory, Huang Min's attack ran into trouble. Because of F0 Rest's death, without the main gate as a fulcrum, it was difficult for Freeberg and Gittenhorite to deploy near the yellow gate. The two had to retreat, go around to the Bandit Hall, and then come out of the yellow room. In this way, they gave the entire area near the main gate to the other side. As the sound of the bomb being dropped rang out, the two sides faced a 4-on-4 endgame. At the same time, Fallen also went around from the outside to the Bandit Hall, intending to give Dignitas an all-round attack from the Bandit Hall, the 3rd floor, and the main gate. Han naturally couldn't just sit there and wait for death. Under his command, all the Dignitas members rushed towards the yellow room, intending to regain control of the Bandit Hall. At this time, Mayern heard the sound and sneaked his head out from the 3rd floor, intending to attack everyone from behind. But Han already knew what he was thinking. He had just raised his head and stood up when he was shot dead by Han. Han eliminated Mayern on the 3rd floor, and the situation of Mibber's defense became serious. Fallen from the Bandit Hall faced the counterattack of the Big Eyes. Although his shooting skills were explosive, he himself was only low on health. Even after trying his best, he could only achieve a 1-for-1 exchange. If the defensive situation was just severe just now, then with the fall of Fallen, it could be said that Mibber's defensive situation has collapsed. But MIBR did not give up, and the only 2 remaining people launched an attack near the main gate. The natural outcome was death, and the big-eyed people turned around and easily dealt with them. The following plot was somewhat familiar. MIBR, who lost the pistol round, had to choose Eco, while Han led the Dignitas team in a classic submachine gun rush of 3 yellow rooms and 2 iron doors. The MIBR team, who only had pistols, couldn't resist at all and was beaten 5-for-2. The Dignitas team also made a lot of economic gains. After 2 o'clock, MIBR did not force their way back. They decided to eco again and directly put the sniper rifle and props in place in one go. This time, Han played an outfield bomb. The MIBR players, lacking props, could only watch Han lead the old men into K1 and finally arrive at the B area to plant the bomb. In the process of returning to defense, the MIBR players were defeated one by Dignitas. In the blink of an eye, the score was 3 o'clock. The first long gun round came for both sides. After a brief thought, Fallen called the first timeout of the game. But he didn't do anything unconventional, instead choosing a basic default. He planned to play a counterintuitive game. Most teams had a habit of following up with an unconventional move after a timeout. Fallen planned to take advantage of this psychology and see if he would get nervous and reveal his flaws. But when the perspective shifted to there was no such thing as a flaw. He was discussing with his teammates what to eat tonight. After all, winning the game and using the club's money for food and team building was also part of the job. But he obviously underestimated the power of looking up at the stars in the morning. When he heard that they were going to go for team building, F-Zero Rest quickly shook his head and said he didn't want to go at all. As the instigator of all this, he naturally had the obligation to help F-Zero Rest take British restaurants seriously. He cleared his throat. In fact, there's more to Britain than just stargazing. They're really delicious dishes. After hearing his words, F-Zero Rest looked at doubtfully, and then heard continue very seriously. For example, French foie gras, pasta, pizza, German sausages, pork knuckles, etc. There are so many delicious foods that we could try after the game. Hearing this, F-Zero Rest rolled his eyes. The meaning was obvious. Is there a British dish among all these? It seemed like a joke, but actually he was really thinking about whether to go to the restaurant. Before he left the country, he heard a rumor from somewhere that the best French restaurants in the world were in the UK. French restaurants at Dachau have long been improved to better suit the tastes of Huxia people. So as a native of Huaxia, is quite curious about the legendary authentic French cuisine. As everyone was chatting, the game started again, and Fallen's self-proclaimed cleverness was useless in front of Han-E. Han-E thought for a moment and chose the iron plate, using the mobility of the submachine gun to destroy the iron plate's defense. The player who was defending the iron wall on the MIBR side was Taco. As an experienced player, when he observed the showroom as usual and found that the showroom was full of bandits, he knew it would be too late if he didn't do something. Han-E took the lead and rushed forward when he saw Taco. Taco then jumped down and came to the lower level of the iron plate. He planned to use the cover advantage of B's site to resist the Dignitas team, and during the retreat, he also threw a fire so that the entire iron slope was covered with flames. Looking at the blazing flames in front of him, Taco thought that the big-eyed people would not be able to catch up with him for a while. He took a long breath and began to communicate with the MIBR people about the situation in the voice chat. Upon learning that the other party was attacking the iron plate, the MIBR team immediately took action. The CT on the 3rd floor quickly moved to the bottom of the 3rd floor, and the yellow room at the main entrance returned to defend through the pipeline. Hani knew that he couldn't delay any longer. He looked at the flames in front of him, gritted his teeth, and jumped onto the flames. He continued to rush forward despite the high damage from the flames. When his health was about to run out, he finally rushed out of the flames and caught up with Taco in front of him. Freeberg, who was in 2nd place, was more rational. By the time he arrived, the fire had been burning for quite a while. So he first took out a cigarette from his backpack to put out the fire before jumping down. And below, he had already started a desperate fight with Taco. Because of Han-Yi's desperate behavior, Taco had to stop at the slope of Area B, turn around, and hold Han-Yi to prevent Han-Yi from catching up with him. The moment Taco stopped, Han-Yi naturally heard it, but he did not choose to stop. Instead, he pulled out and swept towards Taco on the slope. But he didn't have much health left, and he was holding a hairdryer in his hand. Although he hit Taco, Taco only shot him once, and he fell to the ground. However, Han-Yi still had a second life, and looking at the familiar scene in front of him, he pulled it out again. This time he was prepared, and his bullet hit Taco's head accurately, but the damage from the hairdryer was not enough to kill Taco instantly. Taco's reaction was not slow either, and he shot Han-Yi to death with another shot. This was the first time that Han-Yi failed to hit the opponent even after aiming a second time. Han-Yi had already anticipated this scene. After all, no matter how powerful the talent granted by the system was, it could not affect the game code. He's on the slope to Can. Thanks to Han Yi's delay, Freeberg also caught up with the immobile Taco. Unlike Han Yi, he was holding a real spear in his hand. After determining Taco's position, he killed him with 2 consecutive shots. As Taco fell, Han Yi's super loud encouragement rang in his ears on time. Nice gun. Charge. Freeberg is awesome. If I were a judge on HLTV, I would definitely put you in the top 20 this year. As Han Yi continued to yell, Freeberg suddenly felt a shock for some reason. It was just an ordinary kill, but he felt a sense of satisfaction. Even the other members of Dignitas were affected and became excited. The old men's lower limit is very low, but it is undeniable that their upper limit is also very high. Amidst Han Yi's praise, everyone actually felt a lot younger. When Fallen kicked open the trapdoor and prepared to return a defense, before he even had time to see the situation inside, a bullet shot from inside the B bomb site and shot him in the head. At the same time, Han Yi's exclamation rang out again in the ears of the Dignitas team. What the hell, what is this? F0 rest, you open it. I'm really going to report you when I get out. No kidding. The old men's kills looked very ordinary, but Han Yi's various ways of encouraging the old men always made them more motivated. As time passed, the gap in strength between MIBER and Dignitas was not big. But with Han Yi's encouragement, the old men became more and more brave, and soon the 2 games were over unknowingly, with the scores of the 2 games being 16-7 and 16-10 respectively. During this process, Han Yi also figured out the upper limit of the current Dignitas team, which is almost close to the weakest first-tier team, while the lower limit is around the middle of the second tier. This strength gave Han Yi some confidence when dealing with Liquid. They all had the strength of a first-tier team. Liquid had won a major championship, and Dignitas also had a major championship. How were they inferior to Liquid? As the victor, Han Yi took the old men to shake hands with the MIBR team, and then returned to his house to pack up his things. But they just gave up their computers and didn't leave in a hurry. Instead, they sat there and watched the game. On the main stage next door, the match between FaZe and Liquid is in full swing, and the winner will face Dignitas. It can be said that this game is very important to all Dignitas players. Just when Han Yi was watching the game, his cell phone vibrated. Han Yi took out his cell phone, and the caller ID still showed the name he was most familiar with. Mom. He answered the phone, and his mother's voice came from the phone. I won. Well, we won. We were lucky, and the opponent was weak. It's good to win. It's spring and summer now, so you should dress nicely. I know. I'm not a child anymore. I'm wearing a lot of clothes, just a little less than in winter. Han, he was a little careless. His mother would always talk about these trivial things back and forth, as if he would never grow up. Hearing Han Yi's answer, Han's mother felt relieved. She thought about whether there was anything else she had not told him, and after a long time, she said another sentence. Will Mom still be able to see you tomorrow? Han Yi was stunned at first, but he immediately understood what his mother was talking about. Well, I wasn't eliminated. See you tomorrow. Okay, see you tomorrow. Mommy doesn't understand, but she will cheer you on. A few minutes after I hung up the phone with my mother, it rang again, and this time the caller ID showed another familiar name. Chu Dog. As soon as Han Yi answered the phone, Chu Hao's dog barking came from the other side. F***K. Why are you playing Blast? Do you understand how to play in this kind of S-rank competition? Don't let your teammates down. I beg you, please come back. I'm really afraid that you'll become famous. Listening to the barking of dogs beside his ears, a smile crossed Han Yi's lips. Stop barking. When I make enough money, I'll buy a 911 and take you there too. Hearing Han Yi's words, Chu Hao was stunned at first, and then he was a little skeptical. What do you mean? Can you lend it to me? You're welcome to touch me. If you really want to experience it, I'll let you stay under the car, but be careful not to scratch it. Go away. How could I have such an unfilial son like you? First of all, I'm your father. Secondly, don't worry, every father loves his son. When I win the major championship, I will definitely not forget you. Chu Hao, who had just been fooled once, naturally would not believe it, and his tone revealed disdain. Go away, I won't be fooled. But Han Yi's tone became extremely serious, without any joking in it. I'm serious, I won't forget you. Just teaching you to play CS. Go is definitely not enough. You don't have my talent, but I can invest in a movie for you and make you a star. I've also read the script, and we can just remake it. You look exactly like the male lead I had in mind, and the resulting movie will definitely be even more popular than the original. Hearing Hani say this, Chu Hao also became interested. His eyes lit up. He felt that it was not in vain to make friends with Han Yi as a brother, and he did not forget him even though he made money. So he hurriedly asked, "Remake of what? Whether it's a better tomorrow or a moment of romance, I think the motorcycle scene at the end is so cool. I can definitely play it. If I can't, let me shoot the deer and the cauldron. I'm not picky. I'll just let Doraba Dilmurat play the female lead." Hearing Chu Hao's request, Han Yi did not agree, but made a slightly critical comment. "None of those roles suit you. You haven't found your place. Playing the final eunuch of Huaxia is tailor-made for you. Go away. Your father has gone to bed." Chu Hao realized that he had been fooled again and roared, then hung up the phone. Seeing the call being hung up, he had a wicked smile on his face, and he had no intention of giving up his idea. When he makes a lot of money, he will definitely make a movie for Chu Hao. Not to mention movies, even web dramas are fine. He will definitely love watching them. While the two were arguing, the game between FaZe and Liquid also ended, and FaZe defeated Liquid with a clean 2 o'clock. Hani sighed when he saw this scene. Nico's command during this period was really not that good. Especially when facing the details of the European team, he always gave people the feeling that he was not smart enough. But if they play against North American or South American teams, Nico's less brainy style of play can just restrain their teams that are poor in details. It's all a battle of numbers, and there's no reason for FaZe lineup to lose. With Liquid's defeat, Dignita's opponent for tomorrow's game has been determined. FaZe, as the world's most undisputed top team, FaZe's strength is unquestionable. The minds of the Dignita's players have been unconsciously overshadowed, and they are even a little silent when eating French food in the restaurant. In the end, it was the three veterans who livened up the atmosphere and eased the somewhat depressed emotions of Han, Yi, and the caregiver. Anyway, this is our team's first blast. Losing is no big deal. We can still play against Liquid. Winning and advancing directly is also nothing to worry about. That's right. Why not have a drink and cheer yourself up? Don't drink too much. We have a competition tomorrow. Everyone drink a little. No one is allowed to drink more. Forget it. I don't like drinking. You guys drink. I'll drink something else. Waiter, please give me a Coke, half Pepsi and half Coca-Cola. The next morning, Han Yi got up from the bed in a daze, glanced at F0 rest next to him, and then looked at the time. It was already 9 o'clock in the morning. He thought about it and felt that there didn't seem to be any tactics that needed to be explained, so he didn't wake the other party up. The food at the French restaurant yesterday was delicious, different from most European cuisines. He has the impression that European cuisine is either sour or sweet, but yesterday's French food was very light, giving a different feeling. To use the domestic situation as an analogy, it is probably the difference between Cantonese cuisine and Shandong cuisine. One has a light flavor and focuses more on the taste of the food itself, while the other has a heavier flavor and focuses more on the taste. But unlike Han, who likes Cantonese and Shandong cuisine, he doesn't like French and other European cuisines. It's not that they are unpalatable, but that they don't suit his Huaxia taste. Before he went abroad, he always saw various bloggers sharing their experiences of cooking for foreigners, and the other party would look at him with praise. Now Hani thought about it carefully. Maybe the other party was just being polite like him, just like yesterday when everyone in Dignitas asked him if the French food was delicious, and he also praised it very emotionally. After he finished washing up, he opened his phone and searched for nearby takeout restaurants. After watching for a while, he began to sigh because he encountered a serious problem. He was tired of eating hamburgers. He had to admit that the hamburger was indeed delicious, but the problem was that you would get tired of eating anything after a month. Because of this, he suddenly felt a little lost. He really didn't know what else he could eat in this foreign country. Fortunately, fate did not make things too difficult for him. He quickly noticed a store that was a little different. When he saw the name, his eyes lit up and he clicked in without hesitation. Huxia stores. When he entered the store interface, he saw instant noodles on the shelf at a glance. This solved his immediate problem, but he could no longer eat his favorite traditional pickled cabbage, so he could only try other flavors. Hani looked at the shelves and finally chose a brand of spicy beef noodles. He then bought a sausage, eggs, and beef jerky, and finally bought an electric cooker. About 40 minutes later, the takeaway arrived. He filled the pot with water, waited until the water boiled, then threw all the things he bought into the pot, and cracked the eggs so that the flavor of the eggs could fully blend with the instant noodles. After a few minutes, a pot of instant noodles full of the flavor of beef and eggs was ready. F-Zero Rest also woke up at this time after smelling the scent and stood beside Han-E, looking at him eagerly. Han-E had no choice but to share some with him. When Han-E finished the last mouthful of soup, a satisfied expression appeared on his face. The taste of instant noodles with beef jerky was indeed different, and the soup was full of beef flavor. He glanced at the time and found that it was already 10 o'clock. Han-E thought about it, set a time of 12 o'clock, and asked everyone to gather in their rooms for pre-war mobilization. After the pre-war mobilization was completed, it was already afternoon. Dignity's game was about to begin, and everyone drove to the venue. After arriving at the venue, Han-E still followed yesterday's experience and went to the front of the two rooms to check. Soon, he saw Dignity's name on the main stage. After expressing his admiration for the Galaxy battleship's high popularity, he also felt a little excited. Competing with such a super popular team will undoubtedly greatly enhance his fame. It can even be said that this is the first time he has appeared in front of many audiences. When he went back to tell everyone the news about the main stage, he could clearly see the excitement on their faces. Everyone walked into the main stage room and began to get ready for the upcoming competition. The furnishings in the room were similar to those of yesterday's secondary stage, with no difference. Led by Han-E, they once again chose a corner to sit down, waiting for the referee to announce the star of the competition. A few minutes later, the FaZe people also pushed the door open and came in. Han-E looked up and saw Nico looking around. When he looked at Nico, Nico also saw him. Nico quickly abandoned several of his teammates, sat down next to Han-E, patted his shoulder, and said in a mean way, "I wanted to call you on the day we were divided into groups, but you left too quickly, so we met only now." After many days of group play, although Nico and Han-E have only met a few times, their relationship can be called good friends. Hearing this, Han-Ye's face showed a trace of helplessness and apology. "I can't help it. Being grouped with 2K is already a headache for me. I didn't even notice you." Nico didn't care about this little thing. His face only showed the excitement of meeting his online friend and pretending to be mature. After the game, no matter who wins or loses, you're not allowed to leave. "I will take you to a fun place, and Lung Shun too. The three of us will go together." Looking at Nico like this, even though he deliberately didn't say anything and wanted to keep it mysterious, Han-E knew where the other party was going, and he shook his head. "I don't drink, so I won't go." Nico looked disappointed when he heard Han-E say this. "Okay, tell me when you want to go." Han-E nodded, then opened his mouth, considering whether to persuade Nico to go to nightclubs less and practice shooting more. But while he was hesitating, Nico had already returned to FaZe team. Noticing Han-Ye's gaze, another acquaintance of his, Olafmeister, Olaf, waved to him. Han-E naturally responded enthusiastically, and then the FaZe people moved forward and sat in the front row. Han-E sat in the back, looking at Nico's back with some regret in his eyes. At this moment, Nico is just like countless CSGO viewers. He feels that his future career is still long, and he will win a major championship one day, so he is not in a hurry. He also squanders a lot of time on things that are not related to games, so he got a somewhat teasing name, the Little Prince of the Nightclub. However, even Nico himself probably couldn't have imagined that he was the undisputed strongest rifler in CSGO. Even with so much time, he still missed the major championship several times and became the most tragic hero in the game CSGO. What ultimately prevented him from winning the championship was precisely the time he once thought was the most abundant. Soon the game was about to end, and the referee called the commanders and coaches of the two teams together again and took out the familiar coin. The difference was that this time the person on the opposite side, Han, was also very familiar with him. He said with a hint of provocation, "You choose first. I heard it's popular here with ladies first." Nico was not willing to be outdone by Han Yi's ridicule. "I hope you won't cry because of me and need me to comfort you later." Although the two of them were mocking each other, there was no tension in their words. It was more like a joke between friends. The referee looked at the two of them and asked them to confirm the final result. Dignita's heads, FaZe tails. The two nodded to indicate that they had no objection. As the coin flew into the sky and fell heavily to the ground, the result appeared. Tails. Nico didn't hesitate and decisively chose the latter option, and a barely perceptible glint of fear flashed in his eyes. He had been playing with Han Yi for some time before the game started. It was because he had played so much that he could personally experience Han Yi's terrifying power, sharp command, and all kinds of bizarre creativity, which refreshed their cognition again and again. Even the knowledgeable Olafmeister had to admit it after playing with Han Yi for a few days. If Han Yi is given more time to accumulate more competition experience and improve various details and his own strength, he may be able to surpass GLA 1VE and become the strongest commander in the history of CSGO. When Nico heard Olafmeister give Han Yi such a high evaluation, he was shocked at first, but when he thought about it carefully, he found that what Olafmeister said was true. Han Yi did have the potential to become the world's #1 commander. What worries Nico even more is that in the past 2 days, through observing Han Yi and F0Rest's online status, Nico, who has a certain understanding of them, realized one thing. The Dignitas team seemed to be preparing some secret weapon. When he asked, both Han Yi and F0Rest remained silent. This feeling made Nico even more nervous. He was a little worried that the gift Han Yi prepared might be for him. This is also the origin of the fear in Nico's eyes. Although he knows that Han Yi is unhappy with 2K, the problem is that Dignitas can advance by defeating FaZe, and there is no risk at all to compete with Liquid for the last spot. In fact, Han Yi was indeed thinking about the feasibility of giving Nico a big blow and using FaZe to eliminate Liquid. But he quickly shook his head because the current FaZe team specialty is nuke, not Midgard. As long as Nico does not actively choose the Midgard map, his tactics will not work. Thinking of this, Han Yi had no choice but to give up, chose to fight normally, and was the first to ban the building. Then it was FaZe's turn. Nico thought about it and chose to ban the garbage. He had a vague feeling that the opponent's secret weapon was hidden in Dust 2 or mid-garbage, but he was not sure which map it was, so he chose to disable mid-garbage, which had a more complicated strategy. Then it was Han Yi's turn to choose a map. He did not choose Dust 2 or Nuke. When playing against FaZe, these two maps are not the best choices. One is the Gunner map, which Han Yi knows Dignitas cannot win with their strength, and the other is FaZe's strongest map, which he doesn't need to choose because the opponent will choose it. So after some thought, Han Yi chose the small town map. Then Nico chose Nuke as expected. Finally, after another round of ban pick, the final result was determined. Picture 1 is Purgatory Town, Picture 2 is Nuke, and Picture 3 is Death Amusement Park. The two sides shook hands in a friendly manner, and as the two teams on the field finished their game, it was their turn to enter. Han Yi sat in front of his computer, feeling a little excited. Before coming in, he used his mobile phone to check the number of people online in the major live broadcast rooms. Just within the Huawei internet, a rough estimate shows that there are 200,000 to 300,000 people following this game. You have to know that this was 20 years ago, and the daily active users of CSGO were only 500,000 to 600,000. It can be said that almost all Huasha CS players are paying attention to this game whenever they have free time. As for Doyu's gaming machine, the title of the live broadcast room was modified early on. CN's Genius Commander versus the world's best rifler, Dignitas versus FaZe. Figure 1 shows Dignitas map selection. So FaZe has the priority to choose the side, and they took the initiative to take the CT side. After the warm-up phase, the sound of playing the machine rang out, in everyone's headphones on time. Welcome everyone to watch tonight's match between Big Eyes and FaZe. I'm a commentator playing the robot. We can see that right after the game started, the caregiver gave Han a P250 and then used a smoke flash on himself. It seems that Yan's pistol round was centered around Han. That's definitely the right way to play. This guy is really strong in pistol rounds. It all depends on how Nico handles it. Many viewers may not know this, but Nico has been playing with Han every day lately. It's safe to say they know each other pretty well. While playing the machine, the players on both sides dispersed. Han chose a rush banana road tactic, while Nico chose a 2B3A opening. Han from the Big Eyes team was still in the lead, constantly approaching the stone slab, and regarded himself as a breakthrough player. As for FaZe, the master-disciple duo of Nico and Brokey are guarding Area B. Their positions were also quite particular. Brokey chose to stand in a front position, constantly moving his body to observe the information on the stone slab and the banana road. Nico chose a combination of a pair of pliers and 2 flashes, and stood in the coffin holding a flash bomb, ready to support Brokey at any time. In the voice, Nico kept reminding Brokey, "Be careful when you move around." That high pistol round was really tricky, especially the first round. Good. As a newcomer promoted by Nico, Brokey has unlimited trust in Nico. He nodded to show that he had taken note, and then peeked a little smaller, almost only revealing half of his head, so that he could barely see what was behind the stone slab. However, even so, he still underestimated Han. I saw a figure emerging from behind the stone slab. This figure was as fast as lightning, accompanied by an extremely accurate bullet. The bullet instantly passed through Brokey's head and knocked him to the ground. He didn't even react, and the hand controlling the keyboard was still repeatedly pressing AD. Seeing Brokey dead, Nico quickly threw out his flash grenade, but it was too late. Han, he seemed like a machine that only knew how to charge. While he was dodging, he had already rushed out from the banana road and faced Nico. At this moment, Nico was about to fire his second flashbang, but he saw Han rushing out like a risk of his life. He could never imagine how there could be such a brave person in the world. After killing the CT in front of him, he didn't stop at all and rushed straight forward without any props to cover him. Nico dodged in panic, but Han reacted quickly and shot him directly. It's a pity that the bullet just grazed Nico's scalp and failed to kill him. They're hitting B. Come help me. I still have a flashbang. I'll throw it when you come back. Nico, who luckily escaped death, did not dare to stay. He quickly got down from the coffin and retreated all the way to the church, preparing to meet up with his teammates in area and near the police house. Han, knowing Nico's idea, thought for a moment and decided to take the initiative. He turned right and headed straight for CT, intending to block Nico from the other side of the church. However, knowing that Nico's pre-aiming was very powerful, he did not stand near the church door to confront Nico head-on, but chose a somewhat dark place. Flower bed tree position. This position allows you to build a church while avoiding the gunfire from the police station, making it a good ambush location. And out of caution, Han chose to squat instead of standing, avoiding Nico's pre-aiming while hiding behind the tree, blending into the tree and becoming a phantom tank. But he felt that this was not enough and instructed the nurse to seal a normal CT cigarette. This is also part of the tactical design. Using this CT smoke, the enemy can relax their vigilance and mistakenly believe that no one from the bandit side will press towards the CT, but they don't know that Han has already pressed out. At the moment when the CT smoke fell, Koldzera, who was near the link, also returned to the police house to participate in the defense. He helped Nico observe the situation near the church exit. He saw the smoke bomb, but did not see the bandits, so he communicated with Nico. They sealed off a CT smoke, and I didn't see anyone coming out of the smoke. After listening to Koldzera's report, even Nico could not avoid the psychological suggestion that the enemy would not be able to suppress the police after the smoke blockade, and thus his defensive psychology was weakened. Although his instincts still drove him to look at every corner where the enemy might appear, his attention was no longer as focused as it was at the beginning. When he approached the church gate, he noticed a bandit who was almost one with the tree. At the same time, the bandit also saw him at the first moment, and both sides opened fire almost at the same time, but Nico's reaction was still a step slow, and Han Yi's bullet hit his head first. Nico, who fell down, reminded Lung Shun immediately. He's in the flower bed tree position, blending in with the tree. After reporting Han Yi's position, Nico muttered again, "Did this guy study psychology? How could he come up with such shady tactics and positioning?" Koldzer from the police team did not dare to be careless. He had heard Nico and Olaf describe Han Yi's pistol rounds as very powerful, so he did not act rashly, but waited for the rain god and Olaf to come to support him. On the other side, Han Yi was also waiting for support from his teammates. Under his command, the nurse slowly came to the vicinity of the third box, raised his last flash bomb, and threw it into the CT smoke. As a smoke flash exploded, Lung Shun was completely wiped out before he could react. In a panic, he wanted to hide in the groove of the church to avoid Han Yi's gun line. But how could Han Yi, who had been planning for so long, let him succeed? He quickly pulled out from behind the cover, looked at Lung Shun, who was running around with his eyes covered, and shot him decisively. But the shot was slightly off target and only hit Lung Shun's neck, tilting his head, but no sound of a headshot was heard. Han Yi quickly adjusted the crosshairs, and this time the P-250 bullet accurately passed through Lung Shun's head, knocking him to the ground. Looking at the fallen body, Han Yi didn't have time to be happy before two footsteps sounded one after another. He immediately determined the other party's position. Police corridor. Han Yi did not sit still and wait for death, but chose to take the initiative to attack. So far, he has killed 3 people, and he only needs 2 more heads to complete the pentakill. Faced with this opportunity, he naturally did not want to miss it, not to mention that he still had a talent that had not been activated. Neither side hid their steps and met at the corner at the end of the corridor. It was a contest of reaction, and Han Yi was not inferior to these top players in this regard, not to mention that the opponents were 2 older players. As expected, Han Yi took the first shot and took out Rain, who was in the front. Then he moved the crosshairs to Olaf Meister's head, trying to complete the pentakill. Olaf Meister took advantage of Rain falling down and shot Han Yi. However, faced with this sudden situation and his recent unstable condition, the shot did not hit Han Yi. Then Han Yi fired another shot, ending Olaf's life. Looking at Olaf Meister, who was slowly falling, Han Yi's eyes flashed with disbelief. When he saw Olaf and Rain God standing shoulder to shoulder, he never thought that he could win, but now the result told him that he succeeded. He just got the first pentakill of his career. At the same time, outside the arena, the sound of people playing the machines gradually became louder and louder. Until Han Yi killed the last person, the tone had become almost a roar. Facing Rain God and Olaf, can Han Yi get this pentakill? Rain God was killed first. Can Olaf make up for it? He made a mistake, and he was also killed by Han Yi. Pentakill. Han Yi dominated Nico's FaZe clan in this round. Even with all the stars, he still can't stop his progress. You could say that since he started at Banana Road, he's been single-handedly killing FaZe members. Whether it was the former world's #1 Freeman or the current Norwegian Pistol King and the world's best rifleman, none of them could stop him from killing in the pistol round. He turned FaZe into a background. He's like the god of pistol rounds. Faced with this pentakill, everyone in FaZe felt helpless. They looked at their teammates sitting next to them, trying to get some comfort from them. At this time, Nico spread his hands. I told you guys this guy is weird in pistol rounds. Actually, it's not just pistol rounds. Sometimes he's like that in the second and third rounds too, but he becomes normal later on. Olaf Meister also nodded in agreement. The reason why he failed to fire the gun just now was partly due to his own reasons, and partly because Han Yi put too much pressure on him. When he thought of Han Yi's fierce and inhuman appearance in the first round, he became a little nervous, which led to mistakes in his shooting. But Olaf and Nico both knew that Han Yi's state would not last long. As long as they passed the first 3 games, everything would return to normal. In other words, if Han Yi could kill like this in every game, they wouldn't have to fight FaZe and could just surrender. Nico thought about it and decided to make a 5A bet and raise some Desert Eagles and props. For this FaZe team, the sniper weapon is actually dispensable, so they can make some appropriate economic investments after losing the pistol round to see if they can make an eco comeback. The main reason for this phenomenon is that Brokey had just been changed from a rifleman to a sniper by Olaf, and he had not yet adapted to this change well. The rifle is much more powerful than his sniper. Because of this, FaZe fans at this time will find a strange phenomenon. That is, Brokey often cannot kill people with a sniper, but starts killing indiscriminately once he picks up a rifle. While Nico was making the battle plan, he was cheering the old men on. Let's beat them and send them down to play with Liquid. You saw the pistol round just now. They weren't very good. Come on. After finished speaking, the Dignitas team united and shouted along. Come on. Seeing the old men's high spirits, felt relieved and just hoped that this momentum could last a little longer. After all, CSGO is not a one-man game. He only has 3 tricks. If he really wants to defeat FaZe or Liquid, it still depends on the performance of the old guys. If the old men couldn't stand up, there was nothing he could do, but fortunately he had made a good start now. Used his mind, reading to sense what Nico was thinking. After a little thought, he chose a 3-A-2-B formation. He led the Knolls to plant the bombs in the B area, while Halzerk, Freeberg, and F0 Rest were assigned to block the front of the A area to prevent the FaZe people from running around and ensure that they would stay at the A bomb site honestly. Of course, he didn't rush directly into B-Bun. After all, it was hard to explain it that way. Instead, he pretended to test the waters on Banana Road before leading the Knolls slowly to Area B to plant the bomb. He then rushed all the way to the connection and study, and when there were only 20 seconds left for the bomb to explode, he launched a siege on the FaZe people in Area, under the cover of 5 hair dryers and props everywhere. The FaZe members were completely unable to resist. After more than 10 seconds, they became corpses on the ground. Soon the game came to the 3rd round. FaZe, who had just suffered a loss, did not repent, but made an unconventional choice and chose the tactic of attacking the bandits from the Banana Road and the Middle Road. He let the Knoll take advantage of this opportunity to sneak to the side and successfully got behind FaZe, while the others cooperated with the Knoll behind to wipe out FaZe again. The score unknowingly reached 3 o'clock. From this point on, the situation took a sharp turn for the worse. After the FaZe team got their spears, the difference in shooting skills was completely revealed. No matter whether they were attacking A or B, even when they were outnumbered, when Dignitas entered the bomb site, there were often only 1 or 2 people left. Facing the enemy's counter-defense, they had no ability to resist at all. Sometimes, when attacking the B area, Nico and Brokey alone could take on all the Dignitas players. Although he tried hard to control the situation, he could not help but watch FaZe advantage grow and eventually lost the first map. Then in map 2, Dignitas actively chose the CT side, and their situation on this map became even more pessimistic. In the first map, thanks to Hanyi's performance in the pistol round, they were able to fight FaZe with a score of 8-16. But when they came to the nuke map, even with the support of double talents, he only killed 2 people in the pistol round. In order to defeat a strong enemy like FaZe, killing only 2 people was naturally not enough. After losing the pistol round, FaZe beat him with a huge score of 5-16 on this map. Looking at the failure prompt on the monitor, he felt a calmness he had never felt before, without any emotion, as if he had just played a match. The gap in shooting skills between the 2 sides was too big. He could make up for it with tactics, but in this situation, he had no way. Especially Nico. Even though he's been transferred to command and his shooting skills have declined, he is still the strongest enemy he has ever encountered. He can often kill 1 or 2 people on their side in succession by himself, and can frustrate Dignita's attack with his own strength. Later on, he had to instruct the old men to bypass the bomb site guarded by Nico, forcing Nico to return to defend, so that the battle between the 2 sides could barely be considered a back and forth. This defeat is different from Hanyi's loss to FNC. Now he has played many games and is no longer like a rookie. Instead, he has more experience. The biggest feeling is that the road to winning the championship seems to be longer than he thought. It is true that FaZe has the most luxurious lineup in the world right now, but this luxury comes more from the worth of several of their individuals. If we really talk about the strength of the lineup, there are several teams that are stronger than FaZe. This will be especially true after the major teams are integrated at the end of this year. For example, Team A, the last year of Team A's five-man dominance. Na'Vi, still without B1T, but the parent combination and the one-on-one God Perfecto have grown up. Red Star, the peak of Red Star. Team X, the combination of the Snake and Rat Brothers, plus Little Nico, Muz, Big Cousin, Rops, King Cold, etc. He was beaten so badly by FaZe. What will he do if he meets Team A or Na'Vi in the future? Now, the only one among the 5 members of FaZe who can be considered top tier is Nico, but Team A has 5 players of Nico's level. Na'Vi has 2, and one of them is even stronger than Nico. Even the most inconspicuous team now, who looks like a star from a 2nd or 3rd tier team, will have 3 people who are able to fight against Nico after they cooperate well by the end of the year. When he thought of this, he felt that he had a long way to go and was surrounded by a strong sense of crisis. He is still too weak now, because the gap in strength was so huge, they didn't even feel any regret about losing the game. At this time, the FaZe people pushed the door open and walked in. He interrupted his thoughts and stood up to shake hands. Nico was in 3rd place on FaZe side. When he passed by he praised him. Good command. You fooled me several times. No way, I still can't beat you. Maybe next time it won't be the same. After seeing off Nico, Olafmeister came next and patted Hanyi's arm. The pinnacle was amazing. If I could have gone to the top of the rankings in those years, I would have definitely designated you as the rising star. But unfortunately, I'm afraid I won't be able to get it. Hani responded politely to Olaf's praise. Who said that? If I were a judge, I would definitely put you in the top 20. Olaf didn't react much when he heard this. Instead, Freebird behind he fell into reminiscence. He felt like he had heard this sentence somewhere before. After the handshake, the Dignitas team did not watch the next game, but took a car directly back to the hotel. Regarding the match between Liquid and Mibber, they only cared about one result. Liquid defeated Mibber 2 o'clock. At this point, a battle between Dignitas and Liquid is inevitable. Only one of the 2 teams can advance, and the other will unfortunately be eliminated in the group stage and unable to enter the Blast Spring Finals. In the recent match against FaZe, he once again realized the gap between Dignitas and the first-tier teams. Given the current state of Dignitas, it will undoubtedly be difficult for them to defeat Liquid. He thought for a moment, and then turned his gaze to the hotel's computer. Turning on the computer and logging into the game, he started making videos again. This time, he packed all the remaining maps into a collection and combined it with his previous experience. Some of the maps had real props, while some of the maps had a mixture of real and fake props. This greatly increases the difficulty of testing props, making it difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. But this is not the end. In order to gain more doubts, he also gave it a very misleading title. Warm up in 3 minutes and learn some unpopular props. Your roommates will say you're awesome. After doing all this, he clicked send. Watching the progress bar slowly move forward and finally reach 100%, he breathed a sigh of relief, hoping that tomorrow's question value would give him more, and it would be best if he could extract some talents that were strong enough to compete with the Liquid. I glanced at the time and found that it was already 6 or 7 in the afternoon, and I was a little hungry. This time he ordered pizza. After eating, he sat in front of the computer, thought about it, and decided to start broadcasting. Now his fans on Bilibili and Douyin have exceeded 100,000, and the number on Douyin is close to 200,000. It is time to start broadcasting. One reason is to accumulate popularity and stabilize the fan base, and the other is to attract a wave of traffic to the video he just posted so that more fans will notice it. After downloading the live broadcast software, he downloaded an accelerator. After everything was ready, he pressed the start button. Just a few seconds later, audiences arrived one after another. Do you still dare to broadcast? You've harmed so many people, yet you still dare to broadcast it? I respect you as a man. Anchor, Your props are very good, but I don't like you. How could someone be so evil as to teach others about props and harm them? Han, he looked at the barrage of comments in front of him, and suddenly an inspiration popped into his head. He quickly changed the title of the live broadcast room. 1v1 solo, abuse the barrage dog, win the anchor and get 100 meters. As expected, after Han, he changed the title of the live broadcast room. His popularity rose rapidly. In just a few minutes, there were thousands of viewers, and they all clamored to kill Han, and eliminate the harm to the people. Han, he was not in a hurry. In order to avoid exposing his identity, he naturally could not use his own account to solo with his friends. So after thinking for a moment, he called Chu Hao. The call was quickly connected, and he spoke without any nonsense. Do you want to become famous overnight? Of course I do, but forget about that Hua Xiao last eunuch. No, it's to make you an internet celebrity, but your reputation might not be good and you might get scolded easily. How many people scolded me? Probably over 100,000 people. Then I won't do it. There's no benefit in it. I'll give you a butterfly. Godfather, tell me, what should we do? Han Yi briefly explained the whole story, but Chu Hao's first words were not agreement or rejection, but F***K. So you're the one who taught Dust 2 how to smoke? Give me back my $5 tip. Hearing Chu Hao's words, Han Yi was slightly stunned. He never thought that the enemy would meet on a narrow road, and the person who gave him the reward money turned out to be Chu Hao. However, a butterfly knife is a butterfly knife, and Han, he has no habit of spitting out money. I've already given you the butterfly knife, and you still want $5 from me? When Chu Hao heard this, he thought about it, and felt that this was the truth. He stopped dwelling on it and just asked Han to buy him a bottle of Coke when he came back. He let the matter go. After getting the Chu Hao account, Han logged in decisively and reported his ID to the fans in the live broadcast room. In just a dozen seconds, his application list was full. Fans are naturally enthusiastic about signing up for this good thing, since they can teach Han a lesson and get money at the same time. Han randomly picked a fan at the top. The other person's name was specializing in CS and being the #1 CS, which was obviously a name he changed specifically in order to solo with him. Regarding the other party's scolding, Han silently sentenced the other party to death in his heart, and then pressed the start button. As a college student, Lunan's hobby is playing games. Unlike most players, he is a heavy strategy enthusiast and likes to read the strategy guide first no matter what game he plays. About a few months ago, he noticed such a video. Shotzi's props were clearly visible, and the professional guy exclaimed that he had the gift of his life. Driven by curiosity, he clicked in. When he saw the various imaginative props and the video up's unique understanding of Dust 2, he immediately realized that the up in front of him was definitely a master. With this idea in mind, he did not carefully verify whether these throwing objects were usable one by one. He just made a general note of it and started the game with great interest. When it was time to throw the props, he would watch the video again to deepen his impression. After throwing it once or twice, he could almost remember the throwing object firmly. During this process, an accident occurred. Luna noticed that there seemed to be some problems with the smoke bombs taught in the video, and they could not achieve the effect shown in the up-host video at all. At first he thought it was his own problem, but after trying 5 or 6 times, he finally realized that there was something wrong with the video. After realizing that he had been cheated, he tried to remedy the situation, but it was too late. In the end, he looked at the failure interface on the screen. At that time, Lunan swore that he would take revenge on this up-host, but he didn't expect that this opportunity would come so soon. The moment he saw Han start broadcasting, he immediately changed his name, added the ID Kukuku, and left a tag on the other party's homepage. Brute. Maybe God sympathized with his situation, and the first person the other party chose to play solo happened to be him. A confident smile appeared on Lunan's lips, and the scene of Han begging for mercy after being beaten by him appeared in his mind. The feeling of trampling his enemies under his feet made him unable to stop. This is not because he is arrogant, but thanks to his long-term study, his rank has already reached S. In this era when there are not many SS, He can barely call himself a master. Lunan even dared to say that there were more than 10,000 students in their school, but only a few could beat him. With this thought in mind, he slowly entered the game. Soon the warm-up countdown ended, and the pistol round between the two sides began. Lunan's weapon of choice is USP. In this kind of headless armor matchup, USP is undoubtedly the best pistol. Without any hesitation, he decisively pulled out from behind the cover, trying to find Han Yi's position and teach Han Yi a profound lesson. Then he saw Han Yi's figure flash on the screen. The next second, a clear sound of a headshot came from his headphones. Lunan didn't have time to react at all before he was shot dead instantly. As he watched himself slowly fall, a bead of sweat unknowingly appeared on his forehead. I kept comforting myself in my heart. It's okay, it's just an accident. I just underestimated the enemy. Soon, the second round arrived. This time Lunan was much more serious. He did not go out to look for the other party directly like the first time, but kept peek, looking for Han Yi. This strategy was indeed effective. During the peek process, he was the first to discover Han Yi. Just when he was about to peek a second time, he shot and killed Han Yi in advance. He realized one thing, that there is always a small gap between fantasy and reality. When he rushed out of the bunker for the second time and was about to fire his gun, Han Yi was faster than him, and another bullet hit his head. Lunan was a little skeptical and tried again in the third round. Then comes the fourth round. Round 5. Soon, 10 rounds passed in a row, and the pistol round were over. He didn't even have a chance to fight normally. Basically, he was shot down by Han Yi as soon as he rushed out. Lunan's face was covered in sweat, and his poor performance also caused some doubts in the barrage. Anchor, isn't this the actor you found? That's right, he didn't fire a single shot. I've never seen such a loser. No matter how weak he is, he can still be killed once. I feel that this person's strength is not as good as mine. At least someone named should go up there. Don't just let anyone go up there to satisfy the host. Come on, some talented people, come give us a good show. He looked at the barrage of comments floating across his phone and felt a little bitter in his mouth. At this moment, he just wanted to ask, what the hell is the thing on the other side? It is so strong that it doesn't look like a normal human being at all. Basically, the first shot they would take was to the head. Even if the first shot missed, the second shot would hit him in the head. It was rare that the third shot would not kill him. In Lunan's opinion, this shooting skill is almost as good as that of a professional player. Looking at the score of 10 o'clock in the pistol round, he couldn't believe that the revenge he had longed for would unfold in this way. But after the pistol round, his pain was far from over, and the rifle round followed. Han Yi, holding an AK, was like a ruthless headshot machine, shattering Lunan's fantasy of revenge time and time again. The ridicule from the barrage of comments shattered his self-esteem, and the strong sense of unwillingness prompted him to write a message on the game's public screen. Specialized in CS. First CS. Whether it's on or not, you know it in your heart. After saying this, Lunan decisively quit the game. Han Yi looked at the game that ended abruptly and scratched his head, obviously not understanding why the other party suddenly broke down emotionally. However, he did not pursue the matter too much. Instead, he showed a bright smile on his face and looked at the system information in front of him. Audience members question the host. Please give the actor +1 for questioning. Audience questions the host. Please ask the actor to add +2 to the questioning value. Lunan questions the host cheating. Doubt score +1. During his solo period, Han Yi has gained 4 points of questioning value, which is even as efficient as those teaching videos. This made Han Yi's eyes light up. He found another way to harvest and gain questioning value. Over the next few hours, Han Yi completely mingled with his fans. Countless people came with great promises that night, only to flee in disgrace with their tails between their legs. Come, beat up the next barrage dog. This sentence has become Han Yi's catchphrase tonight. It was almost late at night in London when Han Yi yawned, said he would continue to bully the barrage dogs tomorrow, and then logged off. He gained a lot that night, with his doubt value reaching more than 200 points. It seems that when he wakes up tomorrow and the video goes viral, it will probably exceed 1,000 points. At that time, he should be able to draw another talent at least. If you're a little luckier, it's not impossible to get 2 talents. With this thought in mind, he simply washed up, lay down on the bed, and fell asleep in a daze. When he woke up the next day, he opened the system panel to check the question value immediately with sleepy eyes. This sight surprised Hani. The doubt value of 1,200 points really gave him a surprise. Then he decisively pressed the lottery button. As the roulette wheel slowly turned, 10 rewards appeared in front of him, including 2 talents. Submachine gun, pre-aim +2. Submachine gun, reaction +1. Sniper rifle, positioning +3. Rifle, follow gun +2. Talent, same points. When you sacrifice yourself to help your teammates, you gain a bonus to all attributes. Stackable, lasts until the end of the game. Sniper rifle, reaction +1. Talent, never give for free. When you become the first player on your team to die, gain a bonus to all attributes. Stackable, after you kill an enemy, the attributes are retained, but the talent is invalid. Rifle, follow gun +2. Submachine gun, positioning +2. Sniper rifle, pre-aim +2. After this 10 consecutive period, Hanyi's attributes were greatly improved again. What surprised him most was that his sniper rifle reaction had reached 95 points. This also made he have a guess in his mind. That is, when his sniper rifle reaction grows to 100 points, does it mean that he is the fastest sniper in the world and can even surpass the peak God K at that time? Thinking of this, a bold idea emerged in Hanyi's mind. Maybe you should try double sniper defense? At present, the reaction of a sniper rifle is not slow, and he thinks it should not be a problem to set up some easy-to-set-up points. Double sniper defense is undoubtedly feasible. For example, in the Shanghai major finals that impressed Hani the most, Face's double sniper defense almost showed its resilience and equalized the Green Dragon. But unfortunately, it was just a little bit short. In addition to FaZe, there is also the 25-year-old A-team, who is also a frequent visitor to the double sniper defense. When these teams face teams stronger than themselves, both snipers showed excellent defensive capabilities. Isn't Big Eye's current situation facing Liquid, who is stronger than himself? The double sniper rifle may really be their only way out. However, by the time I came up with a solution, it was too late. The Dignitas versus Liquid match was about to start in a few hours, leaving little time for practice. Thinking of this, he quickly got up, washed up, called everyone together, and prepared to explain the tactics. Several hours passed in a flash, and everyone's brows were furrowed, looking somewhat puzzled. He didn't have a good solution to this situation. There were simply too many CSGO maps, and the tactics and understanding of each map were different. It was simply a fantasy to want to completely digest them in one morning. His main purpose this time was to give the Dignitas team a general impression, so that they knew that this was happening. As for the coordination or details, that was not important. Because of this, he did not plan to use the double sniper tactics at the beginning, but to play normally first. Only when he was sure that he could not win, he would use the double sniper tactics. In this way, coordination and details are naturally not important, but everything is bet on the tactics themselves. Of course, they are not completely without cooperation. After all, the double sniper tactics still have to be operated within the normal tactical framework, so they can still play some basic cooperation. It's time, we have to leave. The manager beside him checked the time and interrupted Hanyi's speech. He then noticed that the time had changed from morning to afternoon. Realizing that everyone had not eaten yet and had been listening to his explanation all morning, a hint of apology appeared in his eyes. Sorry, I didn't notice the time. We are all internet addicts. Everyone has been hungry for a day. Skipping a meal is no big deal for them. Fine. We won the Liquid and ate and drank on public funds. Then everyone packed their luggage and drove to the venue. Along the way, he did not miss the opportunity to instill tactics in everyone, and he talked nonstop until they arrived at the venue and got off the car. This time was different from the previous times. Because there were fewer matches today, the staff had more manpower, and someone actually greeted them at the door. Seeing the Dignitas players getting off the bus one after another, the staff quickly stepped forward to assist them. This was also Han Yi's first time enjoying the services of an offline event. At this moment, another car stopped next to the Dignitas team's vehicle, and the first person to get out was Stewie 2K, one of the few players that Han Yi disliked. Stewie 2K also saw Han Yi, who had already gotten off the car. As the saying goes, enemies are jealous of each other when they meet. Stewie 2K immediately opened his mouth and was about to say something, but Han Yi took the initiative and raised his middle finger at him. When Stewie 2K saw Han Yi's action, he immediately became furious. He completely disregarded his image and cursed at him. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. When Han Yi heard Jiao swearing at him, he was not one to suffer any loss. He looked at the staff around him and reported it immediately. He cursed me. You may not understand it, but it was similar to your F asterisk asterisk you. The staff member was helping the Dignitas team carry some luggage and didn't notice what Han Yi was doing, but Stewie 2K's words fell into his ears. Now, after hearing Han Yi's report, the staff member turned around and looked at Stewie 2K with a frown. Offline provocation is prohibited. You will be warned once and fined the next time. Seeing this scene, Stewie 2K was surprised by Han Yi's shamelessness, and his face turned redder and redder. But how could Han Yi let him go so easily? He took advantage of the staff members turning back and lip-synced to 2K. Stupid start. Stewie 2K seemed to have caught something, and quickly followed Han Yi's example and reported it to the staff. He scolded me. I don't. The way he just lip-synced was scolding me. You don't have any evidence at all. I think you just hold a grudge against me and are deliberately looking for a reason to slander me. Seeing that Han Yi was determined not to say anything, Stewie 2K's teeth creaked as he bit them. He had already made up his mind that no matter how his teammates tried to persuade him, he would whip Han Yi's corpse and vent his anger. Seeing him like this, Han Yi smiled contentedly and followed the Dignitas team into the venue. Of course, everything he did just now was not simply to P asterisk asterisk S off Stewie 2K, but to influence the other party's mentality. Friends who often play CSGO know that after you quarrel with your teammates or opponents, it is often difficult for you to calm down. You will often think about some things in your mind, including but not limited to how to curse back and how to humiliate the other party. In severe cases, it can even affect a person's condition. Han Yi took advantage of this mentality and wanted to make Stewie 2K's state unstable, thereby increasing their chances of winning. On the other side, the Liquid team gathered around Stewie 2K, trying to calm him down. The next game is crucial, and they don't want to be eliminated so early. Stewie 2K was no fool. He naturally knew Han Yi's intention, but Han Yi's actions just now still planted a thorn in his heart. After the two teams entered the venue, they sat in silence, one in the front and the other in the back, waiting quietly for the game to begin. This Liquid team just won the Intel Grand Slam in July last year. The strength of EG, NAF, and Twist cannot be underestimated. It can be said that last year, except for Team A, no one was the opponent of this Liquid team. Among them, Elige ranked in the top 4 in 2019, NAF ranked in the top 7 in 2019, and even Twists, the weakest of the Trident, ranked 9th. Among the 5 players, 3 are in the top 10 of the top list. You should know that last year Rops was ranked 10th and Diangu was ranked 6th. You can imagine the value of the 3. Although the situation has changed this year, Liquid's strength has weakened a lot, but it is still the team that won the Grand Slam. In addition to the above 3 people, the remaining 2 are Jiao and Nichizuru, the American captain. These 2 can be said to be the flaws of the Liquid team. Nichizuru's command ability is indeed a real first-line command, but his personal ability is really questioned, and he often drags down the Trident. As for Jiao, he is completely a tool man. He will appear wherever Liquid needs him. He could do breakthroughs, assists, snipers, and even free men. He can be understood as the one who does odd jobs in this team. To sum it up in one sentence, this Liquid team is very strong, but they are in a period of decline. The game officially began as the referee invited the commanders and coaches of both teams to come on the court. Han Yi successfully guessed the coin toss and thus gained the right to choose the map later. with Liquid taking the lead in ban picking. Liquid's idea was the same as Han Yi's expectation, and they banned their weakest unit, Train, right from the start. When it was Han Yi's turn, he still prioritized banning the building. In BO3, the ban pick of both sides in the first round has basically formed a fixed formula, which is to ban a map that they don't know how to play and then choose a map that they think they can win. Strong teams also have their own fixed formula when playing against weak teams, which is to choose their strongest map rather than the opponent's weak map. Otherwise, FaZe vs C9 in Boston is a living example. Therefore, Nitra Zero's first choice was their strongest map, Midgard. Then it was Han Yi's turn to think. There were 4 maps left: Dust 2, Small Town, Nuke, and Death Amusement Park. He had to think carefully about which of these 4 maps they had the best chance of defeating Liquid. The most perfect scenario in Han Yi's mind was to defeat the opponent in the Mi-Logi map using the tactics they have been practicing these days. When it comes to map 2, they will choose a map where they can beat Liquid and victory will be in their hands. If they fail to win any of the maps in map 1 or map 2, once the game drags on a map 3, given the difference in strength between the two sides, Han Yi is certain that they will not be Liquid's match. Therefore, he was very cautious in choosing the picture. Even a manager beside him noticed Han Yi's hesitation and spoke cautiously. "Haven't you made up your mind yet?" Han Yi frowned. He could already rule out the Death Amusement Park map first. After that, the only maps left were Dust 2, Small Town, and Nuke, but he thought about it and gave up on Nuke. In this map, Elijah's dominance in the outfield was too strong, and no one on their side could compete with the other. However, the outfield of the Nuke map is an extremely critical point. Just like the reason why the Green Dragon in later generations is so strong in this map is that Donk's main gate is very strong and can often kill people in the outfield. Once control of the outfield is lost, it becomes extremely difficult to attack the infield. Similarly, if the attacking side can control the outfield, the tactics will become very diverse, such as the tactics of coordinating the outfield iron gate with the yellow door in the yellow room, and going around the outfield to the 3rd floor, the iron plate, or directly going down to K1, etc. On this map, Dignitas undoubtedly had no qualifications to compete with Liquid for the outer field, and Han Yi had to give up this map. In this way, the only things left on the map are Dust 2 and the town. After much consideration, Han Yi finally chose the Dust 2 map. The reason was very simple. The sniper on this map was too strong. If it came to using 2 snipers, there was no other map more suitable than this one. Liquid then banned the Small Town, leaving Nuke and Death Amusement Park to Han Yi. Han Yi didn't hesitate and banned Death Amusement Park, leaving Nuke. The final 3 maps were determined to be Midgard, Dust 2, and Nuke. Map 1 shows Liquid's map selection, so Dignitas has the priority to choose the side and takes the CT side. Then Han Yi returned to the Dignitas team and told them the map selection results. Taking this opportunity, Han Yi also explained the double sniper tactics of Dust 2 to everyone in detail, but everyone still seemed to understand it vaguely. But Han Yi was not in a hurry. He asked them to write down all the questions that came to their mind. There would be a halftime break after the first game, and he could use that time to help everyone answer their questions to the greatest extent possible. At the referee's urging, Han Yi led everyone to the small room dedicated to the competition and began to debug the equipment. 10 minutes later, after the equipment debugging was completed, the competition officially began. Han Yi immediately calmed down and eavesdropped on the thoughts of the 5 Liquid players. As expected, only Nitra Zero was thinking seriously about tactics, 2K was scolding himself, and the other 3 had no ideas in their minds. As for Nitra Zero, his idea was very simple: to launch a quick attack and rush directly to Area A. This is also Liquid's signature style during this period. He plays everything quickly, especially likes fast breaks, and then uses his gun skills to destroy his opponents. Han Yi simply set up a 4A pocket formation, let F0 rest go to the downstairs of A2, and he himself stood at the police house. The archway was guarded by Freeberg and Halzerk. As for Get_Right, Han Yi asked him to guard VIP. If the opponent attacked, he would just go around the butt. After he arranged the tactics, the game countdown also ended. The Dignitas team moved towards Area A as soon as possible according to Han Yi's request. After arriving at their respective positions, Liquid also launched an offensive. An arch cigarette was thrown out, followed by another flash. Under the cover of the smoke, the others rushed out of A1 without stopping. Han Yi was in the first position where he could see the enemy in the police house. He was 70% sure of defeating Liquid in the map of Midgard, so he did not put his hope on the new talent. Facing the rushing Stewie 2K, he pressed the left button without hesitation. A bullet accurately crossed the entire A area and pierced Stewie 2K's head. But the Liquid team was not affected by Stewie 2K's death in the slightest. Twists, who was in the second position, quickly made a follow-up shot and hit Han Yi in the head. Han Yi did not choose to fight to the end. After being shot, he quickly retreated to the police phone booth and released the Liquid people. At the same time, F-Zero Rest, who was hiding under the balcony, took this opportunity to listen carefully to the footsteps of the Liquid team. After confirming that the remaining 4 opponents were at A1, Dignitas began to act according to the plan. Gingerite began to go around, while the others waited for Han Yi to give orders. Han Yi was waiting for a crucial message from F-Zero Rest. They've arrived at Sandwich. Hearing F-Zero Rest's words, Han Yi decisively gave the order, "Go." After he finished speaking, he rushed out from behind the police phone booth. Twists, who had already arrived at Sandwich, had been on guard against Han Yi. When he saw him come out, he shot him without hesitation. Han Yi also fired a shot, but after one shot, Han Yi fell to the ground. But then he became dazed and was pulled out of the police house again. This time, with the position of director, Han Yi's shot hit Twist's head accurately, but Han Yi still couldn't escape the fate of death. Nitra Zero, who was following behind the director, shot him to death again. However, Han Yi left his teammates with a 4v3 situation, and it can be said that the victory of the pistol round was already moving towards Dignitas. But Han Yi still underestimated the star player's burst ability. After he achieved a 1-4 2-kill ratio in the police house, Halzerk and Freeberg near the arch were ready to take this opportunity to cooperate with F-Zero Rest, who was still downstairs in A2 to launch a 3-way attack. But as soon as they showed their heads, Elledge shot them. Halzerk on the diving platform had no chance to shoot and was killed instantly as soon as he showed his head. Freeberg was in a better situation. He shot Nitra Zero. Although he failed to kill Nitra Zero instantly, he slowed him down a bit. F-Zero Rest took this opportunity to shoot again and killed Nitra Zero, who was already walking near the sandwich. On the other side, Elledge's second bullet had arrived, and he didn't give Freeberg a chance to retreat. He raised his hand and fired a shot. 2 bullets killed 2 people, perfectly demonstrating the strength of the best rifleman in North America. It is precisely because of his terrifying performance in recent times that many players in the community even believe that Elledge is the world's #1 rifler. Especially Elledge's gun control. So far, no other professional player can reach the level of peak Giga. The situation often reverses in just a moment. Dignitas, which had some advantages just now, is now on the verge of collapse, with only F-Zero Rest left on the A2 floor. On the other hand, Liquid has 2 top-level players, Elledge and NAF. At this time, Nitra Zero issued an instruction asking them to take it slow. After all, Liquid doesn't know the location of Get_Right yet, so it needs to be cautious. In Nitra Zero's opinion, they can win by playing steadily, and there is no need to be too anxious. Finding the Get_Right position first is the best solution to this endgame. After hearing Nitra Zero's command, Elledge and NAF immediately slowed down their movements. They began to set up their guns on the spot, wanting to see if anyone from Dignitas would reveal themselves and give them a chance. F-Zero Rest sensed this from the opponent's attack, and without Han Yi's command, he had already started to pretend as if he was ready to pull out at any time. By doing this, he forced the Liquid people to focus most of their attention on him, and even the remaining attention was focused on the police house and the archway. Little did they know that during this time, Get_Right had unknowingly approached A1 while they slowed down their attack. It's not that Liquid didn't realize that get_right might have gone around, but they judged that get_right couldn't come so quickly. Dignita's A area was already 4A, so they had to go to B area. As for get_right, the process of going around from area B to area A is quite long. The Liquid team estimates that it will take at least 10 seconds for get_right to arrive. In professional competitions, all professional players will develop a habit. That is, when they judge that there is no one in a place temporarily or no one will come, no one will look at that point. This is to avoid repeated operations and reduce the opponent's chances of seizing the timing. But it is precisely because of this that get_right has the stage to show his skills. When he pulled out from A1, the backs of Elledge and NAF were exposed to his eyes. Get_right is not a cousin. Facing the opponent with his back to him, he shot NAF steadily and took his head. But the next scene made Han E break out in a cold sweat. Elledge reacted immediately and turned around. Before get_right fired the second shot, he took the lead and killed get_right instantly. Then Elledge turned his head again and fired another shot at F0 Rest, who had just been pulled out from downstairs of A2. He started turning directly on A1. However, luck was not on Elledge's side, and his shot missed. F0 Rest took advantage of this opportunity and shot Elledge steadily, taking his head. Looking at the final victory scene, Han E breathed a sigh of relief. He never expected that Elledge could be so abnormal. If they were luckier, their entire team might have been killed by Elledge. There's also a sense of wonder and fear when playing with a machine in front of the computer. Dignita's decision-making was top-notch. They blocked area right from the start, forcing Liquid into the police station. Even get_right, who wasn't in area, was in VIP, causing Liquid to make a misjudgment. We didn't expect get_right to arrive so quickly. But even so, Brother G almost wiped out Dignitas. His explosive power is terrifying. As for this bet, it's actually not hard to guess. It's mainly because this Liquid team really likes to go for the A game. If I were Hani, I would also choose to bet. The reason is very simple. You really are no match for Liquid in a head-on fight. You can only bet. You can't expect a bunch of old guys to compete with NAF and Elledge based on their individual abilities, right? Right now, Dignita's entire team has very low stats. The standout performers, F0 Rest, Halzerk, and Han E, are considered strong riflers and leaders in a second-tier team, but they're not very impressive in a first-tier team. Let's see if Nitro should force his way into the pistol round after Liquid loses, or just go eco and play the rifle round. When playing on the machine and not knowing Nitro's intentions, he had already issued an order to set up position on the spot, using this round as a pause, and began to think about how to attack in the next round. After dozens of seconds, Nitro, having thought everything through, gave the order. We'll default in the next round and then attack area A in the middle phase. After explaining everything, the 5 Liquid players gathered and launched a charge towards A1. Although they were all-star players, they found it difficult to withstand the crossfire of the Dignita's team without armor, guns, and props to cover them, and fell to the ground one after another. The Dignita's team made a lot of money with their 5 MP9s. After learning that the opponent would default to the opening in the next round, Han E immediately gave the order. Let's take the double frame in the sewer. F0 Rest. Throw away your MP9 and get an M4A1. Everyone else's MP9s don't need to move. I'll hold the sewer. Freeberg and get_right will continue to take A and B respectively. Just make sure they don't die. Han E has conducted sufficient research on Liquid. Currently, Liquid has only one default attack against Midgard, which is to first hold A1 and A2, and then Stewie 2K on the B2 floor will go down the sewer to the middle and cooperate with Nitro and Elledge in the middle to attack the arch. This team is similar to the big that Han E encountered before. It is also a team that cannot play without the mid laner. He remembered that by the end of this year, Liquid's offensive strategy had been figured out by other teams, and they rarely played on this map. As Dignitas prepared to execute Han Yi's tactics, the barrage of comments had already exploded. M4A1? Are you sure it's correct? How did this gun come about? Anyone who uses it knows it's a piece of shit. Did F-Zero Rest bring it by mistake? In the third round, I lost my MP9, so it's quite rare to see an M4 instead, especially in A1. In fact, it is not surprising that the audience would have such a reaction. At this point in time, the appearance rate of the M4 A1 gun is pitifully low. Even if you watch a whole year of professional games, you may not see this gun. Its appearance rate is even lower than some unpopular submachine guns, such as the King of Cars, MP7, etc. So naturally, the comments centered around F-Zero Rest's M4A1, with everyone wondering what tactics Big Eyes was planning to use. Amidst the discussion among the audience, the third game officially began. The members of both teams dispersed, and the Dignitas team followed Han Yi's layout and immediately rushed to the middle lane. Halzerk squatted at the entrance of the sewer, close to the innermost part of the VIP side, while F-Zero Rest stood on his head. From this position, he could just see the enemies coming out of the sewer. He rushed all the way into the sewer until he reached a place close to the second floor of the sewer. He wanted to defend against Stewie 2K on the second floor of the sewer alone. In fact, the G2 tactics that he originally imitated did not include such a link, but he took into consideration that when G2 used this tactic, the rifleman above was Cousin, while their rifleman was F-Zero Rest, and there was indeed a certain gap in strength between the two sides. Therefore, he needs to provide F-Zero Rest with a safer and more comfortable environment so that he can focus all his attention on the gun. On the other side, the Liquid team was preparing to seize the middle lane, and naturally they were on guard. But what they were guarding against was not the double frame tactic in the sewer, but the triple pull tactic that Dignitas had used before. Soon 2 smoke bombs fell on the arch, and VIP one after another, and then a flash bomb exploded right above the sandbag. Nitro Zero took this opportunity to quickly pull out of the bandits' entrance. But just as he walked out of the bandits' entrance, he realized that something was wrong and something was hitting him. He first looked at the arch, then at the VIP, but could not find any trace of the enemy, so he fell down in confusion. Elledge, who was following behind him, also pulled out. He came out not because he found F-Zero Rest position, but purely out of instinct. The teammate who pulled the gun in front of him died. As a rifleman, he had to pull out regardless of whether he could make up for it or not. Otherwise, the teammates who are pulling the strings for you will sacrifice their lives in vain, which is a typical act of betraying teammates. So when Elledge appeared at the bandits' entrance and was also hit by bullets from nowhere, he was completely stunned and stood there at a loss. Seeing that his health was about to run out at the last second, he noticed that there was a CT head behind be staring at him. Unfortunately, it was too late. As the last shot hit Elledge, he fell down with Nitro Zero with an unwilling look on his face. At the entrance to the sewer, don't let them escape. Elledge's voice rang in Stewie 2K's ears. He took a look at the current situation. The situation had become 3 against 5. If they wanted to win, all their hopes were on him. With 2 obvious enemies, as long as they could kill them, the bandits would definitely make a profit in a 2-4-2 exchange. Thinking of this, Stewie 2K decisively changed his route. Instead of going to the second floor of B, he went directly from the stairs to the sewer, ready to kill F-Zero Rest and Halzerk. Just as he approached the sewer, he heard the footsteps of other people inside. Han E in the sewer also heard Stewie 2K's voice, but he did not rush out. He knew that he could not be a match for Stewie 2K with his shooting skills. So he simply threw a smoke bomb to completely separate him from Stewie 2K and chose a way to avoid fighting. At the same time, F-Zero Rest and Halzerk can also use this smoke bomb to successfully retreat from the sewer entrance. When Stewie 2K saw the smoke bomb, he inevitably became anxious. After thinking about it, he decided to escape by mixing in the smoke. He might not have taken such a risk under normal circumstances, but now after losing 2 generals, if he hadn't taken more risks, Liquid's current situation would have been safe. It was hard for the Liquid team to accept losing this round in such a confused way, so Stewie 2K decided to make a final effort for victory. He first cast a smoke flash and then rushed out of the smoke. But Han, he was well prepared. He didn't hold up a smoke bomb directly from the beginning. Instead, he chose to turn his back to the smoke bomb and stick his whole body to the edge of it. This way he can avoid the flash bomb, and as soon as Stewie 2K releases the smoke bomb, he can immediately see the opponent. As Stewie 2K pulled out the smoke bomb, he decisively opened fire, shooting at him from the side and behind. After one volley of bullets, Stewie 2K had no time to react and was killed by in the sewer. The moment Stewie 2K fell, Big Eye's victory in this game was already a foregone conclusion. The sound of the person playing the machine this time was different from before, and the tone was full of amazement. 0 for 3, Dignita's strategy was a major success. This M4A1 is truly amazing. I didn't know it could be used this way. After the third pull, once again demonstrated his extraordinary imagination. In the chaotic environment of mid lane, the A1 silencer effectively masked the sound of the gunfire, making it difficult for Captain America and Brother G to immediately identify F0 rest position. If the weapon was an A4 instead of an A1, the gunshot would have been exposed immediately. With Brother G's strength, this gun can definitely be replenished. The situation will be unpredictable by then. To sum it up, is an incredible commander, brothers. Not only can he employ a variety of tactics, but he can also maximize the advantages of his firearms. It makes one wonder, is there anything he doesn't know? So far, I've only seen this kind of peculiar ability in He's really quite impressive. When the players were praising He's command on the machine, the commentators were also surprised by the use of A1. This weapon made it impossible for Elledge to find his opponent's position. It made me laugh to death. Where did you hit me? Should I also try an A1? Is this weapon really that useful? If it were cheaper, I would definitely take it. The CSGO at this time is not the CS2 of later generations. You can only carry one of A1 and A4, similar to P2000 and USP. In this era, where players generally believe that A4 is king, the development of the A1 weapon is extremely limited. The impression is limited to being rubbish, difficult to use, and slow to fire. Apart from having less recoil and a built-in silencer, it has no advantages. Even in a normal game, if you are seen with an A1, you'll be laughed at. Dude, why are you carrying this gun? Have you been playing too much CF? But the performance in the game just now undoubtedly refreshed everyone's view of this gun. They found that in certain specific situations, the silencer of this gun was unexpectedly useful. This advantage was already known to most players in the CS2 era before he traveled through time. Audiences who often watch competitions must be familiar with the scene of professional players being killed by silenced weapons. However, this cognition that people in later generations are accustomed to is not common in this era, which is why today's scene refreshes their cognition. With the death of 3 Liquid players, the only 2 left are NAF and Twists. Like Stewie 2K, they did not choose to protect their guns. Instead, they used a smoke under the platform and a smoke on the platform to completely block one side of the arch, and then force an attack on Area A. Freeberg, who was alone in A, didn't dare to fight at all, so he had to retreat to the back of the police base to prevent the police base from being occupied by Liquid. NAF and Twist took advantage of this time to plant the bomb in the A area. Although the Dignita's players rushed back one after another and killed the 2 of them at the expense of Freeberg, they were unable to change the outcome of Liquid being buried. The economic benefits of the buried bomb gave Liquid a big sigh of relief. Nitra Zero first glanced at the panel and found that their economy was generally over 3,000. Although they could use spears, the number of props was obviously not enough. He thought about it and did not choose to force an attack, but instead launched a wave and a half, equipped with a large number of Desert Eagles and armor, and then launched 2 smoke bombs and 2 flashes, intending to hit B with a burst of bombs. Tactically, Nitra Zero did not choose rush, but let NAF go to A1 alone, and the other 4 people came to the second floor of the Bandit to prepare for the bomb. Hani returned to his default B area and called Halzer from VIP to the B area to form a 3B defense. Soon, more than 10 seconds passed, and the Liquid team took their positions on the second floor of B. As 2 offensive smoke bombs were thrown at the supermarket window and the supermarket door, they officially launched an attack on Area B. Get_right hid in the dead center of the balcony on the second floor of B, while Halzerk hid behind the sofa and chose a straight stand. Stewie 2K walked in first, and he saw Halzerk squatting behind the sofa at a glance. At the same time, Halzerk also saw him, and both sides opened fire almost at the same time, but after only one shot, a precise bullet hit Halzerk's head. Stewie 2K was the first to break through Area B. Realizing that something was wrong, Get_right didn't care about anything else. He quickly pulled out from a balcony dead spot, but he only replaced the 2K in the front. Facing the other people, he was unable to resist and eventually fell under Twist's gun. In the blink of an eye, he was the only one left in Zone B, while Liquid still had 3 people left. Knowing that the opponent was going to attack B area from B2, he did not go deep into B area, but stood behind the B area pillar. So at this time, he had 2 choices. One was to get close and use the advantage of the submachine gun to kill as many Liquid members as possible. The other was to throw props to delay Liquid's attack. But considering that he was not very good at using a submachine gun, he chose the most conservative way, throwing props. Under his control, a fire broke out through the window of B2 building and hit the second floor of B, exposing his position in B1. Regarding this fire, the Liquid team was not anxious, but waited patiently for the flames to go out. He also took this opportunity to urge F0 Rest and Freeberg to rush to Area B, and asked them to be careful behind them. As the flames gradually died down, threw another grenade, but this time the Liquid team didn't intend to wait. Twists and Elledge jumped directly out of the second floor of B, took the damage from the grenade, and then rushed towards Yi's position. Gritted his teeth and pulled out from behind the cover, sweeping towards Elledge, who was in the front. After a volley of bullets, Elledge fell to the ground instantly without time to react. But Twist would not give the chance to strafe and divert, and killed with a precise headshot. Area B fell, and even with 3 people defending, Liquid's Desert Eagle team still managed to break through. But everything is not over yet. Realizing that they can no longer return to defend the B area, F0 Rest and Freeber have arrived near the supermarket entrance. They have a brief conversation on the voice chat and decide to retreat from VIP to protect their guns. As a result, NAF took advantage of this time and arrived at the police house. Even with Yi's reminder, NAF still caught the timing and killed F0 Rest with 1 shot. Fortunately, Freeberg withstood the pressure and killed NAF after being shot twice. He quickly picked up the M4A1 that fell on the ground and fled towards Area A. He finally managed to keep the gun, thus preventing the situation from developing in the worst direction. After being overturned by Liquid with Desert Eagle, he scratched his head in frustration. He felt that the opponent's stats were more outrageous than each other. How could he play? Compared to Yi's pain, Nitro0 was extremely happy. He had originally planned to give it a try and was ready for a spear game in the next round. Unexpectedly, he was turned around in this attempt, and the 3BS were unable to defend against their half rush. With the victory, just now, the morale of the Liquid players was high. If the 2 teams were not in different rooms, Stewie 2K would have wanted to stand up and yell, mocking E. Next, the 5 players of Liquid all had 5 spears and made another default move. E, considering that his own economy was not very good, also chose to half-start and repeated the previous double frame strategy. He then let Freeberg throw the M4 to F0 Rest and continued to single-handedly attack. However, the same moves are ineffective against Saint Seiya, and the same is true for the first-line teams. As a Grand Slam team, Liquid's reaction speed is far beyond that of the previous big, let alone such a simple tactic as double frame. It's still the Arch and 2 VIP cigarettes, followed by a run boost. Nitro0 stepped on Brother G's head and flew out of the bandit's mouth. F0 Rest immediately opened fire, but Nitro0 was too fast and a 1's firing rate was too slow, so he couldn't catch up with Nitro0 at all. Elledge took this opportunity to walk out of the bandit's mouth normally, killed F0 Rest with 1 bullet, and easily broke Dian's double frame tactics. As soon as F0 Rest died, the M4A1 fell on Halzerk. He knew that he could not retreat into the sewer now, because Stewie 2K was blocking the other end of the sewer. Once he went to the sewer, he and Han, he would be caught in a trap by the Liquid team. So Halzerk gritted his teeth, pulled himself out of the sewer entrance, and faced the two bandits from Zhongyuan. However, in the eyes of the Liquid people, his behavior was no different from seeking death. Elledge shot him lightly and took his head. After Halzerk's death, Han, he was alone in the sewer and was trapped by the Liquid crowd and brutally killed. Stewie 2K also got what he wanted and started to interact with Han Yi's corpse. Afterwards, the Liquid team gathered together and attacked Area A from the archway, successfully taking the entire Area A into their possession. The score was 3-2. The situation in this round was crucial. No matter who won or lost, the other side's economy would collapse. Liquid's coach obviously realized this, and he called the first tactical timeout of the game. Adrian, the coach, and Nichirzuro discussed briefly together, and finally they decided to use the tactic they were most familiar with, a one rush. They had used this tactic many times, and their proficiency was second only to the default. They had used this tactic once in the pistol round. Although they lost, they did not think it was a tactical problem. They thought it was just bad luck that they ran into the police station. No one expected that get_right would come around so quickly. But this time, having learned from a previous lesson, they couldn't fall in the same position twice. In their opinion, as long as they launched the attack at a normal rhythm, they would not be able to lose with Liquid strength. But their wishful thinking was doomed to fail. The tactical pause of the two was no different from conspiring loudly in front of Han Yi. Han Yi thought about it and arranged a tactic, letting get_right play single B. After he gave the order, the game officially began. Both Liquid and Dignitas rushed to Area A and began to assemble. The bandits all stood at the bomb explosion position, waiting for Nichirzuro's order to launch a quick attack on Area A. Under Han Yi's command, the Dignitas team was also prepared. They occupied all the favorable gun positions in Area, just like a big net waiting for the Liquid team to take the bait. As the player with a god's perspective looked at the tactical layout of both sides, he exclaimed in surprise at the first moment. How come Hai guessed right again? He actually bet on 4A again, but Liquid actually wanted to play an A-zone fast break. His luck is too good. He can basically guess the direction of Liquid's attack every time. Now Nichirzuro obviously didn't realize that they were about to fall into Hai's trap. Look at this fast break. Liquid lost the prop. Under the commentary of the machine player, Liquid's props were used. After that, they quickly adjusted their formation before the props exploded, and then rushed out from A1 quickly, determined to catch the big-eyed people by surprise. But as soon as they stepped out of A1, they immediately realized that something was wrong. They saw CT fire everywhere. They wanted to retreat, but a fire struck directly deep into A1. Nichirzuro, Stewie 2K, and Elledge, who went out first, had their retreat route blocked. They had no choice but to try to hide on the A1 platform to get some breathing space. But soon another fire was thrown from behind a short box and burned the entire A1 platform. The Liquid team looked desperate. They had just turned the tables, but now they were going to lose again. But it was no use regretting it. Surrounded by two flames in front and behind, they had nowhere to hide. Nichirzuro and Elledge pulled out one after the other, trying to fight for a way to survive. Just as they walked out of the A1 platform, they found that Han Yi and Halzerk had walked out from behind their attack smoke, and 4 gun lines from different positions held them back. Almost as soon as they pulled it out, they fell down. Seeing the miserable appearance of the two, Stewie 2K had no choice but to try his luck. He threw a cigarette at his feet to extinguish the fire and tried to save his life, but soon several grenades exploded one after another, completely shattering Stewie 2K's hope of escape. And because of Liquid's fast break, their bag was still on Stewie 2K. With a smokescreen at A1, Dignitas won a great victory this time. The only 2 people left in the Liquid looked at the smoke bomb in front of them and could only sigh helplessly. They chose to go back to the B2 building to protect their guns. In the next round, Liquid used their only 2 remaining heroic AKs to tear through Dignita's defense once again. But after a few rounds, Han E once again made up for the score disadvantage with his excellent tactics. The two sides exchanged blows, and the final score remained at a fairly close score of 8-7. Dignitas is currently 1 point ahead of Liquid, but if you think about it carefully, you will know that Dignitas is actually at a disadvantage now. As a C-team map, just leading by 1 point is not enough, so if Dignitas wants to win, the next pistol round is crucial. Liquid still uses the usual default, with Nitr 0 as the main B, and AF as the secondary B, Elige guarding the arch and taking on the responsibility of secondary A, Twists as the main A, and Stewie 2K as Liquid's defensive sniper. He has no fixed guarding position and may even be the only B. This is also a feature of the Liquid team. NAF sometimes participates in the attack as an offensive sniper, but when it comes to defense, the main sniper is more often replaced by Stewie 2K. After understanding Liquid's default, Han, he had no hesitation about attacking the area. With the lineup in the opposite A area, he probably wouldn't be able to get in even if he burned himself into a relic. It would be better for him to think about how to deal with Nitr 0, the soft persimmon. Because his hand feeling was not hot, Han, he did not ask for Halzerk's P250. Instead, he picked up one himself and equipped it with a smoke and a flash. As for the other smoke and flash, he asked Get_Right to pick it up. Then Han E issued an order to hit B, but this order was not a rush, but a medium-speed hit B. He first let Get_Right stay at A1, and then let F0 rest stay at Zhongyan, while he led the others into the second floor of the bandit group. Dignitas had a clear division of labor. They first set up fire for a while, and when they found that the opponent had no intention of pressing forward, Get_Right first threw a police cigarette, and then he decisively rushed out from A1. Hearing A1 start, Zhong Yuan's F0 rest also quickly cooperated with Get_Right to pull out from the bandit's mouth, observe the arch and VIP, and put pressure on the opponent's middle lane. In the pistol round, the importance of props is self-evident. After Nitr 0 heard his teammates report that there was a smoke screen in area A and someone was at A1, he almost immediately ordered an AF to return to defend area A. When NAF tried to jump down from B and return to defend through the arch, he ran an F0 rest in the middle and far corner. One side was well prepared, while the other was caught off guard. NAF was shot in the head and managed to escape with half his life left. He quickly reported the news of Costco's presence to Nitr 0. In a short period of time, Big Eyes exposed the positions of two people, and these two people had a certain relationship with the attack on Area A. Coupled with the previous props, Nitr 0 had basically determined that the opponent's main attack direction in this round was Area A. Just when he was considering whether to completely abandon Area B and return to defend Area A together, a smoke bomb fell from the sky above Area B, accurately covering the entire supermarket window. After confirming that NAF was no longer at the B point, Han led the other three to officially launch the attack on Area B. Because Han was going to throw the props, the one walking in front of the team among the three this time was the breakthrough player Freeberg. Nitr 0 was located inside the B area bomb site. Freeberg couldn't see him at first glance. Considering that there were teammates behind him, Freeberg chose to jump out of the window. Hearing the sound of Freeberg landing, Nitr 0 seized the opportunity to rush out of the bomb site and caught Freeberg off guard. A well-aimed bullet hit his head, and Freeberg's character model instantly fell backwards. He's in B Baudian. After hearing Freeberg's report, Halzerk was about to rush forward to finish off the enemy, but was stopped by Han E. "Wait for me." Halzerk slammed on the brakes and stood still, demonstrating the discipline that a qualified team should have. After meeting up with Han E, the two began to act. Han E chose to jump out of the window and draw the gun line. Since he bought props but not armor, he decided to sacrifice himself to create an advantage for the armored Halzerk. As for Halzerk, he walked out from the balcony and formed a double team with Han E on the left and right. Nitr 0 was a little panicked by Diane's division of troops. After thinking for a moment, he decided to kill the enemy who jumped out of the window first. But during this moment of hesitation, Han, he had already gained the advantage in the gunfight. He quickly moved from under the window to a distance, and with a large opponent close up and a small opponent far away, he killed Ninja Zero with one shot inside the bomb site. Then Han, he turned the camera and looked back, and B's NAF was pulled out just in time and hit Han's crosshairs. He fired again, completing the 180-degree double kill. This scene felt strangely familiar to both the players and the audience in the live broadcast room, and they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "Hi, it's him again." After killing Ninja Zero, he quickly turned around and took down NAF, who was low on health and B, completing this double kill. I've seen this scene before, but I didn't expect Han to do it again. This is almost his signature scene, a 180-degree turnaround kill. Apart from Han, almost no other professional player can do this. Although there was some minor information provided by F0 Rest, this look back was amazing. The preview of the crosshairs was also just right, giving the illusion that NAF had bumped into the crosshairs himself. It's like he has eyes that can see behind him. Hai is like that. In normal matches, his abilities are relatively mediocre, but when he gets to a certain point, it's like he's unlocked his run and do meridians, often pulling off eye-opening and astonishing plays. This is really too strong. If this were a random game, I would have reported it. Am I the only one who feels Captain America hesitated? He should have been more decisive and taken advantage of Han Yi's cover by pulling him out right after he landed. Liquid can't lose by surprise, right? I saw the first picture before the game, and it was garbage, so I thought Liquid would just kill them all. It feels like Liquid is really going to lose. Dignitas is a stronger offense than defense. It was mainly Han Yi's direction that made Captain America explode. It felt like the bandits kept entering the police station in the first half. I'm not a Dignitas fan, and I don't have a filter for old F0 and Cobalt, but I'm happy to see Jiao Jiao lose the game. After Han, he completed the double kill, he breathed a sigh of relief, then took the bomb from himself and placed a small B bag. From the moment the bomb was placed, Liquid had no chance of winning this game. Get_right was still alive in A1, and F0 Rest controlled the middle lane. Even if they killed Get_right in A1, it would be too late for them to return to defense from the supermarket. If they didn't kill Get_right with such a threat behind them, they would not be able to return to defense at all. Realizing this, Ninja Zero had to cut his losses in time. Under his command, the remaining 3 members of Liquid worked together to kill Get_right. After that, they began to retreat towards A1 and defended the area nearby. Seeing that the opponent was not coming, Han also ordered everyone to retreat from the middle road and successfully won the crucial point in the pistol round. The next round was Han Yi's most classic 5 submachine gun rush. He learned from Ninja Zero's idea that the opponent's area was weakly defended, so he used a standard set of area bombs and easily won the point for Liquid. Liquid then half-rose and tried to make another comeback with Desert Eagle. But Han, he was well prepared and imitated Liquid to use an arch clamp. Facing the close attack of all submachine guns, Liquid was unable to resist and was defeated again. Dignitas scored 3 points in a row, and Liquid stabilized the situation and finally entered the long gun game. The score between the two sides has reached 11-7, and Dignitas is only 5 points away from victory. This score was something no one had expected before the game. The Liquid team, who had originally thought they had a sure win, were now a little panicked. They tried hard to calm themselves, but looking at the score, they just couldn't calm down. This time, Ninja Zero called a tactical timeout himself, and Adrian hurried forward to ask, "How do you want to fight? Let's do a 3-way pull and catch the opponent mid-out." Before the game started, Liquid had studied various Midas touch tactics, including Han Yi's 3 pulls, and also made some improvements to make this tactic more suitable for Liquid's style. Now that Liquid is at a disadvantage, Ninja Zero is thinking of using this tactic to prevent Dignitas from continuing to occupy the middle lane. In Ninja Zero's opinion, once Dignitas loses control of the middle lane, even if Hai has a lot of tricks up his sleeve, the diversity of their tactics will be affected. After hearing Ninja Zero's proposal, Adrian thought about it, then nodded and agreed to this tactic. But controlling the middle lane would leave Han E helpless, and it was destined to be just their wishful thinking. After learning about Liquid's battle plan, Han E chose a tactic of going out from the A2 building first, which was used by Team X in a Shanghai Major. This set of tactics is very simple, yet completely different from the current tactics. During this period, most A1, A2 offensive tactics use the A2 building as the core, with A1 as the target to attract firepower. A1 would come out first under the enemy's crossfire, and then A2 would come out later, depending on the situation, to finish off the enemies in Area A or the police's house. But Team X's strategy was exactly the opposite. They let the people from Building A2 come out first, while the 3 people from Building A1 were responsible for exploding a full range of props. After the people from Building A2 controlled the entire area, A1 would attack. This kind of thinking has never been seen in this era, and because of this, few teams will guard against A2 building coming out first, which is why Han wants to use this tactic. Although the engine problem may cause some CS2 props to be unable to be thrown, the overall structure of this tactic has been tested by Dignitas, and there is no problem. After Han discussed this tactic with others, the game officially began. Because Liquid was going to play a 3-pull strategy this time, Twist was the only CT left guarding the A area, so Twist chose a bold defensive position, the balcony groove on the A2 floor. His position allows him to skip many tactical search order. Even in the worst-case scenario, he still has the option to fight against the bandits in Building A2. Twist also felt that it was difficult to defend his single A, so he chose this bolder and more selective position. On the Dignitas side, the attack was much simpler. A2 was under the charge of Freeberg and Get_Right, while the other 3 stayed in A1 to prepare for the bomb. Knowing that the opponent wanted to seize the middle lane, Han did not hesitate. After everyone was in position, he issued an attack order. Soon 3 smoke bombs fell from the sky, landing on the police house, the jumping platform, and under the jumping platform respectively. Then another flash bomb exploded above A1. Twist saw all of this, and he immediately communicated with the Liquid team, asking them to return to defense quickly. He was also prepared to kill the enemies coming out of Building A2 and then hide inside Building A2. But things went against his wishes just when he was about to take action. A wall flash from Building A2 instantly turned him white. Before the combination punch was over, 2 more fireballs were thrown at the balcony and under the balcony, burning the balcony from top to bottom. Freeberg rushed out of Building A2 under the cover of a bunch of props and ran straight into Area A without even looking at Twist, who was standing in the groove of Building A2. Of course, there was no way to take care of Twist when he was completely covered in white. He could only rely on muscle memory to try to run from the balcony to hide under the balcony. However, in the process, another flash bomb was thrown from A1, which made Twist even more covered in white. Freeberg, who had arrived at point A, looked around and didn't see any enemies. After explaining the situation to his teammates not to continue using flash, he turned around and killed Twist, who had been burned to low health by the fire. This perfect tactic allowed Dignitas to occupy Area A almost without bloodshed, and Twist did not fire a single shot throughout the entire process. There is no doubt that Han once again refreshed the views of everyone watching this game with his tactics, and also told them that the tactics of A1 and A2 could have another twist. The Liquid players exchanged glances with each other, obviously unwilling to give up. Nitro decisively ordered everyone to return to defend Area A and try to fight back. The Dignitas team used their remaining items to continuously delay the Liquid team, who were trying to return to defense. In the end, the Liquid team had to grit their teeth and withstand the Dignitas items and fight against the Dignitas team. Although Liquid won the game in the end with their shooting skills, the C4 explosion countdown had run out and they were unable to turn the tide. As the bomb exploded, the score reached 12-7. Seeing victory was about to be achieved, the Dignitas team was in high spirits, and Han took the opportunity to encourage everyone. For a while, the Dignitas' old men were in much better condition, and they were no longer at such a disadvantage when fighting for the ball. In such a game, The scores of both sides were slowly improving. The final score was 16-13. Dignitas took the lead and won the Midgard map. Looking at the result of the game, the players and coaches watching the game fell into silence. Ever since the commander Han E appeared, the tactics he used have refreshed their cognition time and time again. The longer-range ones include the 3-pull of me garbage, and the short-range ones include this time's double frame and A2 first tactics. It can be said that each type could be derived into many different variants, which made them realize the potential of Han E, especially when Dignitas defeated Liquid in a map that Liquid was proud of. Many coaches of top teams looked at Han E with longing in their eyes. He has excellent command ability, can formulate his own tactics, and occasionally has amazing explosive power. Such a command can be said to be the most perfect command in every coach's mind. More importantly, the opponent's team, Dignitas, is indeed very rich, but their investment in the game CSGO is really limited, probably only a few €100,000 a year, not to mention accommodation, food and travel expenses, etc. In other words, Hani's current value is not expensive, and Dignitas is unlikely to offer him too high a salary. This means that they are likely to use a large sum of money to impress Han E and get him to join their team. Thinking of this, many coaches of first-line teams immediately called their bosses or managers, preparing to include Han E as one of the transfer targets. Many people were paying attention to him, but no one made an offer to Han E immediately. Because the major is approaching, no team will replace its own commander at this time. Even if the major teams are dissatisfied with their own commanders, they will have to wait until after the Rio Major before considering replacing the commander. However, everyone is sure of one thing. After the major is over, Hai will definitely become the biggest hot topic in the transfer market. With the financial resources and strength Dignitas has invested now, they definitely cannot keep this commander who looks so amazing. Han E, who was staying in the lounge, didn't know that he had become one of the targets pursued by major teams in the future. His mind was now full of tactics and strategies, and he would tell these things to the rest of the Dignitas team. Now, they're only one map away from the spring finals. Thinking back on everything they have paid for during this period of time, Han E will never allow himself to fail in this last step. The veterans of Dignitas also hold the same belief. As long as they can make it to the spring finals, with the points gained from this competition, their team ranking can definitely enter the top 20 in the world and become a well-deserved first-tier team. It is even possible that they will receive direct invitations to some major competitions, which is undoubtedly a qualitative leap for a team that has been hovering in the second tier for many years. On the other hand, Liquid also has reasons not to lose. Losing to a second-tier team like Dignitas before the major is a very morale-damaging act and may very likely affect Liquid's performance in the Rio Major. In addition, the person who least wants the team to lose to Dignitas is Stewie2K. He was once proud of the map of Milagia, but unexpectedly lost to Han E in the end. Now, there are many voices mocking him on the internet. Stewie2K didn't dare to imagine how badly he would be punished if he really lost the game, as he didn't have a good reputation to begin with. More importantly, if Liquid lost to Dignitas, the top management might not have any immediate reaction, but they would definitely make a note of it. If the results of a major are not ideal, based on Liquid's current lineup, the first person to be optimized out will definitely be him, not the other four. Both sides had different thoughts, and in such an atmosphere, the game started again. Figure 2 shows Dignitas choosing the map. Liquid has the priority to choose the side and becomes the CT side. During the warm-up phase, Hani looked at his attribute panel and fell in a deep thought. Although he chose this map himself, it would be difficult to defeat Liquid. The reason is very simple. This map does not have any complicated tactics. It is more of a contest of shooting skills, and Dignitas is definitely the weaker side in this regard. Thinking of this, Han E couldn't help but focus on the two new talents he had acquired. Same points. When you sacrifice yourself to help your teammates, you gain a bonus to all attributes. Stackable. Lasts until the end of the game. Never get it for free. When you become the first player on your team to die, gain a bonus to all attributes. Stackable. After you kill an enemy, The attributes are retained, but the talent is invalid. There are ways to improve his marksmanship. There are 2 talents here that can help him improve his marksmanship. However, if you want to use these 2 talents, you will undoubtedly have to take some risks. First of all, he must never give up the opportunity. He must ensure that he cannot kill anyone and is the first to die every time. Secondly, he must ensure that his teammates' mentality will not collapse when he gives up the opportunity. Otherwise, when he finally stacked up the attributes, his teammates started to collapse one by one. Then he would not be able to defeat the 5 opponents, even if he stacked up the attributes to the maximum. As for how to trigger Saint points, Han roughly determined it after some exploration. For example, being the first person in the team to break through and helping teammates to pull the gun line. These normal game behaviors cannot be regarded as saintly. To meet this condition, one must be more demanding. For example, when playing as CT, one can throw the AK picked up to teammates and use the M for oneself, or help teammates to continuously protect the sniper rifle. Only by doing this kind of behavior that harms one's own interests and helps teammates can one be judged as a saint by the system. To sum up, one of the 2 talents stacks quickly, but is subject to conditional restrictions. The other stacks slowly, but has the advantage that it can be stacked anytime and anywhere. Soon, a plan slowly emerged in Han Yi's mind. Soon the game officially started. Han Yi took a look at his birth point, which was close to Area B. He then sensed Liquid's tactics for this round and found that it was a standard 212. He thought about it and gave an order to attack Area B. After all this is done, the game officially begins. Han Yi was still leading the way, walking at the front of the team. This round, he gave himself a standard P250 plus smoke flash combination. More than 10 seconds later, Han Yi came to the vicinity of B channel. He first threw a fake door flash and then pulled it out resolutely. However, this standard flash could hardly interfere with the aiming of the Liquid team. The moment Han Yi stepped out of B channel, he was shot and fell backwards, and the system prompt sounded in his ears. Triggering talents are never given for free. All attributes +1. After he died, Han Yi looked at his teammates who were still attacking and gave timely reminders. There was a cigarette and a P250 next to my body. The crowd had no time to respond to him, but instead rushed into Area B. There are slight changes to Liquid's B zone defenders on this map. The main B is still the American Captain Nitra 0, but the secondary B is not NAF, but Stewie 2K. The middle gate is guarded by Elledge. The main A is Twists, and the secondary A is NAF. Therefore, if Dignitas wants to enter Area B, they must do so before Elledge returns to Area B. Otherwise, by the time Elledge returns to Area B, the defensive capabilities of Area B will have a qualitative leap, and it will be extremely difficult for them to attack Area B again. But Dignitas lost Han Yi, the pistol round Superman, first in the pistol round, so their victory was destined to be not as easy as before. The second person walking in the team was Freeberg. Before Han Yi died, he heard the gunshots inside the B site and roughly determined the enemy's position. So he took a pre-aiming look towards the B site. At a glance, I saw Stewie 2K standing on the box of the B site and getting a headshot, and Nitra 0 standing behind the big box in the B area. He fired decisively, hitting Stewie 2K in the head. But at the same time, he was hit by a bullet in the head and fell to the ground unwillingly. Then F0 rest and Get_right pulled together, but unfortunately they only replaced Stewie 2K and crippled Nitra 0 before both fell. When it was Halzerk's turn, Elledge was already in place at the middle gate. Needless to say, the outcome was inevitable. Facing Elledge's shooting skills, it was difficult for Halzerk to make any decent breakthrough. The pistol round ended with the score 0-1. The bomb was not placed, and Dignitas suffered heavy losses in the pistol round, only killing one person. So Han Yi decisively chose Eco, and he asked everyone to stand as far back as possible. As for why he did this, the reason was very simple. It made it easier for him to die first. As expected, under Han Yi's deliberate arrangement, he was first killed by the opponent's a small double frame at B1, and then he commanded his teammates to start attacking Liquid. Similar scenes continued to unfold in the next 3 games. Han also delivered 5 consecutive first deaths, and all his tactics were played in a standard way. As a result, the score between the two sides naturally came to 0-5. Han Yi's performance in these 5 rounds also attracted a lot of discussion from the audience, and many viewers even began to laugh at whether Han Yi's CPU was burned out, which caused him to be completely different from before. Even the Dignitas team was affected and seemed a little impatient and anxious. If Han Yi seemed to know where the enemy's defenses were before, their tactics could always restrain the opponent. Then the last few games, it felt like everything was turned upside down. It seemed like Nitro Zero knew where Han Yi went and then sent people to target him. Han Yi's response was, "If you dare to target me, I will die in front of you." He fell into Nitro Zero's trap every time. These 5 games were all like this. Often, while the other 4 were still preparing their strategies, Han Yi would disappear inexplicably. The game came to the 6th round of the rifle round. Looking at the score of 5 o'clock, Stewie 2K's complacent feeling appeared again. He was in perfect touch in these 6 rounds, and he felt very elated. In his opinion, even Han Yi was no better than him. All tactics and marksmanship were gone on this map, and they crushed the opponent in the end. But little did he know that when Stewie 2K was secretly happy, Han Yi looked at his own attributes and decided to start harvesting. After triggering Never Give Up for free 5 times, the reaction speed in his sniper rifle's attributes has reached 100 points. This is the limit displayed by the system. At the same time, Han Yi also speculated that this value represents a possibility, which is the limit of human beings. In addition to the reaction of the sniper rifle, the reaction of his rifle has also reached 94 points, and the pre-aim and positioning are as high as 86 points and 76 points respectively. It is slightly worse than the gun, but it is also 73 points. He is already qualified to compete with some second-tier gunmen, but Han Yi didn't plan to use a rifle. His goal in playing this map from beginning to end was simple: to use a sniper to win the game. He took a look at the finances. Since they had been on a losing streak, they were still financially comfortable, with Freeberg having 5,800 yuan. He opened his mouth and spoke. "Freeberg, you should use a sniper." After hearing Han Yi's words, Freeberg didn't react much and silently fired a sniper shot, but Halzerk on the side was a little moved. He never expected that Han Yi would choose to believe him when the team was 5 points behind. Halzerk quickly picked up an AK, ready to exchange it for the AWP in Freeberg's hand. But then Han Yi's operation made him a little confused. He saw that Han Yi took the lead and exchanged the AK in his hand with Freeberg, but after that, Han Yi did not pass the AWP to him, but just held it in his own hand. When Halzerk saw this scene, he opened his mouth and wanted to ask, "Aren't you going to give me this gun?" But he couldn't say this for a long time, so he could only look at Han Yi secretly with a somewhat resentful look. Han Yi didn't notice his gaze. After learning from Nitro Zero's heart that Liquid would still play a 212 formation this time, he thought about it and also issued an order to default to control the map. Nitro Zero had already tasted success in the previous few games, and this time it was very likely that the opponent would try some small moves in the midterm. Han Yi planned to wait until the midterm to play a tactical restraint. Before that, he could try to see what changes would happen to the sniper rifle in his hands when its reaction reached 100. When the game started, he held a sniper rifle and immediately stood on the slope facing the middle door of the bandit's house. Even though Liquid was leading by a large margin, they still had some necessary details. They did not jump directly to the middle door, but still gave Dignitas a chance to pass through the middle door, fully respecting Dignitas. Seeing the smoke, Han Yi had to give up the idea of killing one at the middle gate at the beginning. He has never killed anyone from the beginning of the game and now, so his talent for hot hands is still there. As long as the opponent dares to appear in his field of vision, killing him with one shot is not just talk. After discovering that he couldn't kill his opponent in the middle lane, Han Yi turned his attention to Ada. Some time has passed since the start of the game, and Twist has firmly grasped the control of Ada. After throwing a cigarette at Gate A, he hid in the A pit and set up Gate A directly. In this place, only the scalp is exposed, and there is an advantage in gunfire due to being larger near and smaller far away. So, it is a relatively good position. Because of this, all the spectators and commentators can see that it is not a good idea to go out of Gate A now, especially when there is no information near Gate A. Han, he was not afraid at all. He asked Freeberg to follow him to the yellow car and asked Freeberg to help him throw a flash at Gate A. He himself planned to take advantage of this flash to pull out directly. After listening to this, Freeberg nodded to indicate that he remembered it. Then Han, he walked into Gate A and waited for the smoke bomb at Gate A to dissipate. After a few seconds, the smoke bomb in front of him gradually dissipated and he gave the order to dodge. A flash bomb was thrown out from the yellow car, drawing a graceful arc, and without any warning, it exploded instantly at the door of A. Twist had no time to dodge and was completely defeated, but he was experienced and immediately squatted down. Han, he took advantage of the situation and pulled out from Gate A. He first glanced behind Gate A, but couldn't see any enemies. Then he set his sights around Gate A and Pit A. At this time, he was not sure of the enemy's specific location, but he could rely on his hot hands to make a move in the middle and swing to both sides. Twist also recovered from being completely white at this time. Realizing that the enemy had come out, he immediately thought of a good way to collect information, which was to stand and squat in seconds. Even professional players would find it difficult to react to this sudden crouching. Twist saw this and planned to collect some information first, and then make a rebound and kill the bandit that came out. But then a scene that made everyone dumbfounded happened. Originally, Han Yi's crosshairs were between a duh and a pit, but as Twist stood up, Han Yi reacted almost immediately and fired a shot in an instant. The shot was fast and accurate. From Twist's perspective, it seemed as if Han Yi had fired a shot almost as soon as he stood up. It looked as if the two of them had rehearsed it in advance. What the hell? What is this? The person playing the machine shouted out loudly the first moment. He looked at the extremely fast shot with an expression of disbelief on his face. There was even an illusion when playing with the machine. Just looking at the shot Han Yi fired just now, not to mention Twist's, even if any professional player came, they would not be able to escape the fate of death. The terrifying shot just now could be described in one sentence. Whoever comes will die. At the same time, the barrage was immediately filled with question marks. The previous shot was really too fast. It was not only fast, but also accurate so that no audience could see clearly what had just happened. All they could realize was that Han, he suddenly fired a shot, and then Twist died. After killing Twists, Han, he quickly issued an order. Freeberg and I will play A major, and you guys will play A minor. After explaining the tactics, Han, he continued to move forward with a sniper rifle in hand. When he arrived near the blue car, he first took a look at the A site. After confirming that there was no one there, he looked towards the police house. Han, he was certain that the other side's police team must have a CT, but he did not choose to block the smoke. Instead, he used a more ancient way of pulling the gun and crouched down to get out. This method was quite common in 2017 and 2018, but with the development of the times, everyone's skills have generally improved, and few people use this method of squatting and pulling the gun. The reason for this change is very simple. In the early days, everyone's level was generally not high, and the gap between snipers was also very large. Many people's defensive snipers could not withstand the opponent's offensive snipers, even if the opponent was crouching and rushing out. But later on, more and more people knew how to play, and their skills kept improving. To continue pulling them out in this way was no different from committing suicide. But now Han Yi picked up this method again, choosing to start from university and work his way up step by step. Stewie 2K, the liquid sniper, has now arrived at the A base of the police station. He stared at the crosshairs intently, not daring to slack off for a moment. Soon a figure appeared in his crosshairs. The figure moved extremely slowly and was approaching little by little. Stewie 2K was not in a hurry to shoot. He could only see the opponent's arm, and shooting now would only cripple his opponent. But then it was the opponent's turn. He would surely die because he had fired the gun and lost his ability to resist. So he waited, waiting until he could see the opponent's chest before shooting to ensure a fatal blow. But a situation he didn't expect happened. The moment he saw Han Yi's chest, the other party's reaction was even faster than his, who had been aiming for a long time. A gunshot rang out, and Stewie 2K fell to the ground instantly. The audience could hear the slightly teasing sound of someone playing the machine. F***K. Hai completed an offensive sniper's kill on a defensive sniper, and he came out crouching. He didn't even treat Stewie 2K as a human being. For professional players, it is an extremely shameful thing for a defensive sniper to be executed by an offensive sniper at any time, but Stewie 2K does not have time to think about it. There was only one thought in his mind. It was all over. His death meant that the entire A-zone defense line began to crumble. Now the only CT left in Area A is NAF, who is in A. As for Nitr Zero and Elage, they are both near the middle gate, trying to figure out how to get out of the middle gate and return to defend in A. They can't help Area A at all now. NAF, be careful of A-Sama. After Stewie 2K said this, he seemed to have exhausted all his strength and collapsed backwards. Only then did he have time to recall what had just happened. As he recalled the past, the scene of his execution gradually became clearer. He opened his mouth, as if muttering to himself or asking someone a question. How can he be so fast? Stewie 2K's words instantly resonated with Twists, who spoke with a hint of grievance. I just looked up and he shot me dead. That reaction was really a bit too scary. But I'm different from you. I've already pinned him down and even had a positioning advantage, but I was still a little slower than him. When saying this, Stewie 2K's tone was different from Twist's, as he was full of self-blame and self-doubt. Although he was not a sniper known for his reaction speed, he still found it difficult to bear the blow of being defeated by Han E in such a humiliating way. When Stewie 2K and Twist were in low morale, the third victim, NAF, was thinking about how to keep the A-zone. While he was thinking, Han E had already come from a university to a Boudian. Han Yi's reaction is indeed fast, but his attributes other than reaction are terrible. So he chose the safest way, placing the crosshairs near A and squatting all the way over. During this process, the crosshairs also moved slowly. As Han E continued to approach, NAF also started his own action. He decisively came to A's close point and tried to peek to obtain more information. But in the end, he had just stretched out half of his arm when he heard a gunshot. NAF looked down and found that he only had 10 points of health left. On the other side, Han E quickly took out his pistol after discovering that the opponent was not dead to prevent NAF from killing him. But NAF, with this much health, didn't dare to come out. He was scared back immediately after being shot, but he didn't dare to run around. Because of the bandits' tacit consent, the control of B1 and the middle lane is now in the hands of Dignitas. If he retreats completely to A, he will most likely be killed by the bandits coming from the middle lane. So he can only choose to stand near the A steps and barely survive. When can you two come help me? There was some anxiety in NAF's tone. His situation was not optimistic at all. He had never expected that Han Yi's sniper could be so fast. He had clearly swayed very little just now, with only a little bit of his arm exposed, but even with just that little bit, Han Yi was able to react and shoot him. He now finally understood what Stewie 2K and Twist had meant when they said Han Yi's reaction was outrageous. Nitr Zero and Elage also understood NAF's predicament, but they knew nothing about the information in the middle lane, so they still had to slowly figure it out and could only comfort him with words. It's okay, don't die. A Xiao, we can help you in the middle lane. Once we clear B1 and Zhong Yuan will go up to help you. With the comfort of his teammates, NAF calmed down a lot. But he didn't know that after seeing that he didn't come out, Han Yi had switched from his pistol to a sniper rifle and started to advance in his direction. At this moment, Han Yi looked like an emotionless bulldozer in the eyes of all the audience. Any living creature that appeared in his crosshairs would die inexplicably. As time went by, Han Yi got closer and closer to NAF. NAF also felt something vaguely, and he chose the same method as Twist's, half crouching on the stairs, then suddenly stood up and did a spring head. But all this was doomed to be in vain. The moment he stood up, a gunshot was heard, and the bullet passed through his head and hit the wall behind A. Han E kills another person. The sound of the machine suddenly exploded in the audience's ears, almost breaking due to the shouting. Triple kill. Hani attacked from A large to A small, killing all the CTs in the entire A area. His reaction was too fast. There was no way the Liquid team could fight him in this situation. Other teams are hiding their tactics. Why are you hiding your guns? You know, Hani has never used an AWP since his debut, but no one expected his sniper rifle to be this fast. His performance in this round was truly impeccable. This round is over. Liquid gave up on defending. These three extremely fast shots caused the comments in the live broadcast room to pause briefly, and then a large number of comments of amazement came one after another. No, buddy, are you Kenny's? Why do I feel like you're faster than K-Bow? F***K, fast and accurate. I didn't even see Twist's shadow when he was shot. How perverted. If you keep doing this, how can Liquid play? I'm Stewie 2K and I don't want to play anymore. I can't even win even when I'm crouching. What's the point of playing sniper? With a bomb exploding, Dignitas finally scored the first point. His teammates immediately reached out their hands and high-fived Han E to celebrate. Han Yi's brilliant performance just now was undoubtedly a boost to the Dignitas team. They had a feeling that the nearly omnipotent commander was back. On the other hand, the expressions of the Liquid players were not as good as before. The three people he killed were still in a dazed state, obviously unable to recover from Han Yi's extremely quick reaction. Seeing this, Nitr0 had to call a tactical timeout to let everyone slow down and cool down Han Yi's touch. 30 seconds passed quickly, the tactical pause ended, and everyone on Liquid regained their spirits. After careful consideration, Nitr0 still issued a default order. Unlike the previous game, Han E did not continue to default. This time his birth point was the position closest to A, so he planned to grab A big, and he left the bomb to the three-person team of Get_Right, Halzerk, and F0 Rest, and told them to go to A small if they had the chance. He planned to use the tactic of A big to attack A small again. After giving the order, Han E thought about it and bought himself another Desert Eagle. Because he didn't usually use a sniper, he was not very good at paying attention to details. It was not until he failed to kill NAF with one shot just now that he realized the importance of a secondary weapon to a sniper. Thinking that it was not expensive anyway, he simply picked up a Desert Eagle. At the start of the game, Han E rushed towards Gate of first, and the other teammates also came to the side of Gate A as soon as possible, threw a flash at him, and covered him to get out. He came to Gate A and opened the scope horizontally. His whole set of movements were smooth and fluid. The crosshairs fell on the corner, where it was a big space for people to come, waiting for the enemy to come to the gate. After a few seconds, Han E found that the enemy had not appeared yet. After confirming that the enemy would not come out, he walked out of Gate A, killed a and did not forget to pick up Freebird behind him. Twists, the main A player on Liquid's side, chose a more conservative defensive approach after experiencing Han Yi's extremely terrifying shot. He did not rush for A, but observed from the A platform. After hearing the flash of A, he communicated with Nitr0 immediately. They robbed University A. Nitr0 took a look at the small map and learned from the last lesson. He immediately organized people to counter-clear the fourth middle lane. As for the B area, he temporarily gave it up. After learning the news from Nitr0's heart, Han E immediately warned the three mid laners they're going to counter-clear the mid lane. At this time, Dignitas' mid lane trio was preparing to launch an attack on Xiao. Hearing Han Yi's reminder, they quickly dispersed. But in the process, their footsteps were also heard by the Liquid team. As a flash of light was thrown out from the middle door, Nitr0 was the first to rush out, but before he could see the situation in the middle lane clearly, he was killed by Get_Right at B1 with the advantage of cover. But Elage immediately rushed out after Nitr0 and took down Get_Right, whose position had been exposed with two shots. Halzerk and F0 Rest, who had retreated to the middle and far corners, also did not let Elage go. They instantly focused their fire with 2 AKs and killed Elledge, but NAF also took this opportunity to pull out from A and stole F0 rest. Although the two sides completed a 2-for-2 exchange in the middle lane, Dignitas was already at a disadvantage in terms of control over the middle lane. Currently, Liquid has Stewie 2K behind the middle gate and A-small NAF in the middle lane, while Dignitas only has Halzerk in the middle and far lane. Hani thought about it and asked Freeberg, who had already come out, to return to Costco. He moved forward himself, preparing to continue attacking area A along A large, and finally meet up with the two people from Costco at A small. By the time Freeberg returned to Zhongyan, the situation in the middle lane had changed. Stewie 2K gave up the confrontation in the middle lane and returned to Area B. Now the one who replaced him behind the middle lane gate was Twists, who was originally guarding Area A. Because the battle just now was rather hasty, the bandits' bomb fell on B1. So now the primary responsibility of the Dignitas mid-lane duo is to enter B1, retrieve the bomb, and then meet up with Han, E, and A to get the next A area package. The Liquid team naturally understood Dignitas' idea, but they were not in a hurry. Instead, they were waiting for a suitable opportunity. Halzerk and Freeberg followed the plan, moving quietly from Zhongyuan towards B1 bit by bit. Finally, after more than 10 seconds, the two successfully returned to B1. Just when Halzerk picked up the bomb, the two Liquid mid-laners chose to act. With a flash of light, Xiao and the middle gate came out at the same time. The two Dignitas players were well prepared for this and killed A's NAF first, but Twist showed his shooting skills. He killed Freeberg with a shot to the head and then to the body, and then he made a sweeping transfer and severely injured Halzerk. Halzerk looked at his half-health left and felt a little panicked. He didn't dare to fight with Twists anymore and wanted to retreat, but he looked at the time. After such a long battle, there were only 30 seconds left. It was obviously too late to go around from the bandits' house to Area A. At this point, the offense had changed from a multiple-choice question to a single-choice question. He began to move towards B2 and began to communicate with Han E. "Let's go to B. I'm stuck with him and can't go to A." Han E, who had already arrived near the CT but had not seen anyone yet, heard the nurse's words and readily agreed. He could not help the nurse in the current situation, so changing his mind and attacking B was indeed a good choice. After seeing Han Yi's agreement, Halzerk went all the way up to B2, ready to wait for Han E here so that he could cooperate with Han Yi's attack later. Twist in the middle lane saw that Halzerk did not come out, so he did not continue to chase him. He knew that once he died, the middle lane would be completely empty and the opponent would be able to return to A and plant a bomb in Area A. So he chose to stand near the middle door, acting as a nail to cut off the possibility of Halzerk returning to Area A. As for Area B, he completely trusts the sniper in Stewie 2K's hands. Han E also hurried to the middle lane. After confirming that there was a middle gate, he first took a look at the dog hole and B gate. After confirming that Stewie 2K was not there, he began to squat and move towards the middle lane little by little. It's not that he doesn't want to use some cool big gun to kill the other person with one shot, or that he has some special hobby. The main reason is that he can't aim like a normal sniper. At present, his sniper rifle is useless except for reaction. All he can do is keep the crosshairs sticking to the cover. He moves slowly, and once the opponent appears in his crosshairs, he will shoot immediately, using reaction to make up for the shortcomings of positioning and following the gun. As he continued to approach the middle gate, a CT figure appeared in Han Yi's sight. Twist was also on guard, and he saw Han E at the first time. But it was useless. His reaction speed was no match for Han E. With a gunshot, the same scene that happened in University A happened again. Twist was shot dead and fell down with an unwilling look on his face. Twist was so angry that he slammed the table hard. The feeling was really too uncomfortable for him. There's a monster walking in a crouching position on the opposite side. How do I play this game? With Twist's death, Liquid's situation deteriorated instantly, but Dignitas didn't have much time left. But at this moment, Halzerk made a fatal mistake. After he found that there was not much time left, he did not continue to wait for Han E to synchronize, but rushed out directly from the B hole. Stewie 2K, who was originally worried about being attacked by Boy in B2, smiled immediately when he saw this scene. He stood at the B site and raised his hand to shoot, taking the head of Halzerk. Then he came to the bottom of the dog hole and listened attentively to the information from Boy. Hani glanced at the time. There were only 10 seconds left. If he wanted to win this endgame, he had to hurry up. Realizing that time was running out, he didn't hesitate, but just let go and headed straight for the dog hole. He knew that Stewie 2K was right there. Similarly, Stewie 2K heard Hanyi's footsteps clearly, and he also knew that Han-yi was right above him. The distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer, sniper against sniper. Han-yi pulled out from the dog hole. He was one step faster than Stewie 2K and shot directly. But the shot missed. Stewie 2K broke out in a cold sweat, looking at Han-yi, who tried to escape after missing his gun. How could he let him do that? He shot Han-yi dead near the dog hole with a backhanded shot. After being killed, Han-yi's vision blurred, and he found himself outside B again. This time, he did not trust the sniper rifle in his hand. In this situation, the sniper rifle with a range of only 42 has become a burden to him. He leaped forward, the AWP in his hand, flying high over the wall outside B, attracting the attention of Stewie 2K. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Han-yi pulled out of the dog hole, holding a Desert Eagle, and shot Stewie 2K in the head while his attention was attracted by the sniper rifle. As Stewie 2K fell backwards, the sound of the machine gradually became louder. He once again defeated Stewie 2K in the sniper battle and won this endgame. Although he lacked the Dragon Sniper, he replicated S1 Impul's Dragon Sniper with a near head-stomping move. Coincidentally, when S1 Impul performed this famous move before, the background was also liquid. I can bet this scene will be circulated like crazy on all major platforms tomorrow. It's such a classic. Stewie 2K was completely treated as a background by him. I don't even need a sniper. I'll just use my Desert Eagle to kill you. He truly deserves to be F0 Rest protege, Freeberg's successor. He even possesses the map understanding and calm positioning of Guti_GHT in the endgame. Stewie 2K stared at the scene in front of him in a daze for a long time. He never thought that this scene would happen to him, but it was not over yet. Then he saw Han-yi pick up the sniper rifle on the ground and pointed at his own body. 1, 2, 3 times. The sound of the sniper rifle's gunshot was like a sharp blade piercing his heart. This kind of direct humiliation should have made him angry. But at this moment, he had no temper at all. Having lost to his opponent twice in a row, he couldn't even feel angry, and his face was full of dejection. Until the start of the next round, Stewie 2K was still unable to get out of the shadow of the previous game, or rather, none of the Liquid players were able to get out of the shadow of failure. Some are happy, and some are sad. The Dignitas team presented a completely different scene. Everyone was shouting and couldn't help but look at Han-yi, who was sitting in the middle of the team. Various voices of nice were heard everywhere. The scene just now undoubtedly greatly boosted everyone's morale. If they were not still in the game, they would all want to rush up and hug Han-yi. F0 Rest's eyes were full of excitement. He was closest to Han-yi and patted Han-yi on the shoulder. Underestimated you. You have this unique skill. Why didn't you use it earlier? You know, it wasn't just the commentators and the audience who were surprised by Han-yi's brilliant performance. They were as well. Before this, no one in Dignitas knew that Han-yi had such a unique sniper skill. It's really too fast. Even though they were staring at Han-yi's first-person perspective, when the enemy appeared in Han-yi's crosshairs and Han-yi fired bullets, they all found that they still couldn't keep up with Han-yi's reaction speed. Especially the three veterans F0 Rest, Get_Right, and Freeberg. They're all players who competed with the peak K God. So after the comparison, they can feel the horror of Han-yi even more. This reaction speed is slightly better than that of God K in his peak period. The three of them once again lamented that Han-yi was born in the wrong era. If he had met them and teamed up with them earlier, with Han-yi going to play the breakthrough sniper, with the strength of the three veterans, there is no doubt that each of them would be at least a 4 or 5-time champion now. Soon the next round began. Liquid's economy had hit rock bottom. This time, they chose a combination of an M4A4 and 4MP9S, and the only long gun fell on Elledge, who was guarding the middle lane. Because they had no money and wanted to save props, they made a wrong decision not to block the smoke at the middle door and jumped directly through the middle door. It was this decision that made them pay a heavy price. Just as a gunshot was heard from the bandits, Nitro, who had just jumped into the air, suddenly tilted his body and fell from the sky to the ground, dying in front of Stewie 2K. Looking at the horrifying scene in front of him, the first thought in Stewie 2K's mind was, "There's a man-eating monster in the middle lane." Stewie 2K didn't care about the cold sweat on his forehead. He picked up the smoke bomb that Nitro dropped after his death and quickly lit a cigarette. With the cover of the smoke bomb, he dared to go to Area B. On the other side, Han E saw the smoke in the middle lane and knew that there was no chance to kill anyone again, so he decisively put down his gun. There was some luck involved in his killing of Nitro just now. The opponent happened to hit his crosshairs when he jumped. Otherwise, if it was a little higher or lower, his shot would probably have missed. But he didn't know that this shot really scared Stewie 2K half to death. Even after he successfully entered Area B, Stewie 2K's heart was still pounding. There are indeed some professional players who can snipe people to death in the middle lane without blocking the smoke when passing through the middle gate, but most of them just kill the person by shooting through the door. There are really few people who can kill the person by sniping after passing through the door. While Stewie 2K was still in shock, a flash of light popped out from the B channel, followed by two bandits pulling out simultaneously. Stewie 2K was quick to fight. Despite being at a disadvantage in terms of firearms, he still killed Freeberg in front with his MP9. However, he was powerless against the remaining bandit and fell to F0 res K. Elledge, who was guarding the middle lane, tried to help, but soon a cigarette completely blocked the B gate, extinguishing his thoughts of returning to defense. Then Nitro ordered everyone to go to A campus to save their guns, but they ended up meeting the figure they least wanted to see at the corner of A campus. Hani was seen squatting inside Gate A, waiting for a long time. With one shot, Elledge fell to the ground. The other two Liquid players tried to resist, but after the Dignitas' force arrived, they were killed one by one. At the end of this round, Liquid's economy completely collapsed, and they were no match for Dignitas in the next round of eco games. The gap between the two sides kept widening, and by the end of the first half, it had become the most classic 9:6. Dignitas' reversal was so sudden that many viewers didn't realize what had happened. When they opened the live broadcast room a second ago, the score was still 0-5, and Liquid had a big score advantage. When they came back from the bathroom, they found that everything had changed. The leading side had switched from Liquid to Dignitas. In the pistol round of the second half, both teams used their best tactics. Liquid used a 4A small, and Stewie 2K single-handedly hung the A gate tactic. Han E chose a heavy attack. After a fierce battle between the two sides, Liquid was still stronger. Even though Dignitas used a heavy attack, they still couldn't hold on to this point. Then Han E had to eco for 2 consecutive games, and the score between the two sides came to 9-9. But at this time, Han Yi's sniper came out again, and he implemented a double sniper tactic. He served as the deputy B to guard the middle road and the sand, while Halzerk, as the main A sniper, only needed to keep an eye on A. In this way, Dignitas' defense is like an iron wall, and no matter how Liquid turns, they will eventually run into the muzzle of the sniper rifle. In the end, the score between the two sides was fixed at 16-10. Dignitas successfully defeated Liquid and advanced to the Blast Spring Finals with the second place in Group A. When Han E killed the last enemy Elledge with a single shot, all the Dignitas players stood up and hugged Han E. After nearly 3 months of hard work, their team qualified for the Blast Spring Finals after the major. A trace of trance appeared in Han Yi's eyes, and his mind kept recalling all the efforts he had made in the past 6 months since his rebirth, helping the team develop new tactics, practicing shooting until late at night, and cheering and encouraging each other with his teammates. Finally, we have come to this point today. Although the Blast Spring Finals is inferior to those traditional large-scale CSGO events, such as Kato and Cologne, and is even inferior to the Blast Global Finals. There's no doubt that this is a big step in his career. He finally had the chance to stand under the lights, in the spotlight, and listen to the audience cheering his name. Ugh. Then came the fist bump between the two sides, and then it was Stewie 2K and Han Yi's turn. Stewie 2K looked at Han Yi's face, opened his mouth, and said something. Well done. You're not bad either. After a brief exchange, the two sides missed each other. Han Yi tidied up the keyboard and mouse on his desk. When he was halfway through, his phone rang. As expected, it was his mother calling again, but this time his mother did not talk to him about the game. He answered the phone, and there was a hint of worry in the voice on the other end of the line. Son, have you seen the news? There's a flu epidemic abroad, especially in the United States. It's infected 200,000 to 300,000 people, and hundreds of people die every day. Even though you're in Europe, you still have to take precautions. My mother's words were like a huge rock falling into the lake, causing huge waves in Han Yi's heart. What was to come finally came. He himself had systematic talents and was not afraid of the epidemic, but it was different for his parents at home and his grandparents in the countryside. Han Yi remembered that before their rebirth, they had suffered a lot from the epidemic. According to his previous memory, he briefly explained the supplies that the family should stock up on and what they needed to prepare, and asked them to reduce outdoor activities. His parents were a little skeptical, so Han Yi had to try hard to persuade them, and they finally agreed to take a series of protective measures before going out. He thought about it, and was afraid that his parents would be reluctant to spend the money, so he simply went online and ordered a batch of supplies. Only after he did all this did he feel relieved. Everyone packed up their things, left the venue, and got on the car back to the hotel. Along the way, Han Yi was in a very good mood. Winning the game was only one of the reasons for his happiness. The other reason was that if nothing unexpected happened, this would be their last day in Duanluan. The days of not knowing what to eat every day were finally over. It was a double happiness. The other people in the club happily sang a Nordic folk song, which sounded quite majestic. Unfortunately, Han Yi couldn't understand it, couldn't sing it, and didn't want to join them. As an internet-addicted teenager, he is rather introverted and just wants to sit quietly in the corner of the car, watching others partying together and feeling the joy. But the Dignitas people had no intention of letting him go. They dragged him over and forced him to join their singing group. The singing continued for more than 10 minutes, and they finally arrived downstairs of the hotel. Everyone got out of the car one by one with backpacks on their backs. At this time, a middle-aged man who was probably in his 30s blocked their way. There was a lot of sweat on the man's forehead, and he was breathing heavily. After seeing everyone, he enthusiastically took out a notebook from his arms and handed it to them. Sign your names, F0 rest, and get underscore right. I've liked you guys for a long time. Of course, hi. You're also pretty good at playing. This was Han Yi's first time meeting a fan offline, and judging from the other party's appearance, it was obvious that they had come to him specifically. Without saying a word, they lined up to sign the book. Soon, the signatures of the 5 people were arranged in the book and handed to each other by Han Yi himself. The other party looked down at the notebook. A hint of gratitude flashed in his eyes. He said, "Thank you," and then turned around and left without stopping. After the little incident just now, everyone entered the hotel smoothly. Different from the 3 veterans, Han Yi and Halzerk seemed much more excited. This was the first time for them to sign autographs for others, even if the person just now was not their fan. However, Han Yi believes that it won't be long before his true fans come to him for autographs. Back in the hotel room, Han Yi lay on the bed, enjoying a rare relaxing time. After they advanced, there were still 2 months until the spring finals, and there was only one competition in these 2 months, Flashpoint. Han Yi had some impression of this competition. It was probably only held once or twice. It was a membership-based competition organized by several clubs. It didn't have much value and seemed to have caused quite a joke. As for what the joke was, he couldn't quite remember. But the advantage of this competition is that the prize money is generous. If you can win first place, the money you get will be a lucrative income for everyone in the club. With Dignita's current strength, participating in this competition is no different from frying fish. Just when he was fantasizing about how to squander and invest the prize money. That night, the manager knocked on everyone's door and gathered everyone on Dignitas together. The expression on his face was very complicated, and as soon as he opened his mouth, he told a piece of news that made everyone not know whether to be happy or sad. The Rio Major, originally scheduled to be held in May or June, will be moved forward to April for various reasons, and there's only less than a month left. This means that the Major will be held before Flashpoint and Blast Spring Finals, and everyone's vacation will be shortened. This news is not bad for Hani. As long as the Major is not canceled, everything is acceptable to him. But everyone had different ideas, and there were many sighs. Seeing that it was getting late, the manager urged everyone to go to bed and said that if they had anything to say, they could talk on the plane tomorrow. The plane was to take off at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. So after Hani returned to the room, he turned off the lights and lay on the bed, falling asleep unknowingly. The next morning, everyone woke up and boarded a plane back to Sweden. When they arrived at the club, it was already past 10 in the morning. He opened the refrigerator and made himself a special cola. Then he sat on the sofa with the iced cola, holding his mobile phone in one hand and the cola in the other. He took a sip from time to time, with a look of satisfaction on his face. It's a pity that the refrigerator doesn't have a 0-degree interlayer. It would be perfect if there was a cola with crushed ice floating on the surface. At this time, Halzerk walked to his side and interrupted this comfort. Don't you want to practice on the map? The Major is coming soon. For Halzerk, the first Major in his life is always full of passion and unlimited enthusiasm. He can't wait to start training now and practice until the day before the Major competition begins. But Hani didn't think so. After a long game, the three old men were already exhausted. It would be better to give everyone a break and enjoy themselves. He cleared his throat and adopted the voice of an old London gentleman. Dear Mr. Halzerk, the Major is still a month away, so there's no need to rush. Why don't you sit with me and have a cup of Coca-Pepsi? You'll find that there's so much fun in life. After listening to Hanyi's speech, Halzer showed a hint of confusion on his face, but he quickly understood what Han meant by Coca-Pepsi. As a normal person, he naturally rejected such evil things, so he quickly shook his head. Forget it. I can drink Coca-Cola or Pepsi, but I definitely won't drink this kind of stuff. By the way, please speak more normally. We've only been in London for less than a week, so your accent won't be affected. Before Halzerk could finish his words, he had already stood up and made him a Coca-Pepsi. With a confident look on his face, he gestured for Halzerk to try it while saying a wise saying. The path to happiness lies within. Seeing Han Yi's serious expression, Halzerk took the Coke with some doubt and drank it in one gulp. Of course, there is no such thing as clothes bursting. But this thing is indeed much better than Halzerk imagined. It tastes better than Coca-Cola, but not as sweet and greasy as Pepsi. After feeling the joy in it, he said while holding the Coke, I'm going upstairs if I'm not training. Have a good rest. Halzerk turned and walked up the stairs. After that, no one disturbed Han Yi for a while. He just lay on the sofa and watched TikTok. Before he knew it, the Coke was almost empty. He drank the last sip and stood up to clean the cup. Then he downloaded a 3-word game on his phone while going upstairs. I was reborn. Before I was reborn, I was bullied. Everyone laughed at me and said I was the school kid and couldn't understand my skills. In this life, I swear to become a great general, support the Han dynasty, and make those who once looked down on me pay the price. Han played the game until the evening, and then he rubbed his eyes tiredly. Before going to bed, he decided to take another look at the comment section. Yesterday against Liquid, he achieved the best record of his career, with a KD of 1.3 and a rating of 1.34. After the recent games, his career rating has reached 1.03 and is no longer negative. A total of 932 people gave ratings, with a total score of 9.7 points, winning the MVP of the game. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. After yesterday's rest, everyone looked much better. At Han Yi's call, everyone began to prepare for the upcoming Major. He quickly made a series of detailed arrangements to reduce the amount of training on Mid-Lavish and increase the training time originally reserved for the Mid-Lavish map to the Nuke and Death Park maps. After Dignitas defeated Liquid, he felt that no one would try to challenge them on the Me Gambling map for a while. Besides, he has almost used up all his tactical reserves on the Me Logi map, so it is difficult for him to make any innovations. After all, before he traveled through time, he was just an ordinary player. He had never come into contact with any professional team, and his tactics were all learned from watching games. It was already the limit for him to come up with more than 10 tactics that were ahead of his time on a map. The other members of Dignitas nodded in agreement. The major is approaching, and if they want to get a good ranking, they must continue to expand their map pool. It is indeed a wise choice to temporarily give up the Me junk map. After obtaining the consent of others, Hani continued to arrange the next tasks, including but not limited to having Get_Right learn more about the current mainstream team's tactics regarding trains, and arranging some training matches with major first-line teams around the world, etc. After Dignitas defeated Liquid, he undoubtedly became the fastest rising star in CSGO. HLTV has not updated the rankings yet. Hani estimates that after the update, their ranking will probably be between 16th and 20th in the world, which is equivalent to the level of teams like Team X and 3D Max before he traveled through time. It is considered a strong team in the traditional sense. It can sweep various second-tier teams. Even if it encounters first-tier and super first-tier teams, it can still fight on certain maps. After he finished assigning all the tasks, he began to enter the map running training phase. He practiced for another 4 or 5 hours. After lunch, he saw ZYW online and sent him a message. "Hi, training match. ZYW, let me ask Apex." "ZYW," he said yes, but it would be later, half an hour later. "Hi, just call me when you hit me." After discussing with ZYW, he informed the Dignitas team of the result, and everyone immediately started warming up. Defeating Liquid gave everyone great confidence, and they were equally confident in defeating the B. If Team A didn't seldom play training matches with other teams, they would even want to challenge Team A now. But soon, 2 or 3 hours passed, and everyone looked at the scores of the 2 training matches and began to lose confidence. The first map was Nuke, chosen by Dignitas. In this map, they were beaten 21-9 by the B. Among them, ZYW alone took 54 kills, showing extremely strong dominance. The second game was the Malayo map chosen by Xiaobi. The Dignitas players performed much better on this map than on the first map. The final score was 17-13, and ZYW got 43 kills. The main reason for the loss was that there were problems in the gun battle. Although the other players in the Little B team were not very good, the monster ZYW was enough. He also tried to use a sniper to fight against him, but ZYW was far from being comparable to Stewie 2K. After he lost to E twice in a row in the gun battle, ZYW chose another route of confrontation. That is to stop pulling it out from one place and try to challenge E from different angles. The map of Milaji is not as straightforward as Dust 2. The complex structure of upper and lower layers gives E a headache. He can only selectively hold one point, but often enemies will appear at another point. Coupled with various angles and lack of understanding, this resulted in E having a faster reaction than ZYW, but as time passed, after ZYW adapted to Yi's reaction, he was unable to beat ZYW. As for the tactical issues, the Little Bs who watched the Dignitas versus Liquid game also imitated and improved Dignitas tactics on this map. Even later in the game, the Little B was able to use almost all the tactics used by Dignitas, and it won't be long before they develop various variants. E, on the other hand, held an indifferent attitude towards this. He had long anticipated that the tactics he used in the game would be imitated and learned by all the major teams. But the reason why these tactics work well in his hands and are more advanced than existing tactics is only one of the reasons. Another more important reason is that he has the ability to read minds and can exert tactical restraint. These tactics can often be used to penetrate the opponent at the tactical level, creating a situation where 1 + 1 = 10. But if you don't have the ability to read minds, simply using these tactics might just result in 1 + 1 = 3. It is effective, but rarely does it directly destroy the opponent like when Han E uses it. After losing the 2 games, Han E took everyone for a review, especially on the nuke map. He analyzed many shortcomings and led everyone to improve them one by one. It was not until the evening that Han E let everyone leave. Then he began to practice shooting and added the attribute values he gained today to his rifle and gun. In this way, his gun attributes also reached 70 points. The next day, Han E did not ask Xiao Mifeng out this time. Instead, he found Rops and Frozen among his friends and explained the situation to them in detail, asking them if they wanted to play a training match. The two also said that they would ask Kerrigan. This time, Kerrigan responded quickly, saying it was possible right now. Han excitedly informed the other members of Dignitas of the news immediately. The others immediately put down their work and sat in front of their computers to prepare for the game. At this time, Muz was a team far more powerful than the Bees, ranking 4th in the world. It could be said that it was the strongest opponent Han E had ever encountered. The most crucial thing was that the opponent's commander, Kerrigan, was too famous. The #1 commander in CS2, the longest river in command, the legendary sniper in 1.6, the best USP user in the world, etc. The titles alone sound more scary than the last. Of course, Kerrigan is still far from reaching his later heights. He is still a somewhat frustrated veteran who failed to win a major championship and was even questioned for his command ability. He was finally demoted by FaZe and came to Muz. But Han E did not dare to be careless. When the training match officially started, he tried his best to fight. The 2 maps are Dust 2 and Small Town. Dust 2 is the map chosen by Han. He chose this map mainly to verify Dignita's current double sniper system, how strong it is on this map, and whether they could defeat the combination of Kerrigan, Rops, and Frozen. The 2 games ended quickly, and Dust 2's situation was indeed much better than Han E had imagined. The 2 sides played with a score of 19-11, and they defeated Muz very easily. Han E also found that his mind reading was particularly useful when fighting against Muz. In addition to Kerrigan providing him with a lot of information, Rops is also thinking all the time. With these 2 people providing him with information continuously, Han E is like having an omniscient eye. He can know any movement of the opponent at the first time. However, they failed to beat Muz in the Small Town map, and the final score between the 2 sides was 13-17. The main reason is that Rops is too powerful on the 2nd floor. If Dust 2 knows where he is and can target him, then this theory is not very practical in this map. Han E knew that Rops was on the 2nd floor, but every time he wanted to kill Rops, he would pay a price, either losing 1 or 2 people, or being dragged to the 2nd floor and unable to move. At first, Han E tried to fight back with tactics, but with continuous failures, he became open-minded and stopped paying attention to Rops. Only when he showed up on his own initiative would he arrange for people to clean up Rops, and the rest of the time he would let him entertain himself on the 2nd floor. Although mind reading can indeed tell Han E Rops' exact location, what's the use of it? In the CS professional arena, everyone knows that Rops is on the 2nd floor, but no one has ever seen anyone actually be able to break through the 2nd floor. This is also the reason why Han E is open-minded. Rops is a player of this level. It would be counterproductive to target him. It would be better to target other weak targets. After the final scores of the 2 days, Dignita's record was temporarily fixed at 1-3. Han E glanced at the time and found that it was still early, so he asked everyone if they could still arrange a training match. Then F0 rest and get a right volunteer to arrange a match with Nip, who is ranked 12th in the world, and FNC, who is ranked 5th in the world. In the 2 maps against Nip, Dignitas lost 1 and won 1, losing on Train and defeating the opponent in Nuke. When playing against Fnatic, we failed to win both the Small Town and the Death Park. By the time all the games were reviewed, it was already late at night. Dignita's training match results were not ideal, with a score of only 2-6. This result exposed many of Dignita's shortcomings, and they had to improve them overnight. On the third day, the Dignitas team, who had been beaten all day yesterday, decided to change their style and selected some second-tier teams for training, such as Spirit, Ints, Cowboys, and so on. Although there was no communication with these teams before, after a brief communication, the attitude shown by the other party was even more positive than Dignitas. In this way, the new round of training matches was spent against these second-tier teams. The record ratio between the two sides on that day was 5-1. They only lost to Ints in the train map and won all other maps. This also made Han sigh that the Six Paths sniper god was indeed worthy of his reputation. The next month was spent in such boring training and shooting practice. Occasionally, Han would start a live broadcast to annoy the barrage and fans and harvest some doubts. Until April 1st, when a much-anticipated Rio Major was about to begin, everyone packed their bags and boarded the plane to Brazil. After getting off the plane, everyone went to a hotel closest to the competition venue. They also booked 3 rooms, and Han and F-Zero Rest continued to live in the same room. Han lay on the bed, looking at the panel in front of him. After a month of hard work, his various attributes have been greatly improved. He mainly added attributes in batches to rifle pre-aim, sniper rifle pre-aim, and positioning. In particular, the rifle's pre-aim has reached 82 points, and the important attributes of the sniper rifle have also reached 70 points. He gradually began to develop in the direction of omnipotence, including the relatively weak submachine gun. Even if you don't use attributes to add points, as all attributes are improving, the attributes of the submachine gun will also increase naturally by a large margin. In addition to submachine guns, his understanding of various maps also naturally increased. This month, he participated in training matches with various teams and benefited a lot from it. Hostname, Han. Age, 18. Rifle. Pre-aiming, 82, second-tier professional player. Positioning, 71. Reaction, 89. Follow gun, 70. Sniper rifle. Pre-aim, 70, third-tier professional player. Positioning, 70. Reaction, 95, top level. Follow gun, 60. Submachine gun. Preview, 52. Position, 47. Reaction, 84. Follow gun, 55. Map understanding. Dust 2, 78 points. Nuke, 40 points. Rice garbage, 51 points. Town, 50 points. Death amusement park, 32 points. Train, 30 points. Building, 20 points. Question value, 756. Extract talent, consumption, 100 question points. Daily tasks, kill 5,000 bots and gain 2 attribute points. Current, 0/5,000. Talents, mind reading, Coldzer's awareness, physical strength, hot hands, second aim, encouragement, luck, never give up, same points. On April 2nd, 2020, the weather was sunny, and there were still 2 days before the start of the Rio Major. Han and the Dignitas team got up early and headed for the competition venue. The stickers were about to be released, and they needed to go offline to have them authenticated by Valve employees. The words on the signatures could be written by hand to avoid copyright issues. As soon as everyone arrived at the entrance of the venue, they saw that the parking spaces were full. Most of them were nanny cars. At the entrance of the venue, there were dozens of enthusiastic fans, wearing jerseys of their respective teams, holding cameras and mobile phones in their hands. Whenever a contestant got off the car, they would take pictures crazily. Dozens of people are staring at you, and Han is a little uncomfortable with this feeling. If he had to describe it, it would be that he felt a little uncomfortable all over. Fortunately, this feeling did not last long, and they all walked into the venue. There weren't so many eyes staring at him here, and Han felt a little more comfortable. Because the entire venue was rented by the contractor, they asked the staff and found the place to verify the signatures. When they arrived, they found that there were many of Han Yi's acquaintances in the house, including but not limited to Nico, Zhou, Rops, etc. Looking at the stars gathered in front of him, Han originally thought that a team like theirs with few fans would not cause any big reaction after entering. But he soon realized that he was wrong. As soon as the Dignitas team entered the venue, they attracted everyone's attention. Almost 90% of the players greeted them, or to be more precise, greeted F-Zero Rest and Get Right. The two of them responded with a smile, and some contestants came to them and handed them a carbon pen and a mouse, asking them to sign on them, and said, "My dream is to become a player like you one day." Naturally, the two would not refuse such a request, and they signed autographs for 3 or 4 contestants before the matter came to an end. Afterwards, F-Zero Rest returned to Han E with a smug look on his face and said, "See, I'm the idol of many people." The scene just now really surprised Han E. He spent a lot of time with F-Zero Rest and Get Right, and they didn't put on airs in front of him, which led Han E to often ignore their status in the game CSGO. After being ignored for a long time, Han E saw that the two of them were no different from ordinary contestants, except that they were a little older. It was not until the scene just now happened that Han E came to his senses and realized that the status of the two was far higher than he had imagined. They were well-deserved legends in the game of CSGO and idols of many players. He remembered that at one point, even Nico had said that he wanted to become a great player like F-Zero Rest and Get Right. However, even though he was aware of the status of the two, Han E did not intend to let F-Zero Rest show off. He opened his mouth, but did not give his good friend any face. Sooner or later, there will be a day like this when many people will admire me and ask me for my autograph. TSK, then you can only wait until I retire and am completely forgotten by new audiences and new players. Only then can you wait for that day. Otherwise, they will definitely continue to worship me. It's just a matter of a few years. I don't believe it. While the two were bickering, it was their turn before they knew it. Everyone had practiced their signatures long before, so naturally there was no problem, and they easily passed Valve's test. Afterwards, the staff brought them a list that detailed the computer configuration for the competition, asking them to make their mouse and keyboard compatible in advance and adapt to a 24-inch monitor. The Dignitas team just glanced at the list and threw it away. As a professional club, they naturally followed Valve's regulations on these things, and the equipment they used in daily training was the same as that used in the competition. In other words, only third-rate small clubs would need this kind of thing. After doing all this, everyone drove back to the hotel, but in the hotel corridor, Han E saw a familiar figure. Nico and Koldzera were walking out arm in arm. When they saw the Dignitas team coming back, they looked very surprised. "You guys live here too?" Both teams asked this question almost at the same time, and then they compared their rooms and found that there were 15 rooms on this floor, and rooms 1 to 6 were occupied by their two teams. Everyone exchanged a few simple pleasantries and agreed to get together sometime. Then Nico was urged to leave by Koldzera. After parting with the two, Han E returned to his room. Because it is a major, the team attaches great importance to this competition. They have booked the best hotels, and the computer configurations are also quite luxurious. So after completing his daily tasks, Han E began to think about live streaming. However, before officially starting the live broadcast, he still needs to prepare the content of the live broadcast. Over the past month, he has been broadcasting live at irregular intervals and has accumulated a lot of regular fans. Every time he starts broadcasting, there are always 1,000 to 2,000 people watching. If he starts a solo bounty competition, his popularity can reach 5,000 to 6,000 people. The most people watched it at one time was as many as 8,000 at the same time. Of course, most of them came for the 100 yuan, but no matter what, with his popularity and considering the current era, it is not an exaggeration for him to call himself the #1 CSGO player on Douyin. It's a pity that because of his many evil deeds, there are very few people who give him rewards. Most people just want to watch him get beaten up, so they wait in front of the live broadcast room. However, they waited for a month, but no one showed up to beat Han E. Han E didn't care about the small amount of tips. He just wanted as many people as possible. After all, harvesting doubts was the real business. Compared with his competition prize money and the club salary, the small amount of tips was nothing to mention. Han E first downloaded a perfect battle platform, then downloaded an accelerator, and then tried the delay. He found that the delay was as high as 170 to 190. You should know that when he was in Europe before, the delay was only between 70 to 120. It seems to be a difference of dozens of points, but the actual experience is far more than that. With his current strength, he can perform at the level of an ordinary S under this delay, which is considered an extraordinary performance. Realizing that he couldn't gain credibility by torturing his fans through live broadcasts, he had to rack his brains to see if there were any other methods instead. His fans are all game fans, so he naturally decided to look for a solution in games. The first thing he thought of was to live broadcast other games, preferably standalone games, to avoid network lag, which would also make it easier for him to gain questioning points. Thinking of this, Hani looked at his Steam game library. When he looked at it, he realized that most of the games he played on a daily basis did not overlap with the games his fans liked, such as Cuckold, RimWorld, Savage 6, etc. Whether it sounded or looked like a game that FPS players would play, no one watched it, and naturally there would be no doubts, so he rejected it first. However, high-quality games with a wider audience, such as Red Dead Redemption 2, Dark Souls 3, The Witcher 3, and Three Kingdoms, are unlikely to earn any doubts. After all, he couldn't just stab his lord while being a loyal minister, and let his lord look at the 6 rebels in the audience and guess who was the loyal minister who defected, right? Suddenly Han Yi's expression froze, and he held his chin with his hand, thinking seriously about the feasibility of this matter. In the end, Han Yi chose to be a human being and did not do anything that would anger God and man. After giving up the live broadcast, he turned his attention to the doubts he had accumulated during this period. With a 5 in a row, 5 rewards appear one after another. Rifle reaction +1 current, 90. Rifle and gun +1 current, 71. Submachine gun pre-aim +1 current, 53. Careful preparation. When you use a tactical pause during a game, you can carefully prepare a tactic, which increases your teamwork by 50% during that round. Limited to once per game. Death Amusement Park map understanding +1 current, 31. When Hani looked at the newly emerged talent, a hint of anticipation appeared in his eyes. There was no doubt that this was the second team skill after encouragement. The effect of encouragement is unquestionable. With this talent, they rarely lose to second-tier teams, especially once they gain an advantage at the start. Inspired by Han Yi, the veterans performed better than each other, and there was basically no chance of them losing against weak teams. Now Han Yi feels that the effect of this newly acquired talent seems to be more powerful than encouragement, but he still needs to give a try. He called all the Dignitas players to join the game, and then played a 5-person team. Amid the Brazilians' wailing, they successfully beat the opponent's 16:3. Then they played several games in a row, using a popular local battle platform in Brazil. The strength here is completely incomparable to that of Europe. Even though the authorities gave them super accounts, they still easily crushed the opponents when playing against local masters and won 5 consecutive games. During this process, Hani also gained a general understanding of how to carefully prepare this talent. In simple terms, this talent can make their tactical execution more flawless, but this improvement also has a prerequisite. That is, they must have a certain level of proficiency in the tactics they use. The higher their proficiency in the tactics, the greater the improvement effect of this talent. If they use a tactic they have not practiced, the improvement effect when using this talent will be very limited or even non-existent. After this period of adjustment with the system, Han Yi has discovered a problem. That is, everything he has now is based on his own original efforts, and the system can only make things more efficient, including superpowers such as mind reading. If Han Yi had not watched so many games before traveling through time, he would not have been able to enter the professional arena so early just by relying on the ability of mind reading. Without his daily practice of beating BOTs, he wouldn't have made such great progress in his marksmanship. There is a prerequisite for the system to improve him, which is that he himself must work hard enough. Therefore, the real power of this talent is not to help Han Yi come up with some tactics that they have never practiced before, but to allow some extremely difficult tactics that Dignitas has practiced but not very proficient in to be used with the help of this talent. The most typical example is in the building map, where the bandits use 2 run boosts to jump to the B stairs. This tactic allows the bandits to quickly reach the B stairs, but a slight mistake may result in a crash and death of a bandit. But with the blessing of this talent, they only need to practice for a period of time. They don't need to be perfect, they just need to control the success rate at around 70%. In this way, after Hani activates and carefully prepares this talent, this tactic can be used perfectly, which helps everyone reduce the error rate and successfully complete some whimsical tactics. Overall, Hani thinks this is a very powerful talent. The only drawback may be that, just like the hot feel, it can only be used once in a game. But this time, there's a great possibility of changing the situation of the war. As the sky grew darker, everyone yawned and went their separate ways. On April 3rd, 2020, the weather was sunny, and there was still one day before the start of the Rio Major. Dignita's opponent today has been determined. It is Virtus.pro, the predecessor of the 2022 Rio Major champion Team Outsiders, commonly known as VP. This VP team only had 2 members in common with the later Major champion Outsiders, one of whom was naturally the soul of the VP team, James, known as God. The other is God's most loyal believer, Kikert, the 7th one who has been with God since the Avanger period. In addition to God and Lao Chi, the other 3 are also well known. The most famous of them is probably Sanji, who has the same name as Young and Dangerous and works hard in the VP team. Later, some people called Lao Bob Buster and Adrian wrote the 2 words believe in Huxia on the sticker. It was because of these 2 words that Huaxia players named him Brother Believe. The current strength of this VP is not very strong, and it can only be considered average among the second-tier teams. The reason for this is that I believe my brother is getting older, and he has become a breakthrough point in the team, and his performance is not very stable. It will take another 2 or 3 months for VP to truly rise to become a first-tier team. Only after VP demotes Brother Xin and transfers Brother Kwang over will the team's strength produce a chemical reaction and become a first-tier team. Before Kwang Gu came, Hani felt that they were at most a somewhat tricky enemy, not a strong one. At the very least, they were much weaker than the Liquid they had defeated before, and were probably on the same level as Mibber. The reason why they are matched with enemies of this level is mainly due to the increase in Dignita's points. They no longer need to face those higher-ranked teams as the last or second to last. Dignita's is no match for teams like Moose and FNC in the Challenger group, but their points have enabled them to avoid these strong enemies. According to Han Yi's estimation, if they perform better, it is not impossible for them to reach the Legend group. As for VP, he was considering whether to hold a combat meeting to waste some of everyone's energy and consider how to target VP's sniper tactics. At this moment, someone knocked on the door of the room, interrupting Han Yi's thoughts. He opened the door and looked outside, but couldn't see anyone. Then he closed the door again, but just as he turned around and took 2 steps, the door was knocked again. He opened the door again, but still couldn't see anyone. He couldn't help feeling a little angry and closed the door again, but this time he didn't move too far away from the door. He wanted to catch who was playing such a boring prank. Just as Hani wished, just a few seconds later, the door was knocked again. He reacted quickly and opened the door immediately, but the corridor was still empty and he couldn't even hear the sound of anyone running. This made him feel a little uneasy, and he wondered if he had encountered a ghost. Just when he was wondering, a voice came to his ears. "Keep your head down. I'm right in front of you." Hearing the voice, Hani looked down and saw a 1.6-meter tall boy wearing a Tyla team uniform. The person in front of him was very familiar to Hani. The opponent was none other than the famous retired Valorant player, Dank1 NG, the biggest beneficiary of Valve's sticker revision. He had made it to the Major twice, but both times Valve changed the rules, preventing challengers from forming stickers, thus losing his own stickers. To be honest, he was obviously a little surprised to see Dank1 NG here. He had been practicing tactics and playing games recently, which resulted in him having much less time to watch games. So I didn't pay much attention to the minors in Asia and North America. Now that I see Dank1 NG here, I think Tyloo has successfully made it out in the Asian region. However, Hani thought about it and felt that it was normal. Currently, Tyloo is ranked around 40th in the world, which is considered a standard second-tier bottom-level team. It is not so bad that it is completely unbearable to watch. In addition, 100T, one of the two strongest teams in Australia, is in the legendary group and does not need to participate in the minor to compete for Asia's qualification. Therefore, as long as Tyloo can defeat Cowboys and VG, they can advance smoothly. As for the other Asian teams, they're just fish in a pond and pose no threat at all. Now looking at Dank 1 NG standing in front of me, the result is self-evident. I think Laojia's VG was eliminated by Tyloo, and the teams that advanced to the minor in Asia this time should be Cowboy and Tyloo. If you must ask why VG and Tyloo did not both advance and Cowboy was eliminated, he could only wonder why he had such a dream. After understanding why Dank 1 NG appeared in front of his door, a new question arose. Why did Dank 1 NG knock on the door? Hani thought of what happened before and asked, "Are you here to get F-Zero Rest's autograph too?" "No, I came to see you." "Looking for me?" "Yeah, scrimmages? We're new here and don't know anyone. Others won't want to practice with us because we're an Asian team, especially when the major is approaching." After hearing Dank 1 NG's words, he did not agree immediately and fell into silence. To be honest, he also didn't want to play a training match with TYLO. The main reason was the same as what the other party said. That is, they're an Asian team. It is difficult to review and learn anything from practicing with them. It is a complete waste of time. And practicing with TYLO will inevitably affect his pre-war meeting against VP, as well as their own training. Seeing Han Yi's silence, Dank 1 NG understood what was going on and could only sigh softly. "Excuse me." "Wait, come on." He opened his mouth and called out to Dank 1 NG, who was about to turn around and leave. After thinking it over, he decided to help TYLO. After all, if his own people did not support TYLO, it would be hard to say when CNCS would be able to rise. Before he traveled through time, he also criticized TYLO every day, but the original Han did not really hate them, but rather felt a sense of disappointment in their lives. Thinking of the Huaxia team that once dominated the world in the 1.6 era, and then looking at the current CNCS, this emotion naturally arises. Although the reason for this is not their fault, it can be attributed to the fact that all the professional players of CNCS at that time switched to CSOL, which caused the professional development of CNCSGO to lag behind other countries by several years. Han could naturally understand it at first, but when he saw that Mongolia and Brazil, countries that started in CSGO at about the same time as Huaxia, had their own first-line teams representing the game and had left CNCS far behind, he turned around and looked at TYLO's bad performance. The feeling of disappointment disappeared, and the only feeling left in his attitude towards them was disgust. But when Hani saw that CNCS had really made progress, his disgust diminished a lot, and he felt a little more expectant and encouraged. Listening to Han Yi's words, a hint of excitement flashed across Dank 1 NG's face, and then he heard Han Yi ask again, "Where do you live?" Dank 1 NG pointed to the next door. This time, it was Han Yi's turn to be surprised. There were only a few rooms on this floor, and he didn't expect that in addition to FaZe as a neighbor, there was also TYLO. Dank 1 NG seemed to notice Han Yi's surprise and added, "There are also two teams, Invictus Gaming and Evil Geniuses, upstairs. You know Brazil is not very safe. Of all the hotels close to the venue, this one has the best security system and is the safest, so it naturally became everyone's first choice." After listening to Dank 1 NG's explanation, Han Yi thought about it and felt that this was the case, so it was not surprising. He also had a vague premonition that there were more teams staying in this hotel, but on weekdays they were all internet addicts who rarely went out, so perhaps they just rarely met each other. After asking Dank 1 NG to go back and call for help, Han Yi also told everyone on Dignitas about this matter. Everyone had an indifferent attitude, and their meaning was very clear. You are the captain. You have the final say. From a global perspective, Dignitas is considered to be at the bottom of the first-tier teams, or a quasi-first-tier team, but in the eyes of TYLO, they're a super strong European team. The TYLO players cherished this opportunity very much. While Han was still notifying the Dignitas players to log in, they were already waiting for the training match to begin. After Han called everyone together, he also received invitations from everyone at TYLO, and soon all 10 people gathered in the room. The game was about to start when his phone rang. Han opened his phone and clicked on WeChat, which contained only one message. Leon Kai. Hi. Please do me a favor. TYLO said they can't find a team for scrimmages. You can play with them. It won't take too long, just 1 or 2 games. It won't delay your training time too much. Hi. I've agreed. Now the game is about to begin. Leon Kai. Okay, thank you, Doc. Hi. No need to thank me. I want to help them myself. Besides, if I take a step back, I owe you a favor. During the conversation, the 10 people were fully prepared, and then Summer on the public screen sent a message. Summer, let's get started. What map are you guys going to play? Hi. You can pick 2. Anything except the building will do. Since they had to help TYLO anyway, Han decided to be a good person and let the other party choose the map. Summer obviously heard the implication of Han Yi's words, and after saying thank you, he chose 2 maps. One of them is the famous TYLO town, and the other is Dignita's famous map Midgard. The 2 games were over quickly. In the town of TYLO, Dignitas successfully defeated TYLO with a score of 17-13. In this map, TYLO once put a lot of pressure on them, but as the game progressed, their weaknesses were exposed. That is, their tactics were somewhat behind those of Europe. After Han discovered this, he easily used various tactics to restrain them and defeated them easily. As for the Milagi map, it was a one-sided massacre. Han could see that TYLO was trying to imitate Dignita's play on this map, but their learning was somewhat weird. Compared to the little bees they had encountered before, they obviously failed to learn the essence. In the end, the score between the 2 sides remained at 23-7. After the 2 games, the results were undoubtedly a blow to the TYLO team. Before the game, they estimated that the town had a chance to defeat Dignitas. Although Milagi couldn't win, the gap should be within 10 points. However, they never expected that the gap would be so big that it was beyond their imagination. Considering that tomorrow is the first day of the major, they need to hurry up to improve their tactics, so TYLO members raced against time. After the game, they immediately began to review the 2 maps. As for how much they can change, it depends on their own digestion ability. For TYLO, Han has done his best to help. He glanced at the time, and it was already afternoon. Han first spent 10 minutes briefly reviewing the minor mistakes in the previous training match, and then held a combat meeting against VP. After doing all this, he asked the Dignitas players to have a good rest and prepare for tomorrow's game. As for Han himself, he ordered a Brazilian steak to try the flavor. Han believes that this kind of food will be much more acceptable to people than the famous British dish, Looking at the Stars. And he himself is also a meat fanatic. When I was at home, I often went out to eat barbecue with friends, but the barbecue we ate was not Korean barbecue. Instead, it was a Chichihara barbecue near his home. The taste was much more delicious than Korean barbecue. He thought the Brazilian steak would taste similar to those barbecued meats. Considering that Brazil was not very safe, he chose takeout. The taste might be a little worse than dining in, but for him, safety came first. Soon, an hour later, there was a knock on Han Yi's door. After taking the takeaway from the other party, he couldn't wait to start tasting it. When you take a bite, the steak is tender and juicy with some vanilla flavor. The meat is also quite firm. If you eat carefully, you can also feel a little bit of spiciness. This dish was better than anything he had ever eaten in Europe and completely changed his stereotype of foreign food. The merchant also thoughtfully gave him a piece of bread. After finishing the steak, Han patted his stomach contentedly and gave a 5-star rating on his mobile phone. It was already completely dark at this time. Considering tomorrow's game, Han and F-Zero Rest had a brief discussion and decided to turn off the lights and lie down in bed to prepare for sleep. As usual, Han read a novel before going to bed. After more than 10 minutes, he began to feel sleepy and wanted to turn off his phone to go to sleep. However, when he pressed the side button to turn off the screen, he did not hold it firmly and the screen was turned to the brightest. Han E, who had already adapted to the darkness, was dazzled by the sudden bright light and could hardly open his eyes. All he could see was a sea of white. Faintly, he heard a voice ringing in his ear. Genshin suppressed voice, activate. On April 4th, 2020, the weather was cloudy and the Rio Major officially started. The competition officially started at 2 p.m. Dignitas was the third team to participate in the competition on the secondary stage. By the time it was their turn, it was almost 5 or 6 p.m. But just in case, the Dignitas team rushed to the competition venue after lunch. Because they were contestants, they took the back door staff passage and did not see many contestants and spectators along the way. It felt no different from other competitions. But if you listen carefully, you can hear a noisy sound surrounding Han Yi's ears. This is actually the sound made by the audience in the venue. Han Yi also sighed that life is unpredictable. If the major had not been brought forward, he thought his first offline competition might be the Blast Spring Finals, but he didn't expect that the major would come first. They moved forward and soon found a room with a line of words on it, Team Lounge. They pushed open the door and found that it was a huge hall that could accommodate about 100 people. In the middle of the hall, there are many chairs with armrests and backrests, and there is a huge screen in the front. The projector is at the back of the hall, and the content playing on the screen is the opening ceremony of the major. The layout of the entire room reminded Han E of movie theaters in Dacia. He also noticed that there was a water dispenser and a coffee machine a little further in front of the first row of seats. There were also paper cups next to the two machines, which were obviously prepared for everyone. But Han E usually brings his own water cup, so these two things are not very useful to him. This time, everyone did not sit at the back, but in order to watch the opening ceremony more comfortably, they chose seats near the middle. After all, times are different now. They have to sit here for at least a few hours, so they might as well watch the game and kill some time. At first, Hani was watching with great interest, but in this environment, it was like being in a movie theater. He had obviously had enough sleep, and the content was quite interesting, but he just felt sleepy. He closed his eyes and rested for a while. When he opened them again, he found that it was almost their turn. Hani rested for about half an hour, and when he was fully refreshed, he and his group were led by the staff to the entrance passage. In this place, the noise was even louder, like a huge vegetable market. In addition, he could also hear the host's voice constantly stirring the audience's emotions. When you hear the host say, "Dignitas," just walk out. Go to the end of this passage and turn left, and you'll find the stage. Pay attention to tidying up your clothes. This is your own personal appearance. Look at the keyboard and mouse in the backpack. Amid the staff's chatter, the host finally read out the name of their team. Dignitas. Then there was thunderous cheers from the whole audience. Han E finally straightened his clothes, walked to the front of the team, and walked toward the end of the passage. Walking out of the passage, the noise that was originally as loud as a vegetable market became louder again, accompanied by the cheers of the audience and the voice of the commentator, which sounded a bit deafening and uncomfortable. He looked up and saw that the crowd formed a black ocean, rising and falling. At this moment, Hani felt that he was suffocating, but when he took deep breaths to gradually adjust and adapt, this feeling made him unable to stop. Unlike the oppressive feeling when dozens of people are staring at you, when tens of thousands of people are staring at you at the same time, you will not feel the so-called oppressive feeling at all. The only thing you can feel is excitement. Excited about his first upcoming offline tournament. On the other side of the stage, Han E saw their opponents take the stage. As the captain of EP, James also looked towards Han E, and the two of them stared at each other from a distance. Both teams have similar points and are ranked in the middle of the challenger group. Because of this, they're playing against teams of similar level. A team of this strength can easily drown in the challenger group if they're not careful. So this first game is crucial. The challenger group of the major adopts a Swiss round system of BO1 and BO3. To put it simply, the Swiss round is to wait until all the first round games are completed and the 1-0 team will play against the 1-0 team. The 0-1 team will play against the 0-1 team, and so on. The team that can win 3 times in the Challenger group will advance to the Legend group, and the team that loses 3 times will face the cruel fact of being eliminated. Most of the matches are played in the BO1 format, and BO3 is only adopted when a team wins twice or loses twice and is about to advance or be eliminated. After a brief appearance by both sides, the referee came forward and called both sides together for the FanFic session. The other side, James spoke first. Han, he would not argue on such an issue and readily agreed. Dignita's heads, VP tails. After the referee said this, he threw the coin high into the air, then caught it steadily in his hand, opened his palm, and the result appeared in front of the 2 people. The coin flips. Does VP choose to go first or second? James said without hesitation, "I'll take the back seat." After determining the order, the referee took out a board with 7 maps on it for the 2 to choose from. Because it was the first game of the major, Han, he did not act rashly. He first banned the Death Tower, which they did not know how to play. Then it was James' turn. He banned Nuke. This map did not suit their style. Secondly, and more importantly, they were facing the same situation as Dignitas. They lacked a strong star player to control the outfield. This resulted in some limitations in their attack and defense on this map, so they simply banned this map. When it was Han Yi's turn again, he thought about it and made a decision. He did not care about the train, but disabled the town. So far, their town's tactical reserves are very rich, even not inferior to rice garbage. But he wants to give the outside world an impression that their town is not good. This is a smokescreen, and maybe it will be useful when encountering a strong enemy. James then decisively banned Dust 2. After watching the game between Liquid and Dignitas, James didn't want to encounter the monster Han E in this sniper-strong map at all. The remaining 3 maps are Train, Rice Garbage, and Death Amusement Park. There was no good choice. After all, it was the first game of the major, so Han, he had to take it seriously and ban the Train, leaving behind 2 of their previous strong maps and the map they had been training on during this period. This is why Han, he dared to ban the town in the second ban. Midgard and Death Paradise. This is not a choice for James. With the experience of Liquid, no team would be stupid enough to continue playing the Midgard map with Dignitas. Who knows if Han, he will come up with some weird stuff again. After 6 rounds of ban pick, the final map was determined to be Death Amusement Park. Han, he chose to play this map intentionally. Among several maps, this map is considered to be VP's strong map. He planned to use VP to test the results of everyone's training during this period, so that he could confirm Dignita's specific strength on this map. After both parties selected their pictures, they shook hands in a friendly manner and went to their computers. This time it was no longer a soundproof cabin, but a huge stage with countless audiences facing it. Hani sat in front of the computer and plugged in his peripherals one by one. This time he did not choose the headphones he was more accustomed to, but chose in-ear headphones. On this basis, he also needed to wear a pair of noise-isolating headphones so that he could hear clearly what his teammates were saying. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for them to communicate in such a noisy environment. After debugging the equipment, their first match of the Rio Major officially began amid everyone's anticipation. After the fight between the 2 sides ended, the Dignitas team, as the winner, got the priority to choose the side. For such a huge CT image, Hani of course chose to open it. At the beginning of the game, he used mind reading to detect James' thoughts, and James' thoughts were also very simple. As a commander who often played in Death Amusement Park, he knew the characteristics of this map very well. This map can be said to be the one where the CT side changes points the fastest among all maps, and this process of changing points is risk-free. For example, in the Nuke map, the points can be changed very quickly, but there are risks in the process. When entering the pipeline, you may be caught off guard by the bandits lying in ambush inside. But there is no such worry in Death Amusement Park. As long as there is a little information, it can immediately switch to a 4A or 4B defense. This is why this map is called the Big CT map. Therefore, James did not rush to give orders to attack any point, but asked everyone to default, firmly control the information of the map, and try not to give Dignitas any information. Then he asked people to explore the point where there were fewer people, and they would gather there to attack. After learning about James' idea, Hani also chose a more conservative default position, to A3B. Halzerk would guard the A site, while he would be responsible for defending the middle section of the toilet and the A site in the A site. As for the B area, it would be guarded by 3 experienced veterans. As the game began, VPs scattered and dignitas began to control the map in an orderly manner, trying to prevent the attacking side from obtaining information. At this time, VP's tactics emphasized the word slow. Basically, after everyone came to the nearby point, they began to move quietly, and few people did anything radical. The Dignitas team also stood at the back point according to Han Yi's instructions. 70 seconds passed like this, and the two sides didn't even see each other, let alone open fire. The audience went from cheering at the beginning to complete silence. No one expected that the opening of these two teams would be so boring, especially VP, who had no desire to attack at all. Some people even started to whisper, "I should have bought tickets for the main stage." Fortunately, this kind of discussion soon disappeared because VP finally started to take action. After a long standoff, James discovered that he did not instruct Dignitas to make any attempt to obtain information. His tactic of waiting quietly for the opponent to actively obtain information and then killing the opponent naturally did not work. Instead, it continued to shorten his own attack time. Seeing that the time had entered the 1-minute countdown, James decisively entered the next stage. He began to order the VP team to launch some tentative attacks and explore the points. This time, the two sides finally had a contest. During the test in Area B, Adrian accurately shot Freeberg in the head, but he failed to make a breakthrough and was killed instantly by Freeberg's counterattack. Freeberg, who killed Adrian, was unable to escape. While trying to escape, he was killed by Buster, who arrived later. The two sides made a local 1-for-1 exchange. This gave James an idea for the subsequent attack. He immediately ordered Kikert to harass Area A, and the others gathered in Area B to prepare for a strong attack. While James was directing his teammates, he had already handed over the entire A area to Halzerk, and he himself began to move towards B area. This time he did not plan to use the talent Never Give Up, mainly because this map was not very suitable for dual snipers. The only place to set up a position was Area A, and he and the caregiver only needed one sniper. If the double sniper defense is discovered by VP and targeted, it will still be difficult to fight. Although his reaction was at its peak, he still found it difficult to use his fists or feet due to the restraint of the thrown objects. So he chose another path, which was to play normally, use encouragement to activate the upper limit of the old men, and thus defeat VP, without giving VP any chance to brush up on their skills. Soon, personnel from both sides gathered in Area B and were about to face a 3-on-3 battle. The English commentator of the scene looked at this scene, opened his mouth, and words of exclamation came out of his mouth and fell into the ears of every audience member present. He's once again predicted the enemy's attack. Now VP is walking step by step into his carefully crafted death trap. Can James realize this? Oh no, he launched the attack, but there are 3 CTs waiting in B area, James. The commentary did not wake James up, and he issued the final order of the game, attacking Area B. As a smoke cloud flew high above the construction site and landed on Building B2, completely sealing off the inside of the building, VP launched the attack in this round. Looking at Dignitas' position, who came from Area A to Area B, chose an extremely arrogant position, which was the edge of the smoke on the 2nd floor of B. He stepped on the balcony railing, half of his body exposed, so that he would not be blocked by the smoke bomb and could clearly see the situation in the entire Area B. However, it is not quite accurate to call this position a world position. He can accurately see every possible point where the enemy may appear in the entire B area. At the same time, it also means that this position of his will be attacked by every point, making him the target of public attack. He certainly knew this, but he just wanted to say one thing. He is invincible until his hot streak ends. The other two veterans in Area B, F0 Rest, stood underwater, while Get_Right stood on the long pipe. VP chose a construction site and used the tactic of two long pipes attacking simultaneously. Soon Buster rushed out of the long tube, but before he could see the situation clearly, he was shot dead by Get_Right. Then Get_Right pulled out sideways and fired another shot at the bandit behind Buster. He had just heard two footsteps, so this shot was a preemptive shot. Another gunshot rang out, and James had no time to react and was knocked to the ground. Sanji, who was throwing cigarettes at the construction site, saw the two men with long pipes fall down. He decisively pulled them out of the construction site and tried to make up for the difference in numbers. However, as soon as he left the construction site, he was killed by Han E with a precise headshot. F0 Rest, who was underwater, heard Han E shooting and pulled out immediately, but only Sanji's body was waiting for him. On the other side, Halzerk in Area A also performed well. During the fight with Kaikert, he took down the opponent with a precise shot. Han E watched the round end suddenly. The victory was obviously a little beyond his expectations. This seemed to be the easiest pistol round he had won since joining Dignitas. Before he even had time to start killing, his teammates had already picked up all the people. But he quickly reacted, looked at Get_Right in the distance, and couldn't help but praise him. Well done, I saw the double kill. It was pretty accurate. Get_Right felt a little proud after hearing this, as if he had returned to his youth. This is just the beginning. When Freeburg, F0 Rest, and I were on an 87-game winning streak. These were all basic moves. Back then, we often killed 3 or 4 people by ourselves. It's just that you weren't there, so you didn't see it. The sudden end of the pistol round was unexpected not only for Han E but also for James. He had previously thought that Han E might be able to kill 3 or 4 people by himself, but he never expected that they couldn't even get past the old men. This contrast inevitably made James feel a little disappointed. Due to the loss in the pistol round, VP had to eco, which allowed Han E to accumulate a wave of economy with MP9. After 2 consecutive eco games, the score between the two sides came to 3 o'clock. VP also ushered in its first spear game. James' tactics remain unchanged, still letting everyone control the map, and then quietly walking to see if the opponent will take the initiative to find out. Han Yi's countermeasure is also very simple. If he doesn't change, I won't change either. But Han E is different from James. As long as both parties keep silent and do not leak any information, he can still obtain useful information. The only thing he needed to do was to accompany James in a sit-down battle. And once James figured out where to hit, he would arrange for someone to go and deal with him. From James' perspective, Han E was simply the most difficult enemy he had ever encountered. He has used this tactic against many teams before, including TWLO, OG, etc., and achieved good results. But now this tactic is ineffective against Han E, because James discovered that when they were waiting for the Dignitas members to come out to get information, the Dignitas members were even more stupid and conservative than them. Not to mention waiting for them to get information, they couldn't even see them. How to play this? The most powerful tactic was completely suppressed by the opponent. James thought about it and decided to change his playing style. He chose the same tactics as most teams, using explosive bombs to hit A. But this kind of attack undoubtedly loses VP's characteristic style of play, which is equivalent to cutting off one's own arms. As they started to explode bombs in Area, Han E also pulled more people back to conduct an attack and defense battle in Area A. Han E stood at the front of the car and took the lead in fighting with VP. On VP's side, Adrian was the first one walking, and he also saw Han E at the front of the car. While Han E was the first to fire, he did not forget to take advantage of the MP9, swaying left and right while firing. In this way, the MP9 bullet hit Adrian first, and Adrian quickly fought back, but his shooting skills were somewhat distorted in this sudden encounter, and he was shot to death by Han E with 6 consecutive shots near the steps of Area A. After killing Adrian, Han E quickly hid inside the front of the car and never showed up again. Seeing this, the VP people simply threw a firebomb into the front of the car, trying to force Han E out. Fortunately, Han E was well prepared. He pinched a cigarette in advance to extinguish the fire instantly. He also used the cigarette to cover the gap in the middle of the truck, blocking the VP's sight and allowing him to escape from the front of the truck. At this time, the Dignitas players who returned to defend also rushed to the trash cans and banks, ready to blow the horn of counterattack at any time. The VPs also realized this, and they began to rush into area, try to suppress the CTs in the trash cans and the bank. While charging, offensive fire fell on these two places, blocking the CT's actions in advance. Hearing the footsteps of the bandits getting closer and closer, Han immediately asked everyone to put out the fire, and then asked F-Zero Rest to throw out the high flash, preparing to force the CTs in the trash can and the bank to rush out. As a fulcrum, he had to cooperate with A's Halzerk to cover everyone's rush out. With a high flash, Han, E, and Halzerk rushed out from behind the cover as if they were risking their lives and swept towards the VP people. The VP team was distracted by the flashbang and failed to kill the two people instantly, resulting in the unfortunate death of Sanji in the front and Buster being seriously injured. However, Han, E, and Halzerk were only using MP9S, which had limited killing capabilities, and they failed to kill Buster successfully. At this time, the VP team had recovered from the flash bomb. Halzerk was in an awkward position close to A, and he had nowhere to hide and was killed instantly by a shot. Han E adhered to the principle of a friend's death is better than my own death and retreated behind the front of the car as soon as he realized that something was wrong, thus successfully escaping the disaster. After the commotion between the two, VP's offensive rhythm was interrupted again. James felt like ants were crawling all over his body, especially when he saw that Han E was not dead this time. He was completely disgusted by him. He felt that Han E was like a breath stuck in his chest. He couldn't breathe in, but he couldn't exhale either. It was stuck there, and it was extremely uncomfortable. Since two of his believers had been killed and one was seriously injured, God decided to personally take action and kill Han E, the Scourge. On the other side, after noticing that VP's offensive rhythm was interrupted, the Dignitas team stopped returning to defense. Since the opponent did not continue to attack area, there was no need for them to risk rushing out from behind the trash can, so they simply stopped where they were. Wait until the next time the situation becomes chaotic, then rush out and attack the opponent by surprise. Han E, who was hiding in the front of the car, did not dare to slack off at all. He was now the only CT left in area and must not get into trouble. Just when he was concentrating, a sudden sound of footsteps was getting closer and closer to him. Han E looked at the smoke bomb that was about to dissipate on the front of the car again. Knowing that the other party was about to attack him, he gave an order. Throw away the flash. As Han E finished speaking, a flash of light flew high from behind the trash can again. At the moment of the explosion, Han E seized the opportunity to pull out the front of the car, but because of his lack of proficiency in using the submachine gun, he only hit James' head with the first shot, and then there were continuous blank shots. He failed to seize this opportunity. It's good to be a good person, but the person is not a good person. James dodged with his back turned around, raised his hand, and fired a shot, taking Han E away. But as this second aim was activated, Han Yi's vision blurred, and he reappeared behind the front of the car. The sound of a flash bomb exploding was heard behind him again. Han E took a deep breath and pulled it out again. This time he did not make a mistake. Knowing that James would be disturbed by the flash bomb, he chose the safest way. Countless bullets shot into James' body. This time, James couldn't turn around and was knocked to the ground. The game is over, and the winner has been decided. All the audience at the scene heard the excited tone of the commentator. Han E is like a nail firmly fixed on the front of the car. VP has no way to deal with him. As long as he survives here, no one from VP can enter Area A. James has decided to take action himself. Too many of his followers have died. Can he complete the kill against Han E? No, he was distracted by the flashbang, and Han E didn't give him a chance to shoot. VP was finished in this round. Dignitas started pouring out from behind the bank and trash cans. Kykert and Buster were the only ones left, but they were no match for Dignitas. Hi, he's the key player in this round again. As Kykert the last member of VP, fell, Han, he could clearly feel the stage under his feet shaking. He picked up James' AK from the ground, then looked up and saw a black sea of people rising and falling on the opposite side of the stage. Although he couldn't hear any sound, Han, he could clearly see each of them opening their mouths and yelling. Without thinking, he knew that the audience was cheering for his performance just now. As Han looked out at the audience, F-Zero Rest suggested, "Let's try interacting. This is something every commander should learn." Me? Han felt a little unsure after hearing what F-Zero Rest said. He wasn't sure if the audience would give him this face. On weekdays, the players he saw interacting with the audience were either well-known veterans like Kerrigan or some very popular professional players. A newcomer like him rarely seems to take the initiative to interact with the audience. He is a little worried whether the audience will give him this face. How will you know if you don't try? After listening to F-Zero Rest's words, Han thought about it, nodded and said softly, "Okay." Then he raised his hands, palms facing each other, and made a very standard interactive posture in the game CSGO. At this time, F-Zero Rest's voice came from his ears again. "Remember, look at the audience, don't look anywhere else. The director will definitely give you the shot, so be confident." Han, he took F-Zero Rest's words to heart, and when he looked at the audience, his eyes were filled with determination. At first, no audience paid attention to Han Yi's action, but soon, Han Yi saw 1, 2, then 10, 100, 1,000. Countless audiences began to make the same action as Han Yi. Then, Han Yi tentatively put his hands together and clapped his hands together, producing the first snap. Opposite Han Yi, the audience also moved in unison, imitating Han Yi's previous movements. A pop, sound that was loud enough to pierce his soundproofing headphones, was clearly heard by Han Yi. At this moment, a smile appeared on Han Yi's face, and then he played once, twice, with the rhythm getting faster and faster, until the applause in the venue completely drowned out other sounds. Without Han Yi noticing, F-Zero Rest, who was sitting next to him, silently lowered his hands, which he had just raised, and admired the scene before him. Before we knew it, the first half ended and the score was 11-4. Before the game, James never thought that he would suffer a setback right from the start and fail to gain an advantage on the map that VP is very good at. However, after trying his best, he could only sigh helplessly and accept the reality that their firepower was still too weak. This VP team is almost disciplined, but they still need a star player to help them take on the responsibility. Originally, they had already decided on the candidate and bought a Latvian young player named Yekindar Kwangu from Zeus's Team Pro 100. However, due to the major, the lineup cannot be changed, and we have no choice but to participate in the competition with the current lineup. If the major had been postponed for a month or two, James felt that he would not have felt so uncomfortable facing Han Yi's defense. Unfortunately, there are not so many ifs in the world, and VP has no choice but to play with its current lineup. In this way, VP's weakness of insufficient firepower was completely exposed. Except for Kaikert, the other three, Sanji, Aderin, and Buster, were all support players. Relying on them to fight hard, the result naturally appeared. They were not as good as the old men of Dignitas. The only thing they can do is probably to give James a sniper rifle or help James keep his gun. James sighed helplessly. Failure was almost a foregone conclusion with this score. Pistol round. Han, he started the game according to VP's idea and started with a default strategy. Halzerk was still responsible for A-large, and he was responsible for the middle part of the toilet, but A-small was given to F-Zero Rest. The construction site and long pipe were respectively Freeburg and Gittersgreit. VP was actually very aggressive compared to Dignitas, and they chose to move forward to the middle lane. In fact, this is the correct way to play the Death Amusement Park map. CT constantly suppresses T's attack near the middle lane to seize control of the map. It is not difficult to understand, because whoever gains control of the middle lane has the right to change points first. Only a very small number of commanders like Han Yi, who have the ability to read minds, do not need to push forward, but can change points according to the opponent's commander's ideas. So this pistol round was different from the first half, as both sides started off with a head-on confrontation. As soon as the Dignitas team stepped out of the Bandits' mouth, they were attacked by the VP team. F-Zero Rest, who was walking in the first place, was shot through the head and died in front of everyone. Hani was not frightened by this scene and stopped moving forward. Instead, he took advantage of this opportunity to quickly pull out from the enemy's mouth and saw the two CTs standing above and below the balloon and the middle lane at a glance. He raised his hand and fired a shot, hitting Sanji's head, who was standing at the balloon position, but he soon encountered a tenacious attack from a CT. After being hit twice, his health dropped to more than 70 points. He was not panicked at all. He fired another shot and took away Sanji. At this time, James in the middle finally stabilized his aim and shot Hani away. The two sides fought 2-for-1 in the first encounter, and Halzerk was the only one left in the bandit group. Just when Halzerk was hesitating whether to go out, good news came from Area B. Freeberg successfully broke through the construction site and cooperated with Get_Right to take over Area B. Upon hearing the news, Halzerk rushed to Area B with the bomb. James tried to stop him, but Halzerk ran too fast and he couldn't catch up with him. By the time the bomb was placed in Area B, everything was already a foregone conclusion. With this score, coupled with the loss of the pistol round, VP's defeat has become inevitable. In the end, the score between the two sides was fixed at 16-7. Although VP fought tenaciously, they eventually lost the game by a large margin. After the victory, Hani celebrated with everyone by fist bumping. Although defeating VP seemed almost inevitable to Hani, he was still immersed in joy when he really won the game. He completed his first victory in a major competition. After the celebration, he led the Dignitas team to VP and shook hands with them to express their friendship. Then he picked up his peripherals and walked off the stage. He didn't breathe a sigh of relief until his figure completely disappeared in the passage. He won the first game very smoothly, which was undoubtedly a good start for his major journey. Now, I just hope that the opponent in the next round will not be too strong. The crowd did not stay in the venue for too long, but walked out of the venue along the backstage and returned to the hotel. As usual, he returned to the hotel, lay on the bed, and looked at his own rating and the comments of domestic netizens. The first thing that catches the eye is his rating. A total of 465 people rated him, with a rating of 9.8. There were no obvious mistakes, but because VP was not strong, he had fewer highlight moments, 0.1 points behind Get_Right and F-Zero Rest. At the same time, Get_Right won the MVP of this game. James' command was completely blown away. A true gambling king, he always starts gambling when the bandits are about to attack. Crucially, he always wins in every round I remember. The title of world's best commander might be a bit of an exaggeration, since there's still the likes of GLA1VE, but I think you deserve to be called Asia's best commander. At the very least, the Australian and CN teams won't find anyone better than you. I heard he went to TYLO's youth training camp, but later on I don't know how he ended up at Dignitas. If he had stayed at TYLO, he might have been able to break into the world's top 20 by now. This message reminded Hani. After reading the comments, he clicked on TYLO's game and found that TYLO had lost in the first round. The opponent who defeated them was OG, who had previously lost to Dignitas. Among them, Vald even achieved a terrifying record of 45-22, and the best player on TYLO's side was actually Dank1NG. After confirming the TYLO result, Hani noticed that there was a WeChat icon at the top of the phone screen. When he clicked on it, he found that they were all messages from Chu Hao, densely packed. He kept on talking from the moment he started playing until the end of the game, and the last sentence he sent was threat. Chu Hao, that's awesome. If you perform well, I'll use my next month's living allowance to buy all your stickers while they're on sale. If you don't perform well, I might get depressed right there and then I'll go to your house and give you a depression-killing blow. Ugh. Hi. Then don't stock up. Chu Hao, no, I've thought about it. I'll stock up on your stickers. The more awesome you are, the more I'll earn. We can both prosper together. This way, if you make a lot of money, I can also make a little. And if you don't succeed, that's okay. We can still be poor buddies. After listening to Chu Hao's analysis, he was stunned. He didn't expect that this guy had a business mind and thought so highly of him that he bet all his hopes of making money on him. You know, Chuhao doesn't know that he has a system. Later, he became curious about the price of his stickers. He tried to open NetEase's buff and search for high, and then he found that his ordinary stickers were only worth 1 yuan. The shiny ones were more expensive, but only about 22 yuan, and the price of gold stickers fluctuated around 120 yuan. This price is only slightly better than that of ordinary first-line players, but it is far from enough compared to star players. When the capsules are half price, the price of E stickers may be cut in half again. After discovering that his stickers were not expensive, he decided to wait until the major was almost over and stock up on them when they were half price. With the support of the system, all his attributes will reach the maximum level sooner or later, and he will become the next legend sooner or later. Before becoming a legend, he would buy some of his own stickers at low prices and store them in warehouses so that he could sell them when the prices got higher later. It was a sure-win deal. Afterwards, He opened the Perfect World app again, intending to check the news about other teams so that he could know himself and his opponent and confirm who his next opponent would be as soon as possible. At this moment, a piece of information caught his eye. HLTV, Future Stars, Book Circle has specific content. Below this headline is his photo. After clicking on the article, He found that the editor named Lucas praised him from head to toe and summarized his performance during this period. He is no stranger to this future star, as many players have been evaluated by him. This future star is different from the tomorrow's star designated by the top players. It is awarded by HLTV to new players who have just shown their potential. There is no Medal of Honor. The only thing it can do is to help these players quickly accumulate popularity. Among the future stars in the past, there have been many IDs that is familiar with. The most famous one is probably ZYW. In the future, Donk will also be regarded as a future star. And there's also Kayasuk, who is only heard of but not seen. After reading the entire article, he silently gave the editor a thumbs up. Through this report, more viewers will know him, which is not a bad thing no matter how you think about it. Time passed quickly and the sky gradually darkened. The first round of the major competition is over, and Dignita's next opponent has also been determined. The opponent is also a team ranked closer to the middle. To be honest, he only has one impression of the COL team. That is, a few years later, there will be a player named Elige who will be tortured by 4 teammates here, and among the 4 people who tortured him, one of them has the ID of Halzerk. However, at that time, Halzerk had completely turned into the mother of the nursing virus and started to behave in various inhumane ways. It was not uncommon to see him firing 5 shots with a sniper rifle and then missing 5 shots. After thinking about the interesting things, in order to get a deeper understanding of the current COL, he clicked on their homepage. When he saw a familiar ID, some long-forgotten memories gradually unleashed, which reminded him of the major event that changed the entire CSGO timeline. OBO is homesick. Simply put, this last talented boy in North America, OBO joined the COL team. Then, in order to make the team more competitive, the boss of COL made a decision to train in Europe for a long time to facilitate competition with major European teams, so that COL strength could be improved rapidly. As a result, OBO, who is only 17 years old and mentally immature, gradually developed psychological problems while away from his hometown in North America, which further led to an emotional breakdown. Without notifying anyone, he returned to North America alone, leaving his other teammates in Europe. More importantly, the EPL competition had already started, COL had won all the group matches, and the knockout stage was about to begin. His running caused COL to have to use substitutes to play, and finally lost at the speed of light. At this point, the talented young man personally interrupted the growth trajectory that he and COL should have had. From then on, OBO was no longer seen in the first-tier arena, and without OBO, COL completely became a second-tier team. But things did not stop there. In order to fill the firepower gap after OBO left, the COL boss spent a lot of money to buy another top-level player, JKS, who is now serving in 100T. This step directly led to 100T announcing that it would no longer participate in CSGO, and from then on the world lost a top 10 strong team. Unfortunately, after JKS came to call, he did not behave like a star at all, which led to the rapid disbanding of Call's lineup after only 1 year. 2 Danish players in the team chose to return to Denmark to contribute to the Danish CS. They are Blame F. de Zhuang and K0 and Fig Bin Bin. Because of their return to Denmark, the entire CSGO history of Denmark has also undergone major changes. The lone JKS also joined G2 by chance. Therefore, it is not an exaggeration to say that OBO's words, "I miss home," changed the entire history of CSGO. Originally, no one knew how far this talented young man would have grown if he had stayed in COL, but the changes he brought are still affecting the structure of major CSGO teams today. In addition to OBO, Blame F, and K0 and Fig, this COL also has a veteran that Han E is more familiar with. That is Rush. After C9 won the championship, Rush was bought by the owner of COL and began to play for the COL team. As for the last person, most of the audience may be unfamiliar with him. His ID is Poison, and he's called Drug God by everyone. Seeing this, Han E frowned slightly. There was no doubt that his good luck was almost used up after being matched with such an opponent. He could only sigh helplessly, thinking that it would be better if he played COL again after some time. When OBO missed home, COL would basically come to give them points. Unfortunately, there is no such good thing in the world. They have already beaten VP without Kwang Ge, and they want to beat COL without OBO, which is a bit too unrealistic. This battle will undoubtedly be another very difficult one. As the youngest participant in a major tournament, OBO is definitely a top-level player, not to mention K0 and Fig, Yaoshin, or Blame F, who still has the title of Steel Gun Commander at this time. Their overall strength is undoubtedly much stronger than Dignitas. However, compared to truly strong opponents, COL is not so strong that Dignitas cannot defeat them at all. After analyzing COL's situation, there is one more important thing that Han E needs to do, which is to continue making videos and harvest outs. As for the content of the video, he has already thought about it, which is to perform solos with various celebrity contestants. Of course, this solo cannot be a normal solo. After all, with his current strength, it is impossible for him to beat star players like Nico or ZYW. The solution he came up with was to create a video similar to a live performance through editing and video synthesis. The plan was this. First, he planned to let Nico, who had a good relationship with him, record an opening speech, the content of which would be something like this. "My name is Nico, and I'm fighting for Seiken himself, Han Yi's online name, in a 1v1 challenge. Please cheer me on." Of course, this video has Nico speaking Huxia, so that those black fans won't have trouble understanding and thus reduce the effect. After that, Nico had nothing to do with anything. He planned to ask his good brother Chu how to change his online name to Nico and fight in Nico's place. In this way, Nico will definitely be beaten by him, and those little black fans will naturally feel that there's something wrong with Nico's shooting skills. But because of the opening remarks recorded by Nico himself, the credibility of the video is increased, so the doubt value is naturally born. After he finishes bullying Nico, he will then bully ZYW, Rops, Frozen, etc. According to this plan, he will no longer lack doubts during the entire Rio Major. Of course, Han E would also tell them when recording the video that this was a prank video and ask them to keep their identities secret to prevent those trolls from complaining. Han E followed the plan and knocked tentatively on Nico's door. Just 3 seconds later, the door was opened. Nico vigilantly observed the situation outside the door. When he saw that it was Han E, a smile appeared on his face. He opened the door completely and spoke. "Have you figured it out? Want to go to the club with us? It's just that the current situation is a bit difficult. The major has already started. You should focus on the competition first. After the major is over, Lung Shun and I will take you out to play together." After listening to Nico's words, Han E felt a little relieved when he complained that Nico's mind was full of nightclubs. At least the other party could still distinguish between nightclubs and competitions, and which one was more important. I came to talk to you about something else, not to go to a nightclub. After hearing Han Yi's words, Nico's eyes flashed with disappointment. He thought Han Yi had figured it out and wanted to form the three musketeers of the nightclub with him and Longshan. What's up? That's right. Then Han Yi told Nico the entire content of his prank video. Nico didn't think anything of it, but he still wanted to confirm one thing with Han Yi. You're sure my stand-in is so obvious that it's not me, right? Han Yi thought about his good brother's technique, then nodded affirmatively. Seeing this, Nico felt relieved. Although he was doing his job, he didn't want to be exposed as a scandal that he couldn't beat the commander as a solo player. Okay, then come in and record it. Nico led Han Yi into his room, then sat on a chair and recited the lines in pure Wuxia as Han Yi requested. He spoke haltingly, but one could still make out what he was saying. After getting the video, Han Yi expressed his gratitude to Nico. Then he returned to the room and called his good brother Chu Hao. It was nighttime on his side, while it was daytime on Chu Hao's side. The call was connected quickly. Han Yi did not give Chu Hao too much explanation. He just asked him to change his Steam ID to Nico and then have a solo game with him. At first, Chu Hao naturally refused. He knew that the gap between him and Han Yi was too big, so of course he would not agree to such a request. After all, anyone would feel unhappy if they were abused for no reason. But Han Yi easily changed Chu Hao's mind with just one sentence. Tell me, are there any players you like in the recent competitions? I'll go get an autograph for you. His words really made Chu Hao's heart beat fast. As a new CSGO player and influenced by Han, he naturally began to pay attention to the game. During this period, he fell in love with a player named Kerrigan. Although the opponent's shooting skills were not so ideal, the way he interacted with the audience and the occasional tricks he made attracted him. Then I want Kerrigan's signature. Just write it on the mouse pad. If you don't agree, forget it. Okay. In order to question the value, Han Yi gritted his teeth and agreed decisively. As for why you have to find Chu Hao instead of others, the reason is very simple. Chu Hao is so handsome that you can tell at a glance that he is not Nico's. Han Yi is also quite difficult to find. The conditions of both parties were reached, and then everything went according to plan. After Chu Hao changed his name, the two began their solo. In order to prevent Chu Hao from not fighting with him next time, Han Yi intentionally gave in to the opponent during the solo and also flattered Chu Hao a lot, such as, "This shot is too powerful. I really didn't let you. I just can't beat you. Honestly, bro, you're putting too much pressure on me. I didn't even sweat this much when I played against Simple. What the hell was that shot? It was so fast. No way. You can defeat me in seconds." Han Yi said many words like these, which completely made Chu Hao happy. In the end, the score between the two sides remained at 18-12, making Chu Hao feel that he had lost to Han Yi narrowly. Even after the game, he took the initiative to have a second solo with Han Yi, but was rejected by Han Yi on the grounds that he was too tired today and had to continue playing in the major competition tomorrow. After listening to Han Yi's explanation, Chu Hao felt a little unsatisfied, but still nodded and said, "Okay, after playing with you today, I found that there's not much difference between us. I feel that if I keep practicing like this, I won't be far from playing in a competition. Who knows, we might even run into each other at the next major." Chu Hao's words were quickly affirmed by Han Yi. "Indeed, brother. I think we'll see you at next year's major. Practice your marksmanship well, and then I'll have Dignitas buy you out. You'll become F-Zero Rest's direct disciple and Freeberg's successor. Sure, after fighting with you, I don't even want to go to class today. I just want to practice shooting in the dorm. You should still go and balance your studies like I did. I'll stop talking. I asked Lu Yong to sign me in. I'm practicing shooting in the dorm today. See you at the major next year." After saying that, Chu Hao hung up the phone. Han Yi looked at the hung-up phone and couldn't help falling into deep thought. Did I use too much force, causing him to lose track of his own strength? Then Han Yi looked at the time and found that it was already late at night. Considering tomorrow's game, he gave up the idea of editing the video and chose to go to sleep. It was already 10 o'clock in the morning when F-Zero Rest woke up the next day. He had finished breakfast and was sitting on the bed playing his handheld game console. Han, he simply washed up and ordered the same Brazilian steak from yesterday. He wouldn't be able to eat this steak after he left Brazil, so when he saw something delicious, he naturally wanted to eat a few more bites. While the takeaway had not yet arrived, Han hurried to finish the work that he had not completed yesterday. About half an hour later, he edited and spliced a video, posted it online, and gave it a title. Even Nico admits defeat. This is the strength of the streamer. After doing all this, the takeaway has been delivered. After eating steak, the group set off for the venue. Their match was selected for the second game on the main stage, and it would be their turn around 3 or 4 o'clock. Everyone still went to the lounge, as before, and watched the live broadcast. While waiting, time passed little by little. The first game ended quickly, and the match between Dignitas and COL was about to begin. Both parties had already come from a lounge to the passage before the performance, but this time the organizers specially arranged their order of appearance, with Han being the last one. At first, Han didn't understand why, but as Han Yi's teammates were called out one by one, and then several veterans from the opposing team came out, but it was still not his and OBO's turn, he gradually understood what the organizer was going to do. As his and OBO's names sounded together, the two walked out of the passage at the same time, and the commentary voice was clearly heard by every audience watching the game. Today's match will be the most anticipated one, with two rising stars on the field clashing for the first time. Will the talented rifleman OBO be the better player, or will the talented Commander High win? Let's wait and see the first showdown between these two future stars. Standing on the stage, Han couldn't help but look at OBO, the young man who is now on par with him. There is no doubt that the opponent's talent is among the highest, even among professional players. He has a bright future, but in the end he destroyed it all with his own hands, and the final outcome is also regrettable. In Han Yi's last memory of OBO, he was addicted to some kind of drug, and there was no news of him after that. It was unclear whether he was dead or alive. Emerging out of nowhere and then falling into obscurity, every last talented young man in North America seems to be like this, and unknowingly has formed a kind of curse. The recent one is OBO, who is now standing in front of Han, and the distant ones include Swag, Shroud, and so on. When Hani looked at OBO, OBO was also looking at Hani. Soon, OBO saw something in Han Yi's eyes that he couldn't see normally. If he had to describe it, it seemed to be pity. Why pity yourself? OBO obviously didn't understand where the pity in Han Yi's eyes came from. Even though Han was sure that Dignitas could win this game, they were both 1-0 teams and would not be eliminated if they lost. In short, in OBO's opinion, Han Yi's mercy is a little too inexplicable, right? Or are all Orientals so sentimental? OBO shook his head and put all these messy thoughts aside. The game was about to start, and he didn't want to be distracted by these things. As for why Hani looked at him that way, he could just ask Han himself after the game. Why would he bother guessing here? As all the players from both teams appeared, the referee invited the captains and coaches of both teams to come to the center of the stage for the coin guessing session. This time, Hani won. In Bo 1, the advantage of picking the second ban is undoubtedly huge, and Han did not hesitate to choose the second ban. So far, this COL is a typical 7-map team. They will actively ban one of the 3 maps, Town, Death Amusement Park, and Train, based on the map's strength of the opponent. Therefore, before the game, Han had no way to judge the opponent's specific ban pick strategy and could only watch. COL has already figured out Dignitas. Currently, there are only 2 maps where Dignitas has no record. One of them is the building, and the other is the train map. But considering the many veterans in Dignitas, COL does not think that Dignitas will not play against Train. It is just a fact that Dignitas has never played against it in a single game. Sometimes they even give Train as the second ban. Therefore, everyone in Seoul boldly speculated that Dignitas Train would not be very strong. It might be at the same level as their nuke. As for the small town, Dignitas didn't play it much, and it can be considered on the same level as nuke. In this way, the first maps to be banned among the 3 maps are naturally excluded from the town and the train. Among the remaining maps, only the Death Amusement Park is worth banning first. After all, Dignitas had just defeated VP on this map, and in a very easy manner. Thinking of this, BlameF decisively disabled the Death Amusement Park, and then he disabled the building. Then BlameF did not ban the town or the train, but banned Dignitas' powerful dust too, and then he banned the train. Both sides came to the last ban, and the only things left on the map were Nuke, Small Town, and Midgard. It was naturally impossible for BlameF to play against Dignitas on the Mythic Plus map, so he gave his last ban to the Mythic Plus map and handed the choice of playing on Nuke or Town to Hani. These two maps are considered to be Dignitas' more powerful maps. After comprehensive consideration, he chose the Small Town map. They have many tactics for this map, and this map is more about cooperation between team members. It requires much less personal ability than Nuke, which is very suitable for them. After a series of complicated processes, the two camps were determined, with COL on the defensive side versus Dignitas on the offensive side. He sat in front of the computer, and during the warm-up phase, he began to think about how to defeat COL. He was the first one to give up the double sniper tactic. The reason was very simple. They started the game as the attacker, and sniper rifles were not that easy to use on the attacker side of this map. Sometimes, even ZYW did not use a sniper when he was on the attacker side of this map. If they want to wait for the defense to start, they have to fight for 15 rounds, and no one can guarantee what will happen after 15 rounds. After careful consideration, he decided to play the game normally. After deciding on the talents to be used in the game, the next step is tactical arrangements. He first sensed BlameF's idea, and then decided to use a tactic of pretending to attack the B area and flying to the second floor. First, he asked F0 Rest and Freeberg, the two players who should have been in the front, to go to the Banana Road, and asked them to use the standard combination of 2 smokes, 2 flashes, and 2 P250s to feint at the B area. Then he led Get_Right and Halser from the side passage to the second floor of A. After F0 Rest and Freeberg launched an attack to attract the enemies in area, he launched another offensive and occupied area A in one fell swoop. On the other side, BlameF's inner thoughts were also very simple. 3B2A focused on defending the B area. In addition to him as the main B, 3B also included K0 and Fig as the secondary B and the talented young man OBO. Unlike most teams, the one who often goes from Area A to Area B to assist in defense in the COL team is not the sniper Poison, but the rifleman OBO. As for Poison, he is more of a role in a 1 or connecting to guard the middle lane. As the game officially begins, both sides disperse and begin to act according to their plan. Someone soon made a suggestion in BlameF's ear. Should we rebel against the Ching Banana Road? After hearing this bad idea, BlameF immediately shook his head. He had watched many Dignitas games and could only describe Han Yi's pistol round with 2 words: weird. Therefore, he naturally did not want to fight Hani head-on and just wanted to retreat back and play defense. Let's be conservative and set up the gun for a while. If there's no movement on Banana Road within 30 seconds, OBO, you go back to Area A and set up a 3A. Good. While COL was discussing how to defend, Freeberg and F0 Rest from Banana Road were already in position, and Hanyi's instructions rang in their ears. Wait until the first 40 seconds, then you two will throw, smoke, and dodge, then launch the attack. Everyone else, follow me and walk quietly to the second floor. Don't show your footsteps. We'll be waiting here at the spiral staircase. After launching the attack on Banana Road, we will explore deeper into the second floor of A. As he moved forward along the side road, instructions kept coming out of his mouth. He wanted to get some props to trick all of COL's defenders in Area A into Area B and pull off a perfect fake play. As time passed, the 3 people from COLB area saw that Area B was still calm, so they began to retreat to Area A as planned. However, just as he reached the police house, the situation in Area B suddenly became tense. 2 smoke bombs flew high from the sky and landed on the police's house and the coffin. Then a stone slab suddenly exploded, and then footsteps were heard on Banana Road. Blame F shouted in the voice chat immediately. They're fighting B, 2 props, and footsteps, a real fight. As Blame F finished speaking, COL quickly organized a defense, but after all, they did not see the enemy, so the main A rush did not move. The ones who returned to defense were the secondary A Poison and OBO who had just arrived at the police house. As for Dignita's fake fight, they naturally had to act more like a real fight. It was impossible for it to end after throwing props. After confirming that there was no one behind the stone slab, Freeberg did not retreat, but continued to press forward. F-Zero Rest followed closely behind him, and the two quickly approached COL's B area. But when passing the parking space, the two cleverly switched positions, letting Freeberg, who had flash, run to the back, and F-Zero Rest, who did not have flash, stood in the front. Soon F-Zero Rest came to a position close to a box and stopped in time. If he took another step forward at this position, he would be seen by the CT in the bomb site. It can be said that this angle is just right, making the COL members dare not let their guard down, but unable to obtain any information. Seeing Banana Road suddenly stop moving, Blame F realized that something seemed amiss. When he was about to ask everyone not to reply, there was another well-timed flash, which made Blame F at the dead point flash completely white, forcing him to swallow his words back. Taking advantage of the flash bomb, F-Zero Rest quickly pulled out from the entrance on the Banana Road side of B's site and saw Blame F, who was covering his eyes and shrinking into the dead point. F-Zero Rest fired a tentative shot, but failed to hit the opponent. Then F-Zero Rest did not stand there and hesitate for too long, but moved sideways all the way to the table of B. Baudian. Afterwards, his crosshairs were not aimed at the exposed dead spot, but at the second box. Based on his years of experience, he judged that the opponent's position wanted to create a cross, and the other CT in area B was behind it. Sure enough, after K0 Fig recovered from the flash bomb, he immediately made a tentative peek to see the enemy's position. However, the place where he peeked was not from the audience, but from the entrance on the Banana Road side of Area B. In this way, his character model looked no different from the whole person being pulled out to F-Zero Rest, who had already arrived at the stage. F-Zero Rest fired a decisive shot at his head. The power of the P250 was enough to kill him instantly. Although K0 Fig was killed instantly, F-Zero Rest shooting gave Blame F, who was in the dead point, the opportunity to pull out. He was very good at shooting with this kind of information gun, and he shot F-Zero Rest in the head with a precise bullet. The two sides exchanged 1 for 1 in Area B. At this time, all the COL members turned their eyes to the ID in the upper right corner. After seeing that the dead player was F-Zero Rest, there was no need for Blame F to say anything. Everyone quickened their pace to rush to Area B. Even Rush, who had been in Area A, gave up Area A and started running towards the study. The reason is very simple. This is the inertia of thinking in professional competitions. It is similar to when you kill ROPS in Area A. Everyone knows that ROPS teammates are preparing to attack Area B. The death of F-Zero Rest this time was similar, but unlike ROPS, F-Zero Rest was more often the one who walked with the main force. So, when people in COL saw F-Zero Rest's death, it meant that Dignita's main force was all in the B area. But soon, everyone in COL was hit hard in the face. Just when Rush was halfway to the study, a bullet from behind him pierced his head. Looking at himself suddenly falling down, Rush realized something earlier than the other 4 members of COL. Fake. Everything is fake. They're hitting Area. His somewhat collapsed and anxious voice rang in the ears of the COL people. The COL people standing near Area B looked at Banana Road, which had no follow-up actions, and they all felt as if they had suddenly realized something. But it was too late. Hani let Halzerk and Get_right strolling out of building 8-2 and easily occupied Area. Blame F looked at the situation and issued an order that suited his style, choosing KD. Compared to Blame F, who lost the game for no apparent reason, he was sitting in front of the computer, watching everything while playing the machine. The expression on his face could no longer be described as shocked. He couldn't understand how Han E could calculate his opponent's tactics and mentality while executing such an imaginative tactic. To be honest, although he has a good impression of veterans such as F0 Rest and Get_Right, if he really asks him to rate the Dignitas team, he can only give him a position at the bottom of the second tier. But this is based on the premise that there is no commander named Han E in Dignitas. With Han E, everything was different. In the eyes of the players, Dignitas' strength was greatly improved, and they became the last one in the first line. So far, Wanji has watched many of Han Yi's games. The more he watches, the more shocked he becomes. In his eyes, Han Yi can already be regarded as the #1 player of the new generation, far surpassing other players of the same generation. Especially the psychological warfare tactics in this round. It is not an exaggeration to say that Blame F was completely manipulated by Han E. In other words, it wasn't just Blame F who was manipulated by Han E. The machine felt that the game would be the same no matter who played. 2 smoke bombs, 2 flashes, and the person killed was F0 Rest, who wouldn't go back to defend. But this tactic is only brilliant enough to achieve this step, and it still lacks a fatal blow to seal the victory. The fatal blow was that Han E keenly caught the timing of Rush's retreat from area and killed Rush instantly, causing COL to completely lose the information of Area A and destroying COL's thoughts of returning to defense, thus securing the victory in one fell swoop. It can be said that Han Yi's tactics, which were linked one after another, brought a visual feast to all the spectators and commentators watching the game. Thinking of this, the player playing the machine could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart. Hi, it's him again. He once again demonstrated what perfect tactics are. COL made almost no mistakes throughout the entire game. Even when faced with such a realistic fake fight, they left a member on guard in Area A. But unfortunately, Dignitas' fake play was too real. So realistic that no matter who came, they would think it was real. From this point on, COL was like an anesthetized patient. By the time he regained consciousness, Han E had already completely cut off the entire A zone from his body. It could be said that from the beginning to the end, everyone in COL was kept in the dark by Hai. It was not until the moment when Han E killed Rush that they suddenly woke up. Blame F people have been fooled. After hearing what Wanji said, the comments on the barrage also expressed their agreement. It feels like COL has voluntarily given up Area. This round was so beautiful. Could it be possible that Dignitas, besides the rubbish of Sand 2 and Mithril, could pull out a third super strong map? If they can pull out a third map, that would be terrifying. I don't know how those 6-map teams are going to ban or pick. No matter how they ban, they're going to play a Dignitas powerful map. It only takes a little time to fool me. Don't you feel that the same tactics are just a little more powerful in Han Yi's hands than in other commanders? I always feel like he can grasp things that others can't. While the commentators were marveling at Han Yi's tactics in this round, Blame F, who had ordered the team to save their guns, was comforting his teammates. I was a little careless this time. I didn't expect the opponent to send F0 Rest to fake a fight. They took advantage of my subconscious and made me mistakenly think that their main force was in the B area. It doesn't matter. He can only fool me once with this tactic. We are stronger than Dignitas. One defeat doesn't mean anything. We need to play well in the next round. There's nothing to be afraid of with Hai's tactics. COL is a professional team after all, so the failure in the pistol round will not cause much of a blow to their mentality. After Blame F comforted them, everyone else also started to twist the rope and cheer them up in the voice chat. With the sound of a bomb exploding, the score between the two sides became 1-0. In the pistol round, when COL had 3 armored players, Blame F chose the steel gun. He asked himself, OBO, and Poison, the 3 armored players, to pick up 3 MP9S to guard the A area. The configuration of the B area was a bit simpler. Rush and Blame F temporarily swapped positions. He and K0 and Fig picked up 2 FN57S and 2 smoke bombs to guard the B area. The purpose was to delay as much as possible and then force the Dignitas team to move to the A area. It can be said that this tactic is very common in professional competitions. There are indeed some teams that, when faced with one smoke after another in Area B, will choose to give up attacking Area B and turn around to attack Area A. But this part of the team obviously did not include Dignitas led by Han E. Han E just opened his mouth and began to command the overall situation in an orderly manner. We'll move in after the 2 smoke showers in Area B are over. Don't hesitate. Get _right to stay in the side passage and gather information. If you can steal one, that's great, but if not, don't die. Your mission is to gather information and determine the approximate location of the enemies in Area so that we can destroy them all after we plant the bomb. After hearing this, no one said much. They all stood in the positions they had practiced countless times before. After these few months, they no longer needed basic communication and responses. As planned, COL blocked the entrance to Banana Road in Area B with a cigarette. 15 seconds passed quickly, and COL threw another smoke bomb, trying to create the illusion that they could throw a third smoke bomb as long as Dignitas launched an attack. But things did not develop as they expected. As their second smoke gradually dissipated, Dignitas launched an attack. The standard 2 smoke bombs sealed the coffin and the police house, isolating Rush and K0 and Fig in the B area in the bomb site. Then there were 3 more fires, which landed on the second box, the third box, and the dead point respectively, burning all the places where people could stand in the entire B area. K0 and Fig and Rush had no choice but to pull out from behind the cover. But then there were flashes one after another, which made them unable to open their eyes. Han E and F0 Rest pulled out one after the other, looked at the 2 men in white who had no power to resist, and swept towards them. After the 2 died, the Dignitas team immediately laid the trap, then dispersed and waited for COL to return to defend. Naturally, COL could not return to defend, so Blame F once again chose to protect his gun. After hearing this voice, Han E finally understood why Mr. Bean always liked to mock Blame F. When a defensive mistake occurs, they start to protect their guns without making any attempt at all. This is indeed contrary to the thinking of ordinary players, so it is no wonder that they are ridiculed. Although Blame F wanted to keep the gun, Han E did not intend to let him go. He immediately asked Get _right to go to Building A2, while he took the rest of the people from the police house straight to Area A to prepare to surrender the gun. As they arrived at the connection and the dog-headed men arrived at Building A2, everything was in place. After Han E gave the order, everyone launched an attack on Area A together. Blame F chose a very conservative gun-protecting position. He stood in the safest big pit. As for OBO, he stood at the A site and Poison stood in the cemetery. At this time, the cemetery stairs have a stone wall cover, which is different from the open one later and can hide one player. Han, he was still in the lead. He pulled out from the connection and rushed straight to Area A to become the first in the team. The first person he fought with was OBO, who was standing inside the A site. OBO was holding an MP9 and Han, he was holding a hairdryer. The 2 met at a corner and fired almost at the same time. But OBO's accuracy was obviously higher than Han Yi's. When both sides failed to hit Han E in the head, he kept the bullet firmly on Han Yi's body and killed him successfully. However, submachine guns have never been Han Yi's strong point. Talent, is it? When he stood at the connection again and launched an attack on Area A again, he was more confident knowing the position of OBO. The whole person pulled out quickly, and this time he shot faster and more accurately than OBO. 3 bullets were fired accurately at OBO, 1 at the head and 2 at the body. Facing this terrifying advanced shot, OBO was killed instantly by Han E before he even had time to react. At this moment, OBO looked at Han E in front of him, with only one question left in his mind. Who is the genius rifleman and who is the genius commander? Why do I feel like he's more of a rifleman than me? Han E, who killed OBO, did not stop his steps. At the same time, Get _right on the A2 floor also came out from the balcony, but he was unlucky because Blame F had no intention of helping OBO to finish off the gun, and he had been holding on to the second floor. So when Get _right came out, he was immediately attacked by Blame F and was killed. The Poison in the cemetery listened to Han Yi's footsteps getting closer and closer, and he decided to take the initiative to attack. However, as soon as he emerged from the cemetery, he found that Han Yi's hairdryer was almost stuffed into his mouth. Even though Han Yi was running, the bullet hit Poison's head almost face to face, killing him instantly. After completing the second kill, Han Yi stepped on the graveyard and launched a final encirclement and suppression of Blame F in the big pit. Blame F lay motionless in the pit, quietly waiting for Han Yi to show up. The two sides ushered in a command confrontation. Han Yi chose an unexpected way to face this confrontation. This method is called accidentally touching the wheel. As Han Yi jumped high, he saw Blame F, and Blame F also saw him. A hint of surprise flashed across Blame F's face. He obviously didn't expect Han Yi to jump up and peek at his position. However, his surprise did not affect his reaction. He then quickly fired, and a precise bullet hit Han Yi's head. But his highlight moment ended there. Han Yi in the air also pressed the left button of the mouse, and countless bullets shot out from the muzzle of the hairdryer at once. Among them, 2 bullets formed a straight line and hit Blame F's head. With Blame F's fall, the score between Dignitas and COL came to 2 o'clock. After winning, Han Yi felt a little scared about his roller jump. He was almost killed by Blame F because of this. Fortunately, his shooting skills were superb enough, and with a little luck, he defeated the opponent. Afterwards, he sighed that Team A's tactics were indeed useful, especially when he knew the specific personnel configuration of a certain area of the opponent. The tactics became even more useful. That's right, the tactics used by Han Yi in the last game were not his original creation, but were the tactics used by Team A year ago. The essence of this tactic is to wait until the personnel in the opponent's B area have handed over both cigarettes, and then launch a round of all-round bombs on the B area without blind spots. When facing an attack of this intensity, if the defenders in Zone B did not have smoke bombs and the help of their teammates, they would only face death. Although this bomb tactic has been developed for a year, it is still far ahead of its time, especially when it is in Han Yi's hands. Although this tactic is powerful, it has a fatal flaw, which is that the 2 CTs guarding Area B must both hand over their smoke bombs, and they also need to ensure that there is no third CT in Area B. If any of these points cannot be achieved, this tactic will hardly show its due effect. It is very likely that the opponent will drag you into the banana lane with a cigarette, and because of the large amount of props invested, you will be at a disadvantage in this round. Of course, so many prerequisites are not a problem for Han Yi at all. He knows how many people are in each area better than the opposing commander. After the failure, COL's economy was completely reduced to 0. Blame F issued an order to gamble on B, and Han Yi chose to split his troops into 2 groups. One group went to Area A to plant the bomb, and the other group took a hairdryer to attack Area B and find COL to increase their economy. With the sacrifice of Freiburg and Halzerk, he successfully surrounded and wiped out the COL people in Area B. The score came to 3 o'clock, and then Blame F made another half step and pressed forward in the middle. This time, Han Yi was unfortunately shot in the head by OBO's FN-57, but his teammates successfully resisted this wave of attack and wiped out the COL team at the cost of 3 people. The score became 4 o'clock in the blink of an eye. The 4 consecutive wins at the start were good news for all the Dignitas players. Because of the continuous loss of people, the guns in their hands were also upgraded to 5 AKs. COL also picked up 5M4A4S, and both sides entered the first long gun round. After suffering setbacks repeatedly, Blame F became much more cautious this time. He chose the most common 3A2B default opening. Han Yi also followed suit and performed a default map control, intending to see if Blame F would make some changes in the middle of the round. If there is no change, he plans to use a wave of explosives to hit A. If there is a change, he will use tactical restraint. Han Yi's default map control has a priority order. The most important one is the banana lane. He leads Freiburg and F0 Rest, and the 3 of them go to grab the banana lane. The remaining Halzerk and Get_Right go to control the side lanes and the middle lane, striving to gain maximum control of the map. As there were fewer people in Area B on the COL side, they didn't dare to be too radical. This just happened to suit Han Yi's wishes. Dignitas effortlessly occupied the entire banana lane. Then Hani began to listen to Blame F's thoughts, trying to see if he could find any flaws. But Blame F has been a little scared by Han, and now he has made up his mind. I will just accept this stubborn truth and have no idea in my mind at all. Soon, the round entered a 1-minute countdown. Under the command of Blame F, COL began to block the smoke and build a defense system. Seeing that Blame F was still determined to continue the default, he had to interrupt his own default and chose to take the A area defended by 3 opponents. Under his command, the Dignitas team began to move towards Area A. When Han-E arrived near the middle lane, the smoke in the middle lane was about to dissipate in a few seconds, and he decisively began to make tactical arrangements. After the smoke clears in the middle lane, they'll definitely follow up. We'll take advantage of this gap to charge in. Get_right and Halzerk, you guys go to the second floor. Freeberg and F0 Rest will be in charge of the middle lane breakthrough. I'll help you with the flash. As Han-E completed the tactical arrangement, he moved to the back point of the middle road, and the formation of the others also changed quickly. Just as Han-E expected, just as the defensive smoke in the middle was about to dissipate, but before it completely dissipated, another smoke was thrown from the connecting direction. The 3 Dignitas players in the middle lane noticed this, and Han-E quickly fired the flashbang in his hand. The flashbang drew a beautiful arc and exploded above the middle lane. With the help of this flashbang, Freeberg and F0 Rest were pulled out together. At the same time, Halzerk and Get_right also started to move, approaching the A site from the A2 building. Because it was an instant flash, OBEO, who was standing at A1, was unable to dodge and was hit by a full white. He quickly retreated towards A1 while still communicating with his teammates. I'm completely blinded. Can you help me? Compared to OBEO, the state of Poison, who was connected to the guard, was better. He took a step back consciously after throwing the cigarette, just avoiding the flash. At this time, Poison heard the footsteps of the bandit in the middle lane and the voice of OBEO. Without hesitation, he pulled out from the connection and tried to stop the bandit's attack, but Freeberg and F0 Rest were already waiting for him. As soon as Poison came out, he was shot in the head. Then the 2 old men quickly advanced towards A1, intending to cooperate with Get_right and Halzerk in the A2 building to form a simultaneous attack on A1 and A2. But just as Freeberg pulled out A1, OBEO, who had recovered, displayed a wave of top-level marksmanship, shooting Freeberg in the head and the body, taking him away. Then F0 Rest, who was 1 step behind, tried to make a follow-up shot, but OBEO had anticipated this, and the M4A4 in his hand never stopped. As a result, F0 Rest directly hit OBEO's bullet, and OBEO successfully completed a double kill. OBEO caught 2 of them, but Rush didn't have that ability. He chose to stand at the dead point of the balcony on the A2 building. Although he successfully stole Get_right's back, he couldn't run away from this position and was shot down by Halzerk. Building A2. After his death, Rush quickly reported the location, and OBEO reacted very quickly. He immediately turned around and met Halzerk. Both sides opened fire at the same time. OBEO used the last remaining bullet to successfully kill Halzerk. The 2 sides played a 4-for-2 exchange in Area A. It was only then that Han-E finally arrived. Facing the OBEO, who had no bullets left, he successfully captured it. Then Han-E clicked on the results panel and found that his teammates had left him with a 1-on-2 situation. High versus Blame F and K0 and Fig. Han-E did not choose to leave the bag immediately. Since the 2 opponents were in Area B, it meant that he could not come back immediately. He had plenty of time to choose a bag that was most beneficial to him. After thinking about it, Han-E chose a room outside Area A. This location cannot be seen except from Building A2, but can be seen from other locations. This makes it easy for him to confuse his opponent so that the remaining 2 members of COL cannot immediately determine their position. After he finished packing, considering that some time had passed, he didn't dare to move around and quietly hid in the dead spot. To be honest, this location is not good. If he had a choice, he might prefer locations like Study and Daking. But there was no other way. He was afraid that he would bump into the COL members who were returning to defend while moving. So choosing a dead point was a helpless move. On the COL side, their defense route was not through the police house, but they chose to press out from the Banana Road, then return to defense from the middle, and then go through A1. Therefore, when the two passed the middle road, Han E at the dead point heard their footsteps first. After he determined that the opponent was going to attack A1, he immediately changed his position. Instead of continuing to hide in the dead spot, he walked quietly behind the high box. Logically speaking, while Han E was moving silently, K0 and Blame F should have had enough time to break out from A1, but the opponent's footsteps stopped at A1. Han E seemed to have guessed something, and his eyes glanced at the second floor of A intentionally or unintentionally. At this moment, a big pit of fire was thrown out from the A2 building, which allowed Han E to determine the positions of the last two COLs, A1 and A2. When Blame F threw the A pit fire, K0 in A1 was not idle either. He threw a graveyard fire and a partition smoke in front of the study. The tacit cooperation between the two of them allowed them to roughly sweep through all the places where Han E could hide. Seeing this scene, Han E subconsciously hid behind the high box to avoid facing two lines of gunfire at the same time, and then he heard the footsteps of A1 and A2. Han Yi's talents have been exhausted at present, and he can only rely on himself to win this game. He aimed his crosshairs at A1 and waited for the enemy to appear. However, compared to A1's K0 this time it was A2's Blame F who came out first. However, due to the obstruction of the high box, he was unable to see Han E at the first time. Han E heard his footsteps rushing out of building A2, but he was not moved at all. His target was very clear. That was K0 who was still in building A1. 2 seconds later, K0 pulled out from A1, and flames burst out from the muzzle of the AK in Han Yi's hand, knocking him to the ground with one shot. Then Han E quickly turned the muzzle of the gun and swept it toward the other side of himself. He heard the sound of Blame F landing and approaching him. Facing Han Yi's preemptive gunfire, Blame F did not dare to move forward and had to stop. The two sides came to a one-on-one fight. Han E had only 5 bullets left in his magazine because he had killed OBO and K0 before, and because he had fired the gun before. He had no room for error and was forced into a desperate situation. On the other side, Blame F was still in full health. He stayed there for a while, and after realizing that Han E would not pull out, he chose to take the initiative to attack. But once he made a move, Han E naturally would not sit still and wait for death. He also took this opportunity to choose to pull out, and the two sides were at loggerheads. After 4 gunshots, only one bandit was left in the entire area A. This is a 1-on-2 situation. Can Hai seize this opportunity? He first killed K0 in 1 second, and everything is going in the right direction. But he's running out of bullets, and Blame F is closing in on him. Hai had no choice but to fight hard, and he pulled out. Blame F was 1 shot away from winning, but COL made a fatal mistake, and Han E won the game 1-on-2. The English commentator on the scene looked at the endgame in front of him, his voice becoming more and more excited, and later he simply stood up from the commentary desk just to be closer to the screen. As Han E knocked Blame F down with the last shot, not only him, but half of the audience stood up and applauded Han E. Many Brazilian audiences raised their glasses high and drank them all. There was also some kind of drum sound coming from the back, and someone was singing an incomprehensible song in Portuguese. But everyone could feel that they were celebrating what had just happened in Han Yi's wonderful performance. Han E breathed a sigh of relief on the court. This time was different from the previous match against Big. He did not let this endgame, with fewer players than the majority, slip away from his hands. He won this endgame and also defeated his past self. After losing this round, Soel entered the ECO round again, and their fighting spirit was somewhat waning. Without a gun, COL was naturally unable to stop Dignita's attack and lost several points in a row. The score between the two sides reached 8 o'clock in the blink of an eye. One side is full of vigor and momentum, while the other side has begun to become a little silent. As a not-so-outstanding frontline commander, Blame F was almost helpless in the face of this situation. The only thing he could think of was to encourage everyone. There's nothing to be afraid of with High's tactics. The same words, but because of the different scores, the effect of saying them is naturally completely different. If everyone in COL had agreed with this statement before, now the look in their eyes when they looked at Blame F only revealed one meaning: disbelief. Actually, Blame F felt a little guilty when he said this. After all, on the tactical level, he was beaten by Han E and could only accept it. He couldn't come up with any effective tactics. He really didn't have the confidence to say these words. But then again, it can't all be blamed on him. Han Yi's tactics are famously powerful. This may not have been widely recognized among the audience, but it is a recognized fact in their professional circle. Among the 21st tier teams, only GLA 1VE can compete with them in terms of tactical level. So when no one gave him any feedback, Blame F realized that his words were inappropriate and immediately modified them. Han Yi's pistol, rifle, sniper, his teammates are nothing to be afraid of. We're stronger than them as a whole. We kept losing because we weren't familiar with their tactics. Let's cheer up and we'll win. Blame F's words once again aroused some fighting spirit among the COL players. Just as Blame F said, they always believed that their strength was stronger than Dignitas. Then they all looked at Blame F, waiting for the instructions for this round. Looking at the score that was already 8 o'clock, Blame F made up his mind to do something. He thought about it and gave the order to push forward in full force. 1 side lane, 2 middle lanes, and 2 banana lanes. He completely gave up thinking and had a head-on battle with Dignitas. His instruction accidentally hit Han Yi's soft spot. Han Yi felt that he was not afraid of his opponent's complicated tactics. It could even be said that the more complicated the tactics were, the happier he was. What he feared was this kind of brainless style of play that relied purely on numbers. The main reason was that their strength was slightly inferior to that of COL. Once the other party started to compete with hard power, Han, he felt a little tricky. He had no choice but to issue an order that would be issued later to stabilize the situation first and discuss other matters later. As for the side passage, he still arranged Get_Right and Halzerk to work together. If they could kill the enemy walking alone on the side passage, it would undoubtedly make the COL team unable to take care of both ends. At that time, with the cooperation of the 3 people from the Bandit Mouth, they could attack from both sides and victory would be within their grasp. Blame F also knew the importance of the side passage, so he arranged his strongest man, OBO, to guard the side passage. As for the others, they all pressed forward according to the plan. As the game started, both teams dispersed. Han led Freiburg and F0 Rest to stop at the Bandit's Mouth and implement a late-game strategy. Soon a grenade was thrown at the Bandit's entrance, followed by a series of explosions, and finally a smoke bomb accurately sealed the Bandit's entrance. It wasn't over yet after all this was done. The COL members dispersed and started firing into the smoke bomb, trying to kill 1 or 2 bandits. At this time, the 3 Dignitas members from the bandit group had already retreated deeper after seeing that the situation was not good, mainly to prevent the COL members from pressing in. As for the idea of counterattack, they have not yet thought of it and are waiting for the good news from Get_Right and Halzerk. Get_Right and Halzerk did not disappoint the 3 of them. With the cooperation of the 2, OBO simply replaced Get_Right, who was walking in the front. Halzerk, who was 1 step behind, successfully filled in the gun and killed OBO. With OBO falling, the 2 CTs pushing forward in the middle lane were in an awkward position. They had their own smoke blockade in front of them and a bandit behind them, so they were faced with being attacked from both sides. But if the CT in the middle lane goes directly into the smoke to the banana lane to avoid the double attack, this will not work either. It is equivalent to actively giving the area to Dignitas, which is also unacceptable to them. After much deliberation, Blame F decided that everyone should come out of the banana road and use the strength of 4 people to completely control the middle road, and then send 2 people to the side road to counter-clear, and 2 people will stay in the middle road to hold the bandits at bay. Of course, this tactic is also a bit risky, because there will be no CT guarding the banana road. If bandits sneak into the banana road, it will be a big trouble. But Blamef didn't care about this. He also believed that no one would enter banana road. The reason why he could come to this conclusion was very simple. No one would sneak into the banana lane in the smoke when the CT had already suppressed the bandit entrance, especially in the competition field. This behavior is no different from committing suicide. This logic seems correct, but there is a premise for all this, that is, Han E is not opposite them. Almost the next second after Blamef came up with a solution, Han E and the two CTs on Banana Road took action at the same time. They went into the smoke from the bandits' exit and headed towards the middle lane, while Han E went into the smoke from the bandits' exit and headed towards Banana Road they had just left. The two sides were even perfectly staggered, side by side in the smoke. When Han E emerged from the smoke bomb, he immediately turned around, intending to give COL a fatal blow the moment the smoke bomb dissipated. Blamef was completely unprepared for this, and he still followed the plan to clear the Hallzerk in the side road. At the beginning, it can be said that COL's plan was a great success. Hallzerk had no ability to resist the anti-Ching CTs and was easily killed. Afterwards, CT left the veteran rush in the side lane, and the other three stood at the bandits' mouth to participate in the defense. But as the smoke bombs fired by the bandits gradually dissipated, the situation suddenly changed. F-Zero Rest first stood on the steps of the bandits' entrance and was the first to exchange fire with the COL people. K-Zero and Fig shot him in the head and the body and directly carried F-Zero Rest away. But before he could be happy, gunshots were heard from Banana Road. Faced with this sudden attack, everyone in COL's attention was drawn to F-Zero Rest, who had just died in the gang, causing everyone to react a little slowly for a while. By the time they came to their senses, K-Zero and Fig and Poison had already been killed by Han E. The remaining Blamef resisted hastily, but he only hit Han E twice, reducing his health to half. Then Blamef also died in the shooting. The change happened too suddenly, and even a considerable number of viewers with X-ray vision did not react. COL was clearly on a winning streak just now, but suddenly Han E came out from the side and killed 3 people in one breath. Come B. At this time, Han Yi's voice sounded in Freeberg's ears. Hearing this, Freeberg picked up the bomb on the ground and ran along the Banana Road. After picking up Freeberg, Han E did not waste time and chose to follow Freeberg to Area B. After unloading the package, he and Freeberg stood at the intersection of 3 boxes and the dead point. Rush didn't arrive until the two of them were ready. Needless to say, the ending was as follows. The moment the two heard Rush's footsteps approaching, they gave him a double pull. Rush killed Han E with 1 shot, but he was powerless against Freeberg and was successfully killed by Freeberg at the edge of the fountain. At this point, the score between the two sides further widened to 9-0. It can be said that the progress of the game here has far exceeded everyone's expectations. Dignitas, including Han E, had never thought that playing against COL would be so smooth before the game. It even seemed like they were playing against a third-tier team. The COL players were thinking that they had never imagined the game would be so difficult. Han E looked at the score displayed above. At this point in the game, he could already make a conclusion. Victory is a foregone conclusion. After failing again, Blamef opened his mouth but ultimately couldn't say that sentence. There's nothing to be afraid of with Hai's tactics. He knew that even if he told them, no one in COL would believe him. The final score was 16-6. Dignitas won the second round and successfully advanced to the 2-0 group. Han E took off his headphones and smiled with satisfaction. His play in this round was truly hot. Not only did he score a lot of consecutive kills, he also won a relatively important endgame. In the 22nd rounds of games, his record was August 24th, 14, and his rating reached 1.26, ranking first in the game, and he successfully won the MVP of the game. After the meeting, Han E led the old men to take the initiative to shake hands. When passing by OBO, the other party deliberately slowed down his movements and asked, "What's with the way you look at me?" "What?" Han E obviously didn't understand what OBO said for a moment. After one game, he had forgotten some of his pre-match thoughts. Before the game, The expression on your face showed pity and regret. After OBO's reminder, Han, he remembered this. He looked at the genius boy in front of him, pondered for a moment, thought about what he could say and what he could not say, and then slowly spoke. I think your current team is pretty good. You will definitely have a better future if you stay in COL. I didn't look at you with pity. Maybe I was thinking about other things at the time, so you misunderstood me. Okay, I'll definitely stay with COL. I'm very satisfied with the current team, but we might have to go to Europe for training in a while, and I don't know if I can adapt to life there. The two chatted briefly and then parted ways. Hani didn't want to say anything extra, and he didn't say much. If OBO had listened to him, his ending might have been different. If you don't listen, it has nothing to do with Hani. He is not a saint. He just reminds you because he doesn't want to see someone go astray. After a friendly handshake, Hani returned to his seat, packed up his peripherals, and then felt thirsty again, so he took out his water bottle from his backpack and took a sip of water. Afterwards, the group left the venue and returned to the hotel. Along the way, He called everyone together to analyze the next qualifying situation. After 2 BO1s, they are currently in the 2-0 group and only need to win the next BO3 to advance to the Legends group. But the next game will not be so easy to win. According to the rules of the Swiss round, Dignitas will definitely meet a strong team in the next game, either Moose or FNC. They have never beaten these two teams in training games before. This made Han-E feel a little overwhelmed, but everyone else didn't think it mattered. Their original goal was to enter the major, and they would win if they could win the challenger group. The current start is even a little too dreamy for them. It is no longer a matter of winning the challenger group. It can be said that they have already stepped half a foot into the legend group. As for the championship group above the legend group, they had never thought about it at all. Since entering the legend group, the weakest teams are all first-line teams, and every game will be extremely difficult. With their strength, unless they are lucky, they will definitely stop in the legend group. Han-E discussed with everyone in the car for a long time, but couldn't come up with a good solution. A trace of helplessness flashed across his face. The team's strength was still too weak. Facing a strong enemy, they could only take one step at a time. During the discussion, everyone returned to the hotel. Han-E looked at the time and found that it was still early, so he went to knock on Nico's door next door, wanted to ask them if they wanted to play a training match, but no one responded after knocking for a long time. Finally, after asking around, I found out that FaZe had gone to watch the game live. Han-E had no choice but to return to the room and decided to relax and rest. As a result, he fell asleep without realizing it. When he woke up again, it was completely dark. He was the only one in the room. It was deserted and quiet, and no one knew where F-Zero Rest had gone. He got up and fumbled to turn on a light in the room. After a while, he opened his eyes and fumbled for his cell phone from under his pillow. He then realized that his cell phone was filled with 99+ messages. But it wasn't about the game, but about the video he posted earlier. He opened TikTok and Bilibili, and the words of those black fans appeared in front of him one by one. Where did I get this video at the beginning? It's even dubbed. If this Tang was Nico, I would chew the table. Hurry up and start the live broadcast. Let me torture you. It can't really be Nico, right? Strange. I checked it. It doesn't look like AI. Believe that the person opposite you is Nico. It is better to believe that I am Qin Shihuang. But the opening video doesn't look fake to me. Don't worry. I'll check it out and ask Nico what he thinks. F***K. Nico said it was true. How is it possible? How could it be Nico? After turning to this point, Han-E opened Twitter to check out Nico's latest updates. It turned out that the black fan really asked, and Nico did reply with a yes. Because Han-E had told him before that this was a funny video. So Nico probably had the same mentality and made a funny move. Although his action was unintentional, it actually helped Han-E. Han-E opened his system panel and found that in just a few hours, the suspicion value had reached a terrifying number. 486. The effect this time was stronger than any of his previous videos, and it was also more popular. Han-E thought about it and knew the reason. It is now April 2020, which is when the number of CSGO players begins to gradually increase. Most of the players who join the game at this time will like the two players Simple and Nico. The beginning of his video just happened to start with Nico, which was considered to be an inadvertent ride on Nico's traffic. And as the matter continued to ferment, more and more CSGO players came to watch this video, which led to the website pushing more traffic to Han E, forming a virtuous circle. Han E estimated that by the end, the doubt value this time would be at least over 1,000. If I perform better, I might be able to reach 2,000. After putting away his phone, Han E pushed the door open and walked out. He planned to look for F0 rest and see what the other Dignitas players were doing. As soon as he left the room, he heard a group of people cheering. Following the cheers, Han E came to the door of a room. Looking at the house number above the room, he remembered that this was Get_Right in the manager's room. He knocked on the door tentatively, and soon the door was opened, but the person who came out was neither Get_Right nor the manager, but ZYW. ZYW saw Han E and quickly let him in and explained, "I wanted to call you to play with us, but you were sleeping, so I didn't. What are you playing?" Han E walked into the house as he spoke. Only then did he see the situation inside the house clearly. He saw more than 10 people surrounding an oversized paper map and rolling dice. Han E was no stranger to the game they played. He had played it with his friend a long time ago when he was in elementary school. The game was called Monopoly. The cheers Han E heard in the corridor just now were caused by someone who was unlucky enough to step on a large piece of land and had to pay a lot of fines. Han E watched from the side for a while, and when the game was over, everyone asked him if he wanted to join in. He was bored, so he accepted it happily. Before they knew it, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. Seeing that it was getting late, and considering that they still had games to play, they decided to fight again tomorrow. At this time, the number of people in the room has increased from more than 10 people at the beginning to nearly 20 people. It can be regarded as a relatively lively offline gathering, and Han Yi's relationship with everyone has become closer. After returning to the room, Han Yi was not sleepy because he had slept too much. He found a pair of Bluetooth headphones from his luggage, put them on his ears, and started watching TV series. F0 Rest was not as energetic as Han Yi. He fell into a deep sleep after lying on the bed for a while. Time unknowingly came to 2 o'clock in the morning. After Han Yi finished watching the old anime Heaven's Lost Property, he still felt a little unsatisfied. There are indeed not many anime like this that are so charming and funny at the same time. Even if the otaku elements are removed, in his opinion, the level of humor can probably only be compared with that of a serious diving anime, although he didn't see the content of diving. The next morning at 10 o'clock, Han Yi sat up from the bed, brushed his teeth, washed up, and had breakfast. After completing a set of procedures, he sat in front of the computer and planned to play a few deathmatch to warm up. The opponent for today's game has been determined, and it is Moose, known as FaZe Youth Training Team. In Han Yi's impression, this Moose team is the real king of cost-effectiveness. Rop's elusiveness, coupled with the frontal firepower composed of Frozen, Woxic, and Chris J, and Kerrigan's command, have made this team of mediocre value have a firepower that is among the top 5 in the world. Especially in the past year, this team has long occupied the top 10 position in the world and has become an absolute first-line team. In December last year, it became the second in the world in the HLTV rankings. The world's number 1 team at that time was Team A, which had just won the major championship 3 months ago. It was also during this period that Kerrigan gained fame from Moose and completely got rid of the label of constipation and second-rate commander left over from his time with FaZe. When he returns to FaZe, his say will be completely different. Everyone is more familiar with the subsequent plot, with Coldzera being demoted, Twists joining, Olaf taking the initiative to become a substitute, and Big Cousin introducing Rops. The invincible Galaxy battleship of 2022 officially set sail. At this time, Rain said a very classic statement. You can win any game if you want to. This sentence is enough to illustrate the dominance of FaZe in 2022, especially after winning 4 consecutive championships. Of course, in the current Moose era, Kerrigan and Rops are still a little away from their respective peaks, but they are already among the best players in their respective fields. There are still 2 hours left before the game starts. At the manager's call, they headed to the venue. As a 2-0 team, they were arranged on the main stage. As long as they won the game, they would advance to the legendary group. When they arrived at the venue, it was 12:30. When they came to the lounge, there were not many people inside, so they chose the most comfortable seat for themselves and sat down. Because there was no competition, the projector was playing some irrelevant content. More than 10 minutes later, Moose and his group came in one after another. Rops and Frozen were quite familiar with Han E, so they sat next to him. Their action naturally brought the other 3 members of Moose over as well. Seeing this, Han E took the initiative to stand up and shake hands with the veteran Kerrigan. Having used so many tactics on the opponent, he still had to respect his predecessors. Kerrigan also stretched out a hand and did not forget to praise. Although we've practiced many times, this is the first time we've met. Previously, our main and secondary stages happened to be staggered, and the timings didn't match. Honestly, I've been following you since you first stepped onto the field. Many of your ideas coincide with mine. It's a pity that you started out as a leader and didn't meet me in the ladder. Otherwise, I would definitely have brought you to Rat. By the time Kerrigan finished his 3 sentences, he hadn't had time to say thank you when he saw a hint of vigilance on F-Zero-Rest's face and interrupted him. I'm still here. Stop trying to poach my employees. Hearing this, Kerrigan laughed. How is that possible? I don't have any money even if I want to dig Moose. Do you think I'm still in phase? After hearing this, F-Zero-Rest thought about it and realized that this was the case. So he let down his guard and looked at Frozen. You have good taste. This one has at least top-tier potential. That depends on Moose being able to stay. With Moose's recent performance getting better and better, I feel like the management is even more eager to sell players. You know the Moose Club? They only want to make money from the players. As for the stable performance at the top level, that's all they need. At this point, the expression on Kerrigan's face revealed a hint of helplessness. If he had the chance, he would definitely not choose to stay in Moose, but would consider other first-line teams, and it would be best if he could bring Rops and Frozen over as well to compete for the major championship. When Kerrigan looks back on his entire career, it is filled with regrets. The nightmare in Boston has made him afraid to watch the game video of that day. The 20-second turning point is more like an invisible black ghost that always accompanies him. He often wondered if everything would have been different if he hadn't issued that 20-second turning point order. That 20-second turning point may have been a mistake from the very beginning. Now, his only wish is to win another major trophy before retiring, so that his career will have no regrets. At present, the veteran is not sure whether he will be able to make up for all his past regrets in a few years. At present, he only has regrets about the past and confusion about the future. The topic of Moose's transfer was a bit heavy, so everyone quickly changed the subject. Who is the champion of this Rio Major? He was the first to give the answer. Astralis, Team A. They won both Kato and Berlin last year, and they should win again this year. Even though their dominance isn't as strong as it was in the past 2 years, just putting the IDs of the 5 of them together, I don't know how they can lose. After praising Team A, E fell into reminiscence. He remembered that this year could barely be considered the last year of Team A's dynasty. At the end of this year, they first lost to Little B in the 2020 Blast Autumn Finals and finished second, and then defeated Liquid, who was suppressed by their own bloodline, in the IM Global Challenge to win the championship. Finally, in the 2020 Blast Global Finals, they failed to win the championship and unfortunately lost to Navi, and once again won the runner-up. Even so, 3 S-level events, 1 championship, and 2 runner-ups once again put the familiar Astralis at the top of the standings. After hearing Han Yi's answer, everyone else fell into deep thought. Most of them were players who had experienced the peak period of Team A and knew how terrifying Team A was. So when Han Yi said the name Team A, they did not rush to refute it, but thought about it subconsciously. Is there any team that has the potential to defeat Team A? After thinking for a long time, Kerrigan slowly opened his mouth. If there's anyone who can beat Team A and win a major championship, it's probably only Navi. Their shooting skills are strong, but their teamwork isn't as good as Team A's. Everyone nodded in agreement. If there were no dark horses, the major championship would most likely go to these two teams. The time spent chatting always passed quickly. It was not until the venue staff came to call them that everyone realized that so much time had passed and the competition was about to begin. As the main stage of the day and the first match, the match between Dignitas and Moose attracted unprecedented attention, and the small venue with a capacity of several thousand people was packed. The two teams were led to two different entrance channels and waited. After the host finished reading the opening words, he began to shout out the IDs of both sides. As everyone came on stage one after another, the audience responded with warm applause, pushing the atmosphere in the venue to a new climax. Han, E, and Kerrigan walked in front of the referee, looked at each other, and smiled at each other. As old rivals in training matches, they could be said to know each other well. You choose. As a senior, you should give way to the junior. Then I'll go with the front. Han, he was not polite and asked for the front side. Dignita's heads, Moo's tails. As the coin was tossed up, landed on the ground, and stopped spinning, everyone looked at it and saw that it was facing up. Han, he successfully won the right to choose the map later. At this time, Dignitas and Moose were both 6-map teams, and the map Moose did not play was Overpass. So there was nothing unexpected about the first ban. Death Park and Building were the first to be banned. Then Moose's map selection went straight to Dignitas' fatal weakness. They chose a map that Dignitas was least good at, Train. In response, Han decisively chose Dust 2, intending to let Moose and his 5 companions also have a taste of the power of double snipers. Although the relationship between the two sides is good, no one will show mercy in the game, and everyone will use their best skills. Holding back at this time is not only irresponsible to the fans and spectators outside the stadium, but also irresponsible to his own day and night training during this period. Then came the final round of FanFic. Kerrigan decisively banned me Junk, leaving Dignitas no room to play, while Han banned Nuke and kept the town. At this point, all 3 maps have been confirmed. Map 1 is the Train, Map 2 is Dust 2, and Map 3 is the Purgatory Town. Figure 1 shows Moose's map selection, so Dignitas has the priority to choose the side. As the Train is a large CT map, Han, he still chose to start the game on the defensive side. During the warm-up phase, Han looked at Get_Right and spoke. You'll be the commander this time. I'll be the libero and also the deputy commander, helping you shoulder some of the command pressure. However, you'll be responsible for the overall tactics and positioning. Good. They had discussed this matter before, so there was no obstacle. For the Train map, the defensive positions of the 5 Dignitas players have changed compared to other maps. Han became the deputy, guarding the green channel, while the main A and connection were handled by Get_Right, Halzerk, and F0 Rest. Freebird was responsible for single B. His main task was to observe B2 on the slope of B area, throw a fire after seeing people, and delay the enemy's attack on B area. After that, Dignitas quickly switched from 4A to 3B for defense. This is also the most common defensive tactic of this era. Although the command was handed over to Get_Right, he still had to provide Han with the information and general ideas. Then the dog-headed man would formulate a more detailed and reasonable battle plan based on the ideas provided by Han. It's not that Han is unwilling to delegate power. It's mainly because he was responsible for all the trivial matters, such as studying the enemy and analyzing the enemy's habits. Get_Right can't do these things, so he is like Get_Right's external brain. Han first used mind reading to sense Kerrigan's thoughts, and then spoke. I've watched a lot of their games. They usually like to have Rops solo the green pass. After that, they'll most likely use both the bandit mouth and the red stairs to attack A, and the green pass will be soloed, depending on the situation. After hearing this, Get_Right pondered for a moment, then asked Han to defend the green channel alone. Then he ordered the other 2 people in Area A to follow him to the middle of Area, intending to block Moose and his men inside the bandit entrance and the red stairs and prevent them from coming out. This tactic can gain many advantages in gun battles, but the disadvantage is that once something happens in Area B, Their return to defense will be very slow, and it is easy for the opponent to rush down Area B. However, since Hani said so, Get_Right no longer considered the opponent's rush B tactic. Unconditionally trusting Han E was a habit he had developed over the past few months. On the other side, after arranging the tactics for attacking the red stairs and the bandit's mouth, the cousin told Rops of the green channel not to be anxious, as their front line would not collapse so quickly, and he must let Rops calm down and give Dignitas the most painful blow. After listening to this, Rops nodded. He had currently created a track that belonged to him. He found that the position of free man was not only useful for obtaining information and killing enemies, but it was more useful in making the enemy unable to find you, making them suspicious, and delaying the enemy's attack. After he told Kerrigan about the idea of the free man, he immediately got Kerrigan's support, and they named this style of play the new free man, which is completely different from the free man position created by Olaf. Before Rops, Olaf, the representative of the previous generation of free agents, was at his peak. When he played the free agent position, his style could be said to be completely different from the free agent in the minds of most players today. His free man is free to kill all the opponents, and then he can come and go freely on the entire map. But as the only player who can win major championships with 1 green belt and 4 reds, Olaf's dominance in his peak period is unique and cannot be replicated by other free agents. Therefore, the new system developed by Rops and Kerrigan has undoubtedly given all free agents a brand new path. As the game officially started, Han E picked up a small armor and went straight to the green channel. At the same time, he also focused his mind reading on Rops. His mind reading had a miraculous effect on Rops, which he discovered during the previous training game. As a recognized smart person in the CSGO community and the future world's #1 free agent, Rops' mind is far more complicated than that of ordinary professional players. What Hani fears least is that his opponent thinks too much. The more his opponent thinks, the stronger he becomes. The only thing that could really restrain him was Dachao Sensei's pointy-headed fighting style. Soon, Han E heard Rops' voice. The fight will start head-on soon. I won't rush into anything. I'll wait until my teammates are almost inside and attract the CT's attention. Then I'll go and steal the back of Area A. As long as I make sure the teammates in front of me aren't all dead during this process, I should be able to steal them. After listening to Rops' thoughts, Han E also had a plan. He gave up the idea of directly guarding the green channel and instead stood deep in the baseline. After that, he completely hid in the baseline and did not directly set up the green channel. After that, he seemed to be offline and didn't move. The director gave a close-up when he saw this. The person sitting in front of the computer and playing with the machine was a little confused when he saw this scene. Did it get disconnected? No harm has occurred yet, so we should backtrack. Why haven't you called the referee yet? While playing the machine with a lot of questions in his mind, Han, he was very relaxed. After learning from Rops' thoughts that the opponent would not launch an attack for a while, he simply leaned back and lay on the chair. It can be said that the major has been in progress for 3 days, and Han E is the first player to do this. This led the referee to think that there was a problem with his computer, and he hurried forward, but after taking just 2 steps, Han E waved his hand to indicate that he was fine. Seeing this, the referee returned to his original position and stared at Han E, wanting to see what tricks he could come up with. As for Han E, his goal was very clear from the beginning to the end. He wanted to see when Rops figured it out and decided to leave the green channel, and then he would take action to kill Rops. Before that, he planned to eavesdrop on Rops' thoughts. As the saying goes, if the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. Han E's goal for himself in this round was also very simple. While defending Rops alone, it would be best if he could kill 1 or 2 more people. Rops in the bandit corridor didn't know that his thoughts were eavesdropped by Han E, and he was still seriously analyzing Han Yi's possible location. Green channel isn't pressing, and there's no movement. It looks like they won't be able to counterattack. I need to get closer so I can provide support when the fight starts. It's best to search the bottom line and the left and right sides of the green channel. These are locations with no information, and then go to Area A to attack the enemy from behind. Anyway, I have to be careful. I can't die in my position. I'd rather be late. A head-on attack. I'm going to move too. Soon, as Kerrigan gave the order to attack, there was some commotion at the red stairs and the bandit's mouth. Rops also became restless and began to advance deeper into the green pass. During this process, both bandit mouth and red stairs encountered fierce resistance, and the two sides exchanged 2 for 2 as soon as they met. On Dignita's side, only Get_Right is left alive in area, while on Muza's side, they're still frozen at the red stairs and Woxic at the bandit's mouth. Judging from the current situation, if Dignitas has no one to help Get_Right, it is inevitable that Muz will enter Area A. When things got to this point, Rops finally felt that the time was ripe. He walked out of the green channel, first looked back at the bottom line, but couldn't see the bandits. Then he turned around and headed straight for Area A. Little did he know that the moment he turned around, he also felt that the time was ripe. He sat up from his chair, controlled the keyboard and mouse, and followed behind Rops. The distance between the two was not far, about 7 or 8 body lengths. If Rops did not move, he could catch up with him in about 3 or 4 seconds. They walked out of the green channel one after another and came to the bottom of the 6th lane. Rops paused here. He heard gunshots in the middle, but he did not rush to make up the gun. Instead, he set up the connection for a while. He wanted to see if there were any CTs returning to defend from the connection at this time. A few seconds passed, and Get_Right could no longer withstand the attacks of Frozen and Woxic and was killed in the middle. 3 CTs died in area, and no CT came out to connect. Rops decided to speed up, chose to walk out of the 6 paths, and search the A site. Naturally, he couldn't see the CT, so he reported a message to his teammates. A is empty. They should open with 2 BS in this round. Pay attention to the red stairs. After Rops said this, Frozen immediately turned around and built a red staircase, while Woxic picked up the bomb from the bandit's mouth and went straight to the A site to prepare to place the bomb. But just as he was walking towards Area A with the bomb, he noticed that Rops not far from him looked a little strange. At first, Woxic thought he was dazzled. He blinked and looked again, and finally realized the seriousness of the matter. I saw 2 figures almost sticking together. One was Rops, who was walking in front with a Glock and shaking his head while doing the final inventory. The other was E, who was holding a USP. He was sticking close to Rops, also shaking his head looking for T's figure. From Woxic's perspective, the two seemed to be playing some kind of imitation game. It was almost like Rops was doing something in front, and E, who was behind Rops, was doing the same thing. What's even more fatal is that when Woxic saw he had already noticed him. Before this, because Hong Ladder, Fiku, and Zhongduan had been fighting all the time, the director had not given any shots except the one at the bottom line at the beginning. This resulted in the audience at the scene, like Woxic, not noticing this strange scene until now. After a brief silence, there was an uproar at the scene, followed by the familiar "oh." Rops was wearing noise-canceling headphones and couldn't hear what the audience was saying, but the vibration from under his feet told him that something must have gone wrong. But he didn't give him time to think. He first locked Woxic with his hot hand, and then shot Rops in the back of the head. The sudden gunshot beside his ear scared Rops so much that he trembled all over and couldn't even hold the mouse. He subconsciously jumped back until the headphone wire tightened and pulled him back. Rops sat on the chair, his face showing a frightened expression. Many FPS players are familiar with this kind of frightening experience, especially when they are concentrating on playing the game and suddenly hear gunshots behind them. The level of horror is no less than the sudden appearance of a female ghost in a horror movie. Having said that, it is not a real horror game after all. After being scared, Rops let out a long sigh, patted his chest, and immediately felt better. After calming down, Rops fell into deep thought. He really couldn't understand how he appeared behind him. He had clearly looked everywhere. He didn't have time to care about what Rops thought. His mind was on Frozen on the red stairs. After his double kill, the situation has become 2 against 1, and the current situation is not optimistic for Frozen. Freebird has also pressed from Area B to the top of the red stairs, blocking Frozen's retreat. The road ahead was blocked by E, who had just completed a double kill. He was like a lamb to be slaughtered, not daring to move in the red staircase house. During this period, Frozen was a typical representative of brainlessness, no worse than Kwang Ge. He had almost no in-game ability, and he relied entirely on his better shooting skills than other players to gain a foothold in the first-line team. So when faced with this endgame, he completely lost his judgment and fell into a brief state of stagnation. Han Yi seized the opportunity keenly, kept moving forward, and finally came to the vicinity of the electrical box. After he gave the order, Freeberg and he acted at the same time. One of them fell from the red stairs, and the other entered from the door. Frozen heard the simultaneous footsteps of two people, and he immediately realized what Hai wanted to do. However, facing this situation, realizing it is one thing, and whether he has the ability to complete the double kill is another. He could only point the gun at the door, completely ignoring the footsteps coming from the red stairs behind him. As Hani appeared, Frozen took advantage of his position and the fact that he was close, but larger than the enemy and smaller than the enemy, and took Hani down with one shot. But Freeberg behind him had already jumped down from the red stairs and completed the final blow to Frozen. With Dignity's victory in the pistol round, the robot player who witnessed the whole game could only sigh. How did this guy get behind Rops? That scene just now was so weird, brothers. He was like a ghost. Rops was searching ahead, and Hai was following behind him. The two of them kept moving forward in this strange way. If it weren't for Woxic, I don't know how long Rops would have been followed. This guy is so scary. Look, Rops was so scared that he almost flew off the ground. How could someone be so dark? I totally don't understand. How dark must one's heart be to do something like this? While playing the machine and lamenting Han Yi's dark side, the Barrage also discussed the strange scene just now. It's simply because this kind of scene is so rare. Take Pentakill as an example. There will always be one or two in a tournament, but this kind of scene between people may not happen even once in an entire tournament. Case solved. I was at the scene. Riot Games recently released a new game, and Hai went crazy playing it. In the hallway, I saw Hai yell, "Watch your eyes." Then he poked Rop's left eye with a half-smoked cigarette. That's why Rops has had problems today, and Hai followed him. I can confirm that this is true. No, this is too dark. There is a sixth brother, but behind sixth brother, there is another sixth brother. A shooting game that was turned into a horror game by Hai. I guess Rops can't sleep well tonight. Give me back my dad's top 2 from 2019. He screamed while playing with a robot and rushed into the HLTV judging panel, only to be made into New Year's Eve dinner. During the discussion, the second round of the match began. After the failure in the pistol round, Kerrigan did not do anything fancy. He accepted everything calmly and honestly chose eco, and then chose a rush B tactic. This time, the Dignitas players' positions were not very aggressive, and some of the 3 people in Area A also stood obediently at the connection. Therefore, when Freeberg found that Moose and his men were coming from B2, he immediately threw a low-slope fire and then began to call on everyone to return to defense. Moose and his men were delayed by the flames, and by the time they attacked again, Dignitas had already adjusted their formation, and a bloody massacre ensued. After sacrificing the nearby Freeberg, Dignitas wiped out all 5 of Moose's players. The only pity was that Han Yi was far away from the green channel and was unable to act as a Special Forces soldier to grab the heads, and all the heads were taken away by the old men and caregivers. Then the game came to 2 o'clock. Kerrigan did not choose to continue eco in this round, but forced it. This is also an advantage as a bandit. If CT wants to play a rifle round in the 3rd round after losing the pistol round, he will need a lot less props. But thanks to the cheap guns, the bandits can equip AK in the 3rd round, and can also match it with a lot of props. If they feel that the number of props is not enough, they can also choose a combination of a hairdryer and 4 AKs. This was the case with Muz in this round. As the commander, Kerrigan took the initiative to choose a hairdryer, while the other 4 players were all equipped with AKs and full armor, intending to use the advantage of guns to crush Dignitas. On the Dignitas side, except for Freeberg, who just got a half-armor M4, everyone else is wearing MP9. In this round, Kerrigan learned from his previous lessons and decided to use a B2 bomb to engage in a positional battle in the B area with Dignitas. As for Rops, he still went through the green lane alone, and after they started fighting, he would make a detour to attack the Dignitas team. After listening to Kerrigan's plan, he proposed a double B, one link, and one A zone to get score right, while he himself continued to guard the green channel and defend Rops alone. The dog-headed man thought about it and asked Freeberg and F0 Rest to guard the lower slope respectively, and the other to guard the higher slope. As for him guarding the connection himself, he left area completely to Halzerk. As the countdown ended, a new round of competition between the two sides officially began. This time, Kerrigan did not rush to expose his offensive intentions. Instead, he pretended to attack Area A. The two sides exchanged props, and then there was no movement. It was not until the 60-second countdown that Moose's official attack horn was heard in Area B. With a flash of light and a smoke screen blocking the low slope, Kerrigan rushed out from the low slope and engaged in a battle with Freeberg, who was guarding there. Getting also immediately called everyone back to defense and launched a heavy defense of B. The two sides launched a 4v4 offensive and defensive battle in the B area. As for E and Rops, the command attitudes of both sides are clear. Let them play their own games and just come over when they think it is appropriate. This time, Rops learned from his previous lesson. After some analysis, he knew exactly where E was hiding last time, which was probably near the baseline. So this time, when his teammates attacked Area B, Rops went straight to the baseline. But when he reached the baseline, he found that E was not there. Now there were only two paths left in front of him. One was to go to the police house and attack Dignitas from behind, and the other was to connect and attack Dignitas from the side. Rops thought about it, and considering that the environment on the police side was more complicated and searching was more difficult, he finally chose to attack the Dignitas team from the side. Little did he know that after he made this decision, he was already making moves in the shadows on the third floor of Area A. Similarly, he also came up with two plans. The first one was that if Rops went to the police house, he would go back to defend and intercept Rops. The second one was that if Rops went to the connection, he would be in a high position and attack Rops by Surpri. But when Rops really decided to go for the connection, he suddenly changed his mind. He concentrated and listened attentively to Rops' voice. Clean up the four tails first. Be careful this time and don't make the same mistakes as last time. Good, no one's here. Let's clean up the A area and check on the third floor. Everything is going well. It looks like the entire A zone is empty now. I have to hurry up and get to the connection to steal people. Otherwise, Muz won't be able to break through head-on, and the CT will probably turn around to look at me. After a careful search this time, Rops finally confirmed that the entire A bun was empty and there was no one there. He then began to slowly move towards the connection, preparing to attack the Dignitas team from the side as planned. But just as Rops' sight left the third floor, a figure jumped directly down from the third floor, and when he was about to land, he hung a ladder and made a silent descent. Because of the game's CSGO, even if you jump from a high place, as long as you land on a ladder in the end, there will be no sound of footsteps. Sohani's actions were not discovered by Rops. He looked at the defenseless Rops not far away, showed an evil smile, and slowly followed him. On the other side, the front battlefield was in full swing. Moose relied on the advantage of firearms to rush down from the low slope, but it also paid the price of two heads. The classic combination of Kerrigan and Frozen, the old and the young, were killed. Dignitas also didn't gain any benefits. Freeberg and F0 Rest, who were guarding the high and low slopes of the front, had been killed, and the situation of the remaining gnolls and caregivers was not optimistic either. Moose relied on his gun advantage to beat both of them down to low health, but the two also managed to stabilize the situation with the cover advantage provided by the defenders. Area B came to a 2v2 endgame. After analyzing the situation, Kerrigan chose to let Moose and his men stay put for the time being and wait for Rops' arrival. Because Moose stopped attacking, Get_right and Halzerk also had a chance to catch their breath. At this time, they heard Han Yi's voice. "Can you guys not miss the connection? Rops is right in my face." After hearing Han Yi's words, the two of them quickly took a look at the small map and noticed that a blue dot and a red dot were close together. They were shocked and had no idea how Han Yi managed to get behind Rops again. This was simply unbelievable to them. After being shocked, the two of them quickly began to communicate. "I can hide for a while. I won't be seen here." "That's good. Once Rops gets around, Muz should launch another attack. I'll kill Rops first, and you guys can come out and help me defend." "Good." After a brief exchange, the remaining two players in Dignitas B zone began looking for hiding places. Halzerk hid inside the tanker truck, while Get_Right took a bolder stance, hiding next to the coil, directly on the low slope. There are covers at both positions that block the connected vision, so they will not be seen by the connected Rops. Therefore, when Rops confidently walked out of the connection and wanted to sneak a few side moves, he was surprised to find that he could not see any enemies from his angle. He stood there and thought for a while, then spoke. "I don't see anyone. Can you guys hook me up?" After hearing what Rops said, Chris J and Waxic discussed for a moment, and finally decided that veteran Chris J would lure out a wave to create opportunities for Rops, but Chris J did not rush in blindly. He first created a low slope to block the smoke, and then rushed out from the low slope. As his figure appeared on the lower slope, Get_Right of the coil also discovered him immediately. The two old men, whose combined age is already in their 60s, immediately started a fierce fight. Get_Right knew that his health was low, so after exchanging a few shots, he shrank into the coil and had no intention of coming out. Chris J on the other side was not in a hurry either. He was waiting for Rops to come around. In the current situation, as long as Rops launches an attack, everything will be fine. In fact, Rops had no intention of disappointing Chris J's trust. After determining Get_Right's position, Rops simply released the stop button and began to move towards the middle of the second lane, intending to kill Get_Right from this angle. But after running just 2 steps, Rops realized that something seemed wrong, because after he released the silent button, 2 footsteps sounded in his ears at the same time, and at the same time as the footsteps, there was also the cheers of the audience. How could Rops, who had just experienced this scene, not know what this meant? There was only one thought left in his mind: completion. As soon as Rops had this thought, Han Yi behind him attacked him. Han Yi fired several shots at Rops' head. In this situation, Rops fell to the ground instantly without any resistance. Then Han Yi quickly picked up the AK dropped by Rops and swept it towards the low slope where Chris J was. All this happened too suddenly. Even though Chris J tried to leave the low slope immediately after Rops' death, he was still a step too late and was killed by Han Yi in the smoke. In the blink of an eye, the threat to Area B was lifted. Looking at Muz's side, there was only one left on the second floor of B, and he was planning to cooperate with Rops and Chris J to do a 3-pull of Waxic. Looking at the situation in front of him, Waxic thought about it and chose to keep the gun. After losing this round, thinking about what just happened, the usually stable Rops clenched his fist and slammed it hard on the table, making a small hole in the originally flat wooden table. He really couldn't figure it out. Where did Han Yi come from? Rops had never seen anyone's heart so dark. It could even be said that it was so dark that it made him sick. This is not an expression, but when Rops thought that there might be a Han Yi following behind him, he really felt like vomiting, to the extent that, if he wasn't still in the game, he would have the urge to turn off the computer immediately and lie on the bed to escape the game. "I need a break." After saying this, Rops took his hands off the mouse and keyboard, rubbed his eyes, and took a deep breath to calm his heart. Kerrigan naturally chose to respect Rops' request. He called for an eco in this round, and then issued a default instruction, using this round as a pause to help Rops calm down. Until the time entered the 30-second countdown, Rops let out a long breath, let go of all the depressed emotions, and felt better. Then he followed Muz and the others to attack Area A. Needless to say, the ending was obvious. Under the crossfire of Dignitas, the Muz group, who didn't even have armor, could hardly get out of the bandit's mouth, let alone achieve any results. Waxic, the only one with armor and a gun, failed to become the hero who saved the world. It was another round of spear play. This time, Rops looked at Kerrigan, hesitated a little, but finally spoke. "Hi is quite powerful. Let's change our fighting style. I will fight you head-on and finish you off." After hearing this, Kerrigan thought about it for a moment and agreed. Kerrigan naturally saw everything that happened just now. He knew that the best way now was to let Rops do whatever he wanted. Helping him stabilize his mentality was the most important thing. As long as Rops' mentality did not collapse, and he could adjust in time, Dignitas was not a strong enemy they could not defeat. Secondly, the reason why Kerrigan is so easy to talk to is mainly due to the impression that Rops usually gives Kerrigan, which makes him confident that Rops can take the initiative to adjust, so Kerrigan is also willing to give Rops some space and time to adjust. Hearing that Kerrigan agreed to his request and that he didn't have to continue playing against Han E in the green channel, Rops felt relieved. He was afraid that if they continued playing like this, Han E might really become a nightmare in his heart. Then he heard Kerrigan say, "This time we'll use explosives to attack the bandit entrance and the red staircase. Let's make a tentative attack. If we can't get in, we'll immediately move to B2 and use explosives to attack B. Rops, if you don't want to go to Green Pass, just follow them to B2 to control the map." Good. After a brief communication, everyone in Moose completed their respective tasks. Because Kerrigan had not yet decided on his final position, Han, he did not interfere with Genderscoreite's decision this time, and Dignitas chose the default start. Just because Dignitas agreed doesn't mean Han E agreed. He held an AK, and after making sure that there was no one in the other side's green channel, he moved forward all the way. It didn't take long for him to break through the green channel, but he didn't rush to attack the enemies at the bandits' entrance. It was still early, and no one had defaulted in Moose's Green Pass game. As a first-line team, Han E believed that someone would definitely check the Green Pass direction soon. Although a surprise attack on the bandits now could kill one, his position would also be exposed, and it would most likely be a one-for-one fight. But looking at the IDs of Moose and Dignitas, he naturally couldn't win by only attacking one of them. So Han, he could only wait patiently to see if he could find a more suitable opportunity to kill one or two more people. He thought about it, then went to the gun safe in the back alley and lay there motionless. The players on Moose's side who were fainting at the enemy's mouth were Frozen and Chris J, a classic combination of a rifleman and a breacher. Frozen was a little less experienced and always focused his attention on the ace side in front. But veteran Chris J has much more experience, and he is keenly aware of the loopholes in their current lineup. Ever since Rops stopped going to Green Pass, they had absolutely no information about the area around Green Pass, and because they were trying to attack area, Green Pass inevitably missed more timings. Not only Chris J, but even his cousin noticed this, so after they failed the test area, the two veterans reached a consensus. "Chris J, you walk at the back. Check the Green Pass as you walk to make sure there's no one behind us. Then come to Area B and gather to prepare for the bomb." After listening to Kerrigan's instructions, Chris J replied with an OK. After saying this, the two bandits began to retreat quietly, but compared to Rops, these two people provided Han E with much fewer ideas. There was only one message: check the Green Pass before leaving. So Han E chose the safest approach this time. He did not follow up immediately, but waited for more than 10 seconds. After Chris J and Frozen had completely let go of any worries, he quietly pulled them out and continued to move forward. Looking at the deserted bandit entrance and house, Han E calmed himself down and went up the stairs on the second floor. During this time, he did not see any enemies, but he did not slack off at all. As he moved forward, he kept using mind reading to read the minds of Rops and Kerrigan, try to get the latest movements of the bandits. But he soon discovered that he seemed to have been a little too harsh. Except for Kerrigan, who was still thinking about the offensive plan, Rops' mind had completely changed. "I'm standing here. Won't Hai come out from behind me? Look back. Luckily, my teammates are all behind me. I'll go downhill soon. We pop out from behind me. +_ Q%. Wait, if you're still worried, take another look behind you. No one. Just a false alarm." After hearing these words and silently saying sorry to Rops in his heart, Hani realized that he would not be able to get any more information from him. Although Rops is still playing games here, he has long been like a frightened bird. His mentality has not collapsed, but it is not much better. So, Hani focused all his energy on Kerrigan. He wanted to wait for the most appropriate time to give Moose and his men a fatal blow. After the initial trial and then gathering in Area B, so much time has passed that this round has entered the 40-second countdown. Kerrigan, who was supposed to launch an attack on Area B as planned, delayed issuing orders for one reason only. He always felt something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Thinking of this, he glanced at Rops, who was suspicious, then shook his head, looked at Chris J beside him, and spoke. Chris J, please go and confirm where we came from. Chris J didn't say much nonsense. After getting the order from Kerrigan, he turned around and walked up the stairs and came to the red stairs. He first looked at the bathroom and kitchen, but didn't see any enemies. Then he moved forward and looked at the corridor on the second floor of the bandits' building, but still didn't see any enemies. Finally, he was still a little worried and made a rather dangerous move, sticking his head out to look down the red stairs. Only after all three positions were determined did Chris J open his mouth. I've checked. There's no one on the butt. After hearing this, Kerrigan finally felt relieved. Looking at the countdown with only 30 seconds left, he ordered Chris J to come back and prepare for the final attack. Chris J did not hesitate and decisively started walking back to prepare to meet up with his teammates in B2. Listening to the footsteps getting farther and farther away, Han-E breathed a sigh of relief in the corner of the bathroom. It can be said that so far, everything is developing according to his plan. The next step is to wait for Moose and his men to launch an attack on Area B, and then he can go and steal something. But at this moment, Han-E felt the stage begin to tremble slightly. He looked up at the audience and saw that the audience was shouting something excitedly. At this time, Moose and his men had not launched an attack yet, so naturally there were no spectacular kills. There was only one possibility for the audience's cheers, and that was that they were directed at him. Han-E immediately thought of something. It seemed that when Chris J was searching for points, the director gave him the camera. If he missed one person like this normally, it might not cause much reaction from the audience, but Han-E had sneaked around behind Rops twice in a row before, leaving a deep impression on the audience. Seeing the scene again now, even if they didn't mean to, they couldn't help but shout out. As a veteran, Chris J immediately realized something. He stopped and stood there thinking for a while, and finally walked quietly towards the bathroom. Hani knew that he had been exposed, so he simply stopped hiding and started moving. His current position was not suitable for gunfire, so he needed to adjust to a more comfortable position and move himself further away from the wall so that he could survive. But just as he moved, a bandit suddenly came out from the door and fired a round of shots at Hani. He was not completely defenseless either. He knew that Chris J was coming. So when Chris J came out, he fought back immediately. But as the two of them fought, Hani's plan was disrupted by the audience. So he inevitably made mistakes in his shooting and was killed by Chris J with 4 shots in the middle of the bathroom. As his vision blurred, he took aim for the second time. He stood in the blind corner of the bathroom again. This time, Han-E did not act rashly, but chose to stand in the bathroom and wait for Chris J to pull it out. But this time, Chris J's actions also changed. Seeing that Han-E did not move, Chris J also chose to stay put and wait for his teammates to come to support. He had some cold sweat on his forehead. Lacking offline experience, this was the first time he encountered such an emergency. After forcing himself to calm down, he realized that he absolutely could not stay here and wait to die, so he quickened his pace and tried to increase the distance. This time, as he moved, Chris J rushed out again, but Han-E, who was already prepared, was not as flustered as last time. He stopped abruptly, aimed, and shot Chris J dead with 2 shots in one go. However, the AK in his hand did not stop immediately, but swept towards the corner of the stairs between B2 floor and the bandit's second floor. The next second, just as Hani expected, a bandit appeared at the corner of the stairs and bumped into Hani's bullets. 4 bullets killed him in an instant, which also allowed Han-E to complete a double kill. Hai killed Chris J with a headshot using an AK-47. Hai killed Frozen with AK-47. At this point, he was out of ammunition and food. Facing the newly appearing Woxic, he was unable to resist and was tragically killed by the AK gun. Although he only killed 2, he received praise from the machine player. F***K, this sweep transfer, while killing Chris J instantly, he also took away the King of Cold. This guy is really good at fighting. If it weren't for Woxic's quick follow-up shots, he would have almost killed 2 people and escaped. And to be honest, if there weren't this live audience, I feel like Muz would have been hit hard by Hai. But even so, Hai can replace 2 of them. There's nothing we can do about it. This guy was just awesome in the first few rounds. But it's not bad. Even though we got tricked by the audience, the result is good. This time it has disrupted Muz's plans. Now it will be difficult for them to attack Zone B again. What a pity, it was almost a highlight. Compared to the regret of playing with machines, Han E himself doesn't think it's a big deal. He has done ROPS twice in a row. It would be abnormal if the audience still had no reaction the 3rd time. This is the case in offline venues. Han E had prepared himself mentally before, but the incident happened rather suddenly and caught him off guard. Besides, this time the audience cannot be blamed entirely. Han E can also tell from the audience's expressions and actions that the audience did not intentionally destroy his plan of flanking him. They were simply amazed by seeing his 3 flanking moves. Putting himself in their shoes, Han E could fully understand the audience's reaction. Even if he were sitting in the audience, he would probably exclaim in surprise when he saw this scene. This was not an intentional act of mischief, but simply a marvel at this incredible scene. And for Han E, not being able to complete a highlight performance is even less of a concern. Regret is the norm. He's been watching so many games for so many years and has already clearly realized this. This setback has no effect on Han E at all. If you can't do it this time, just fight back next time. Muz on the other side. Kerrigan broke out in a cold sweat when he saw that his own team had suffered heavy losses before even entering Area B. If it weren't for the audience, they would have almost suffered a devastating blow. If the other 4 members of Muz could not empathize with ROP's experience before, then starting from this game, they truly experienced the horror of Han E. Is this person who appears and disappears mysteriously a human? That was a close call. Kerrigan's words immediately drew the approval of the rest of Muz. That was a close call indeed. If there were no audience, if they hadn't discovered Han E, the consequences would have been disastrous. But after they were relieved, they immediately realized a more serious problem. This time it was the audience who helped them, but if the audience could help them the first time, what about the 2nd and 3rd time? Considering Han Yi's current state on this map, who else in the entire venue can find him except the director? They can't all walk backwards just to protect Han Yi, right? Kerrigan scratched his head, feeling a little tricky and helpless. Originally, he planned to take advantage of Dignita's weakness in not fighting against Train, successfully defeat Dignitas, and enter the Legend group with a 3-0 record. But now he realized that he seemed to be wrong. He released a tremendous monster on the map of the Train. Because of this, ROPS is now almost autistic, and a shadow has cast a shadow over the hearts of each of them. Everyone in Muz was really scared. They were all worried that when they were attacking, someone would suddenly appear behind them. Being scared was the least of their worries. If it was made into a highlight, they might lose face for several years. At this moment, Woxic's words came from his ear, interrupting Kerrigan's thoughts. Still fighting? Kerrigan sighed as he looked at the 10 seconds left. Forget it. With 3 of us, it would be a big loss if we can't get into Area B at this time. Let's save our guns. With Muz's order to protect the gun, Dignitas won another point in this round. In the next round, Kerrigan launched a bandit rush, asking Chris J and Frozen, who had no guns, to provide gun line for the other 3, and they attacked head-on. This time, this brainless style of play actually worked. The 2 sides exchanged 5 for 4, and Muz almost won the round. Then there was another eco round, and Han was unable to grab the kill because of the long distance. As time went by, the score between the 2 sides unknowingly reached 8-2. During this period, Muz was constantly guarding Han E, which resulted in many of his synchronizations not being perfect, and he only scored 2 points. Han, he was also in a bad situation. He was unable to replicate the various flanking moves he made at the beginning. Basically, Kerrigan arranged someone to keep an eye on his, but in every game. Sometimes when Moose felt that something was wrong, he would even start to retreat with the entire team and search for where Han he might be hiding. Once he found any trace of Han, the entire team would rush over and beat him to death. This also caused Han to fail to win for several consecutive rounds. This time, Han, who had suffered many losses, finally decided to change his tactics. He looked at Freeberg, who was playing single B, and took the initiative to ask to exchange positions with the veteran. Changing positions doesn't matter to Freeberg. As a veteran, he plays well in every position. Instead, he is more worried about Han Yi's performance in this position. Guarding the community is a hard job, no matter which map you are on, and it is usually given to the weaker players in the team to defend. The reason is very simple. Usually, there is only one entrance to attack in Area B, community, such as B Pass and Dust 2, Banana Road in the town, second floor B in the train, etc. This type of position is also easier to defend and is simpler than Area, making it more suitable for players with weak personal abilities. But simple defense also means one thing. The enemy knows that it is difficult to attack here, so they often deploy a large number of people to attack together. In this case, the experience of being a CT in the main B game is almost like being in prison. Faced with props everywhere, the only outcome is usually death. As time goes by and the tactical system becomes more and more perfect, if the CT in the main B area can take on one enemy force when attacking the B area, it can be considered as completing the mission. If it can take on 2 enemies, it can be considered as top-level performance. This has led to another phenomenon. That is, players who mainly play B rarely appear on the top list. Take Han Yi's 24 years as an example. He remembers that among the community defenders, the one who ranked highest in the top list was the one who was often questioned and performed mediocrely like Frozen. He is only ranked 10th on the top list, but even so, judging from the top list alone, King Han is the strongest community defender in 24 years. Han, he was certainly aware of all of the above, but this time he didn't just want to change positions and experience the feeling of being in jail. At the beginning of the game, Han, he learned from Kerrigan's thoughts that they were going to launch a quick attack on the red stairs and the bandit's mouth this time. This made him think more actively. Considering that Muz was unlikely to attack Area B in this round, he assured Freeberg, "Don't worry, I can defend it." Seeing Han Yi's certainty, Freeberg no longer hesitated and readily agreed to the request to change positions. As the game started, Han, he went straight to the bottom this time. After reaching the lower slope, he held the M4 and used mind reading to determine the opponent's movements while swaying to observe the B2 building. This time, Kerrigan's tactical arrangement was very simple. Rops and Frozen, the 2 rat heroes, went to the red stairs, and the other 3 went to the bandit's mouth, and both sides attacked simultaneously. So if Han, he wanted to attack Moose and his group from behind, he needed to find a way to get near the red stairs and then go down the red stairs. That was why he had to change his position. Thinking of this, he focused his attention on Rops. In the recent rounds, because Moose strictly guarded Han, the psychological shadow caused by Han Yi's repeated failures on Rops has gradually dissipated. So now, apart from being a little suspicious, Rop's heart has almost returned to normal, and he has started to think again. As soon as he started to spy, Rop's thoughts popped up in his mind one after another. First, check the B2 floor to make sure it's empty, then go down the red stairs and launch the attack with Kerrigan. Although Han, he is guarding the green pass, he should also be careful behind him. It's best to look back when leaving the red staircase room. The mistakes made before must not be repeated. Rops, you have become a background figure. Don't let this last any longer. Rops comforted himself while completing the inventory. After confirming that there was no one on the entire B2 floor, he returned to the red stairs. We've finished clearing out here. After hearing Rop's affirmative response, Kerrigan gave the final attack time. At 1 minute and 20 seconds, use the flash and smoke, then attack simultaneously. There are some details you need to pay attention to. In the following time, Kerrigan gave some more instructions, and before he knew it, the time was almost 1 minute and 20 seconds. During this period, Rops would glance at the second floor of B from time to time, fearing that he would appear behind him. It could be said that after being schemed against by Hani twice, Rops' heart has quietly changed. A few seconds passed, and the time came to 1 minute and 30 seconds. Rops and Frozen climbed down the red stairs and came to the bottom of the red stairs, preparing to launch an attack on Area A. At the same time, he estimated the time and felt that it was time. He began to move forward from the low slope, past the corner, and came to the top of the red stairs. He used his mind-reading ability and just happened to hear Kerrigan give the final instructions of this round. Attack. After Kerrigan gave the order, Muz launched an attack on Area A. Hearing the footsteps coming from the bottom of the red stairs, he grinned and echoed in his heart. Okay, attack.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.